Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 4 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 5, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 hit the surgical suite of the school's nurse's office as 𝐒𝐻𝐸 was raising the metal saw to begin cutting through Midoriya's armor. 𝐒𝐻𝐸, nervous, jerked upwards, pulling the blade away from the armor. "Step away!" The short, curt command from the student had 𝐒𝐻𝐸's back stiffening and a snarl beginning in her throat. "What the hell are you doing in my operating room? Get out!" The nurses shuffled uneasily as they glanced between their patient and 𝐻𝐻𝐸. "Oh yes, please allow me to have 𝐿𝐿 electrocute himself and for you to make the damage worse." The snark in 𝐻𝐻𝐸's tone, thick with derision, nearly had 𝐒𝐻𝐸 calling for security, or rather, physically removing 𝐻𝐻𝐸 from the room herself. "Let her be, 𝐒𝐻𝐸. 𝐻𝐻𝐸, get to your point." Nezu's voice came over the intercom from the observation room. "Teach," 𝐻𝐻𝐸 clicked her tongue before pushing 𝐒𝐻𝐸 aside and glaring at him. Grabbing Midoriya's shoulder, she turned the man slightly before pulling 2 thin chips from her pocket. The chips slotted into a narrow port just below Midoriya's neckline. While she moved, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 began to explain. "Had you tried to cut into his armor with that saw, the only result would have been activating the automated defenses specifically implemented to prevent such a thing." 𝐒𝐻𝐸's eyes widened, his mouth forming a grimace. "That wasn't in the design specs, 𝐻𝐻𝐸." 𝐻𝐻𝐸 rolled her eyes, the pitch of her voice high and precise. "Of course it wasn't. Why would I actually give you the full design specs on proprietary technology?" Turning back to Midoriya, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 pulled an electronic bar from another of her multitude of pockets. "Armor connection established." A flash of lights crossed the bar before 2 small figures appeared, one green and the other red, projected onto the area directly before 𝐻𝐻𝐸. The green proceeded to sit down and begin thumbing through tiny information screens while the red peered up at 𝐻𝐻𝐸, nodding. "Armor connection is established. Purge the armor, Athena. Sprite, work with Recovery Girl and her team to piece Izuku back together." The red figure nodded before turning and stepping towards the armor and raising her hand. A hissing emanated from the suit as a series of pops dislodged the plates. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 reached forward to begin pulling them off, only to have her hands smacked away by 𝐒𝐻𝐸. "That is quite enough, 𝐻𝐻𝐸. We'll take it from here." Again, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 rolled her eyes. "I'm sure that will go over great, since you don't even know half of what he's done to himself." 𝐒𝐻𝐸 felt her eye twitch. "And what precisely has he done to himself that isn't in his files?" 𝐻𝐻𝐸 glared at 𝐒𝐻𝐸 for a long moment before taking a deep breath. "I'm taking my anger out on you. Izuku told me not to do that to other people. It hurts my chances with the clients." The last part was muttered. "It depends on who you ask. You ask me, he's done too much. You ask him, and he's not done enough. It's never enough for him." Again the muttered sigh of words. "Sprite, I authorize you and Phoenix to fill Recovery Girl and her NSNG staff in on Midoriya Izuku's current medical status and needs." A new figure, orange, appeared alongside the green and red. Her arms folded neatly into parade rest behind her back, and her features, despite the youth evident in them, seemed older than the other 2. "I am afraid, Mother, that there are currently others here who are not members of medical staff." 𝐻𝐻𝐸 sighed. "Inform 𝐒𝐻𝐸 as well. This is partially his technological territory. As for the rat in the observation room, he was going to hear this eventually, anyway." 𝐻𝐻𝐸 took a step back to lean against the wall while Phoenix gave a nod to Sprite. Sprite appeared hesitant, faltering, before nodding herself. "We don't have time for this. In case you have all forgotten, Midoriya is bleeding internally, and I need to get to work." Sprite tilted her head from where she sat before shaking it. A young voice, almost childish, came from the bar, sounding far calmer in the situation than was natural or, several thought, human. The girl's eyes, nearly vacant, flicked from side to side, seeming to stare at nothing at all. "No, we have the time. Father is far sturdier than any of you believe." Her gaze continued its movement over the room. I am tracking his injuries, and while they are terrible, he isn't in any danger yet. His natural systems are slowly repairing themselves as we speak. Although if left alone, things will, Sprite trailed off again, searching for the right words, either catastrophically deteriorate or heal, but incorrectly. I give it a 64 and 36% chance, respectively. Most of the NSNG staff had taken a step back from Midoriya, but 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 had simply sighed at this new information. Okay then. Sprite, I take it, what do we need to know? A ripple, a blink in her appearance, and she was standing alongside the orange figure now. Both waited at attention, prepared to relay relevant information. Father already had numerous genetic alterations before he created us. True artificial intelligence, both 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 and Mt mused. Both slotted the information away for a later discussion. Much of his genome has been very carefully built up to support the rest of it. Alterations and tweaks were made using his humanity as a base, so as to mostly maintain it while still conferring boosts to the functionality of his system. Alongside this, after our creation, Father and his employees in the biological suite of Moonlit Industries have performed numerous mechanical and genetic experiments on his own person. Mt visibly paled and twitched. What? Why would he have them do that? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺's grimace told him that she knew the answer to that question already. He was circumventing the old genetic experimentation laws. Untested treatments cannot be performed on anyone who is not a volunteer. That goes doubly so for genetics treatments. You cannot even begin volunteer testing until extensive red tape from the board globally governing genetics agrees. Mt eyebrows pushed together. Then, how 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 grimaced further. There are no restrictions on the scientist using the treatments on their own person. In fact, if successful, it would speed along the approval process, as it would have already been proven. The reason no one makes use of this loophole, however, is because there shouldn't be anyone crazy enough to do such a thing as perform untested medical procedures on themselves. Sprite nodded. You are correct. In fact, much of the staff alongside us were adamant that Father should not go through with these tests. He did, however, disregard our objections and perform them anyway, much to the horror of everyone when things went wrong. Father would simply have the offending organ removed and regrown before trying again. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 sat down HAD on the ground, his paws coming up to rub almost compulsively across his muzzle. Too much, far too much of Midoriya reminded him of his own experiences. The one point that set them apart, it seemed to 𝐻𝐻𝐿, was that his own procedures had been unwilling. That Midoriya was instigating his own experimentation had a knot forming low in his throat, expanding into his chest. How much of his genetic structure is still human? What experiments are currently ongoing? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺's cold tone had both Mt and 𝐻𝐻𝐿's heads snapping up. Why exactly was she taking this so well? Sprite tilted her head and her eyes, once focused, reclaimed that idle, faraway look. After the recent incident involving All Might, repair work performed to restore Father's genome from backup showed a completion number higher than it was prior. What incident with All Might required genome repair? Mt confused question was quickly cut off by 𝐻𝐻𝐿's voice over the intercom. Not important. What percentage did the mapping show, Sprite? The new percentage places Father's genome at 27% human with the 73% alteration containing the genome of both identifiable and unidentifiable origins. Silence permeated, cold and heavy, as if a weight had settled over the room. Hatsune spoke after a moment, her voice low and carefully controlled. This isn't a secret. He insists it isn't. According to Izuku, simply no one ever asks the right questions to get the right answers. But we don't go around advertising it. I'm sure you can see why. And what about my other question, Sprite? What of ongoing experiments? A bark came across the intercom system, even as the medical staff grumbled. You want us to work on a monster? Very coolly, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 turned to the nurse who was openly, unabashedly, staring at the unconscious man in revulsion. I expect you to work the patient, a student, but as you've clearly shown that you cannot do that, you can get out. We will discuss this later, along with a review of your performance. 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 turned back in time to see Phoenix rubbing the space between her eyes and realized that she had missed something said between Hatsume and the I will be the one to explain this, as it required the precise assistance of Hatsume's mechanical suite in order to perform. Currently, there are 6 active augmentation procedures with another 4 planned once their developments reach acceptable failure rates. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 felt sick, understanding perfectly well that they were now talking about mechanical augmentations on top of the genetic alterations. Are you telling me that Midoriya didn't feel like his genetic work was enough? What are they? 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 reached over and began removing armor pieces. Calm and collected, without a hint of emotion, she ordered a nurse to begin reordering their equipment. We began with catalytic thyroid implants, a platinum pellet in his left thyroid gland containing 𝐻𝐻. To boost his skeletal and muscle tissues. Correct. There was a minor chance, 2%, of elephantiasis in the subjects. Father did not present, and so we continued on to overwrite the GDF8 protein via muscular injections. Wait. Both women turned to look at 𝐒𝐻𝐽's pale face. I thought you said there weren't any other subjects. That Midoriya was experimenting on himself. Phoenix gave him a long look before nodding. That is correct. Father was performing these experiments on himself and not a single other sentient being. The smile and tone made 𝐒𝐻𝐽 want to hyperventilate, something not at all aided by the dawning look of realization on 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲's face or the gagging choke over the intercom. So the myostatin was overwritten using follistatin. But that combined with the 𝐻𝐻, yes. Phoenix affected a somber, almost mournful, quality as she continued. An extremely painful process. Approximately 5% of subjects couldn't handle the combination and experienced a fatal cardiac volume increase. Phoenix stepped up, hovering above Midoriya's chest. To support these 2 augmentations and the sudden increase in the BLD needed to support the muscles, an upgrade to the cardiovascular system was necessary. This was accomplished in part via his genetic alterations, as well as mechanically. An electroactive polymer weave was implanted into the muscles of his heart. EAPs deform when an electrical field is applied to them, and they are fully biocompatible, as well as extremely sensitive to the electrochemical potential created by the sinoatrial node to regulate the heartbeat. And with the increased oxygenated BLD flow, the body adapts to higher physical stresses. The arteries to and from the heart. Reinforced using a high-tensile synthetic collagen weave. Fascinating. The tone was still cold but as intrigued as a scientist might be. 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 shook her head. Not the time for professional curiosity. Finally, moving to hover above Midoriya's face, Phoenix pointed down. Stay below the neck, and you will not encounter the remaining augmentations. What are they? Occipital capillary reversal with bionic lens upgrades and extensive alterations to his entire nervous system. Nerves, while extremely good at transmitting messages, still have limitations due to the resistance present in all materials. The signals have a limit on how fast they can travel between the brain and muscles. Reaction in as little as a quarter of a second. We've infused his dendrites with superconducting nanomaterials and aligned them with resonant electromagnetic fields before sculpting back dendrite protoplasmic materials. We've effectively rewired his entire nervous system while promoting the growth of myelin sheaths via the oligodendrocytes and Schwann cells, further accelerating the conduction rate. There was, unfortunately, a 12% risk of Parkinson's disease or Fletcher's syndrome. The 300% increase to reaction time was worth the risk, however. Phoenix shifted above Midoriya's forehead, looking down. Finally, a neural interface has been implanted within his brain tissue in order to passively monitor him, as well as directly interface with the cerebral core. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 jerked, full body, away from the wall he had been leaning against. You didn't, he said hoarsely. No, tell me you didn't. The chips in the back of the armor. The upgrade to his nervous system. It wasn't truly a question but a statement, and Nezu, 𝐒𝐴𝐳, echoed the query. In 1 part reverence, 2 parts horror, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 responded. Artificial intelligence directly interfacing in a biological amalgam. What the hell dash both experimental and confidential. Phoenix cut him off, her projected form tense and glowering. And maybe if Athena or I had been with him today, this would not have happened. I suggest you drop the issue. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 glanced between the synthetic being and her very real, living and breathing patient. Deliberately ignoring the implications of the conversation, she returned her attention fully to the student who lay stretched out on her operating table. You're able to tell me exactly what is going on inside of his body right now? Sprite spoke up for the first time in a while, the distant look leaving her face as she focused on the older doctor. Yes, and you'll need me to deal with the remaining silver nanits from the drag cocktail he took. Fine then. Let's get started. Chimera hit the ground with a loud, wet smack. A noise she was almost too disoriented to hear. She had kept tabs on her son while she was alive. She had given him up, and that had been a hard enough decision. But still, she had kept tabs on her boy. She shouldn't have, she didn't have that right. She still did it. Shigaraki had looked just like him. Just like her Kotaro when he was a kid. Same eyes, same mouth. That same anger. Mind, the anger hadn't been directed at her, but he had looked so familiar. If it hadn't been for Midoriya's files, she wouldn't have even thought about it. All for One had found a young boy in an unidentifiable family home. All information about them, the family, the child, was missing. All that was left of them was dust and decomposed meat. All for One had taken in a child, had named that child after him. It had suddenly clicked for her. What had she had that none of the other users had? A family. What would All for One have done if he had found her son? She couldn't let Midoriya kill Tomura. Not when it was possible, not when the rat running across Chimera's hand had her screeching and reeling back with her rear landing solidly in a puddle of mud thick with grime and BLD. The sound of gunfire came to her next, the explosion of rounds far too large to be firearms. Her lungs burned as she searched through the fog for where she was. Some kind of trench, she realized. Half-rotten wooden boards stretched futilely across gulfs of water and mud, while sodden timbers barely held back the torrent of soaked earth pressing on them as the sky poured down rain. Bodies of men ranging from as young as Midoriya to as old as the professor pressed against the wall, as if hiding from the sight of what was on the other side. Someone had filled bags with the cursed material from beneath their feet, packing the bags on top of the wall or into it. Others still reinforced it with sticks and barbed wire in places. Their faces were covered, she realized. Gas masks, old design, but gas masks still. Stumbling to her feet, she approached one of the men, tried to grab on instinctively before her hand simply passed through him and his rifle. A rifle! Chimera jerked back, whipping her head around. They all had rifles. And they were firing over the trench. Standing up fully, Chimera poked her head over the lip of the trench before ducking back down and skiing in air. What she had seen even through the fog. Her ears popped, and she could hear it then. The cacophonous screams underpinning the sounds of war. The braying of dying horses and the screaming of injured men. The desperate cries for help and the gurgling last moments as dying men drew their last breaths. Where was she? What kind of... An explosion went off in the trench beside her. She felt the debris pass through her, and the screams began again, closer. Warm BLD and viscera thrown against the wall through her left her with almost a sticky feeling, and the yelling in, what language is that? Chimera stumbled to her feet and down the divot in the ground, searching for something recognizable. Men going over the lip, following the whistle. More screams. Men warming liquid of some kind over a small makeshift fireplace. A filthy underground hole where the cries of the injured echoed from within. The fog was gone. And still, she recognized nothing. The cratered landscape of gray skies. Mud thick with the insides of the dead. The booming sound of weaponry and the cacophony of gunfire. The men weren't wearing their masks now. The threat had passed, and she could feel the searing in her lungs abating, though her breath wouldn't come back to her. The men weren't Asian, maybe European of some kind. She couldn't tell. She would think of one ethnicity, and then it would be another. It struck Chimera as she passed a dugout of men with pointed ears. Where were the mutant quirks? All of these people, and she hadn't seen a single one yet. A statistical anomaly. No, a statistical improbability. Chimera stumbled out into a larger area, with tents and artillery. Trucks pulling into depots to unload boxes and there, carrying a box deeper into the maze, was Midoriya. When originally following Midoriya back through the trenches, Chimera had called out to him. She'd yelled at him, soon screaming, even throwing her hands out, watching as they passed directly through him without notice. She stood to block Midoriya's path, only to have him, as well as a trail of strangers, walk through her, as if she didn't exist. Which, she supposed, to most of them, she didn't. It had been about that time that she'd gotten a good look at the man, or, should she say, boy. King in a breath, she studied the face, youthful, familiar and wrong. He couldn't have been more than 15, and his eyes. His eyes were nothing like what she was used to. Still tired, still calculating, but there was warmth. A spark. They weren't the eyes of her Midoriya. Chimera's eyes followed him as he continued on, leaving her behind without so much as a glance, and with few other choices, she turned and trailed behind him, deeper into the trenches. The meeting room was tense and quiet, the silence a razor's edge from breaking. The gentle padding footsteps of the diminutive president distinguished themselves in the silence as he stepped up to the table. Much of the hero faculty that had responded to the incident was in attendance, alongside both Kuro's and Sekijiro. Ahem. As I am certain many of you witnessed at the USJ, we have had a breach of security. A breach of security. Bullshit. This is a clusterfuck. Nezu sighed before glancing over at Hisashi. Yes, it is a breach of security. However, you are also right. Clusterfuck is a good word for it. Let's start with Shuzenji, shall we? Could you give us the status of the students? The silent question of whether they had lost any of them hung heavy in the already tense air. Well, let's start with the fact that I don't have Honinuki or Shishida's statuses. Both were life-flighted to Musutafu General after they were pulled from the flood and conflagration zones, respectively. I can request that information after this meeting. The venerable nurse looked as if she hadn't slept that night. It was quite possible that she hadn't. The rest of the students that required medical attention were able to be treated at the student hospital here on campus. A good opportunity for them, if under awful circumstances. That is good. With all due respect, sir, we are they 2 students in critical care, and that's good. Sekijiro shook his head slowly. The BLD loss had made him lethargic now that the adrenaline was out of his system, his skin pallor sickly from anemia. You weren't there, snipe. Only 2 kids in critical is good news. Silence followed, broken abruptly by the president. Yes, well, the media won't see it that way. But that is a conversation for later. Shuzenji. Again, the nurse sighed. Let's start with Kaminari. The medical technicians had released him to go back to the dorms fairly quickly. It was just a bad case of quirk overuse. Rest and recuperate. Quirk overuse. He had gotten away with quirk use while Honinuki. A fist cracked into the wall, dust pluming and just as quickly fleeing down the drain. Lightning crackled across his body, even as he dully registered that it was his own fist that had broken the tile. That it was his own fist now bleeding into the water. The horror on Asui's face as his consciousness trickled back to him, the raw desperation on Itsuka's as she straddled Honinuki, the dull resignation in Nerenjiki's eyes as he leaned against the wall. Another tile broke as he slid down and curled into the bottom of the shower stall atop the jagged shards. He cried and would remain there even after the water trickled into cold. Itsuka, Asui, and Nerenjiki were with him, as well. They did well and applied our rescue lessons proficiently. Exhaustion at worst for them. They'll be fine. Asui sat in the corner of her room feeling like her throat was clogged with spit. She stared at her hands. She was never good with emotions. They had been muted for so long that when they hit her like this, she didn't know what to do with herself. She couldn't stay still, couldn't seem to keep her mind off. The image of Honinuki's still body, the feeling of his ribs breaking under her hands. The lightning coursing across the water. What would have happened if I were? Asui felt her throat tighten and tasted the bile before her head was in the trash can. Her skin buzzed and her head swam. She couldn't seem to breathe, she couldn't. She just couldn't seem to breathe. Itsuka knocked on Nerenjiki's door. He hadn't come out since they had been dismissed by the medical tech. She needed something to do, anything right now. There wasn't any response from Narenjaki's room. She felt her hands twitch before she tightened them into fists and took a deep breath. Rikido was stress-baking downstairs, she thought. She'd go do that. Yeah, she'd go help Rikido. We got lucky with a few of the students. Those at the entrance alongside 𝐭𝐻𝐲 were able to not only hold their own but get away relatively unscathed. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 grimaced. Only because Midoriya stopped me from using my quirk. I have multiple questions. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 was first and foremost a pacifist. She didn't like fighting or anything involving it. She was a rescue hero for a reason. The loss of life at the USJ was abominable, but still. If it hadn't been for him. So many villains are dead, though. Are they pertinent at this stage? Most of the staff raised an eyebrow at the president's question. He seemed almost apprehensive to answer. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 simply stared at the rat. Why did Midoriya know the villains in question, and why are we not discussing that we have students that seem happy to take lives? Nezu seemed to relax at the questions. Were they not the ones he was expecting? What I am about to say does not leave this room, and you will all be signing NDAs at the conclusion of this meeting. Snipe, you already know this. Go print out the agreements. The president waited for the cowboy to exit the room before he continued. Midoriya often works with both police and underground heroes as an information broker. Where he gets his information is unknown, even to those who work with him, but it is generally both complete and accurate. That got a reaction out of most of the staff. Varying levels of shock, disdain, or interest showed across the room. A select few heroes had been told before, of course, in the teacher's lounge. Midnight and 𝐭𝐻𝐲, for example, knew that he was an information broker. But the argument needed to be made again. Excuse me. Why was this not disclosed to the staff when he entered the school? Midnight appeared livid, even if it were for the sake of her fellow staff. Because he is my student, not yours. The cold smile on the president's muzzle had the room freezing, reminded just exactly who they had chosen to work for. As it stands, there are 3 members of staff that do know the exact details of this arrangement. Had I decided that more needed to know, you would have been informed. It was an apathetic response that had 𝐭𝐻𝐲's fist stiffening on top of the table. Before she could open her mouth to respond, the president continued. Before you ask, yes, we will be questioning Midoriya once he awakens from the major invasive surgery he needed to undergo after protecting the students and your fellow faculty. The students who took lives will also be questioned. But for now, that is hardly our priority. 𝐭𝐻𝐲's teeth clenched, though she remained silent. The question of where the villains had found a Class 6 warp quirk was left unsaid. A quick nod to Shuzenji. Yes, well, Tsunotori was experiencing extreme keratin deficiency when she was brought in. Uraraka and Tokuge both are suffering from multiple lacerations and breaks but will recover. Rikido and Fukudashi are experiencing symptoms from quirk overuse but will recover, as well. Then moving on to the landslide zone, from the landslide zone, we have an issue. Todoroki escaped with a few scrapes, but the same cannot be said for the others. Todoroki remained still in his seat beside 𝐔𝐻𝐲's bed. She had finally fallen asleep after the doctors had upped her painkillers and sedated her. Todoroki's eyes trailed dimly over the bandages on 𝐔𝐻𝐲's feet and calves. When he'd landed on that mountain, he had simply frozen the area. He hadn't thought about the consequences. He hadn't thought about his classmates getting caught in the crossfire. He hadn't even considered the amount of damage he could do. Hypothermia, a key part of the trauma triad of death. The words echoed in his head on repeat, like a mocking specter. Todoroki could only hang his head. He had frozen 𝐔𝐻𝐲 a quarter of the way up her legs. He had done that, and she had still torn her legs out of the ice to save him. He felt like throwing up when he saw the scans of the damage done to her lower body. Entire regions of skin were torn from her feet and legs to kill to save him. She had been lucky that she hadn't bled out from her feet with that stunt. Todoroki felt himself shudder and twitch as the door opened and 2 of the Class B members were wheeled into the room. More shame for him. Tsuburaba and Kaibara had been trapped in a frozen cave under his ice. Unable to escape through the thick block, the 2 had simply bunkered down and waited to be rescued. It took 2 hours in that sub-zero cave for them to be rescued. Todoroki couldn't look them in the eyes, wouldn't be able to stand what he might find there if they were awake. Shame kept his gaze on his hands. Perhaps, he mused, perhaps it wasn't his quirk that was cursed. Just him. 𝐂𝐴𝐫 hadn't been able to extract Komori from his side since they'd been rescued from the hellish unending rain. That was fine with him. Her presence was as much of a comfort for him as he was for her. He could live with her presence. Had they been rescued? Was it a rescue when every threat was dead? He could still see them even now that they were back in the dorms. The look on their faces, the horror, the pain, the realization that they were going to die. He could still see their eyes burning into his, burning into the back of Komori's head. The anger and the accusations. They were supposed to be heroes, and yet here their opponents had died. Komori had finally sobbed herself into a fitful sleep. He was sure that she could still feel their eyes as much as he could see them. The sound of rain rang in his ears, the feeling of concrete hard under him and against his back. They were still there, still in that unending rain. Why hadn't they been rescued yet? Tokoyami just felt drained and numb. He had killed so many. The feathers that he had finally smoothed down fluffed up again, much to his annoyance. Or, it would have annoyed him if there were anything left in him to be annoyed. Instead, with shaking hands, he once again started poking his feathers back into place. One by one, he preened, and one by one, the feathers went awry. Dark Shadow usually helped him with his preening, saying that it helped calm them both. He suspected after the fight that they'd had, Dark Shadow wouldn't be helping him with much of anything for a while. It could also have been the 5,000 lumen bulbs that he had turned on throughout the room. Tokoyami couldn't stand to see their other half right now. Even if Dark Shadow had argued that they never wanted to go into heroics. Even if Dark Shadow had done what was necessary to keep them alive. Monoma couldn't bring himself to move from beside Ashido. Ashido Mina. He had found out who she was after they had escaped from the USJ. Quirk, acid. Too late, he had learned her quirk. A shuddering breath had him pulling a trash can closer to him again. He hadn't been able to get that awful smell out of his nose. The smell of liquefied and burnt human flesh, of seared hair. Monoma felt himself retching again. They were dead before they had hit the ground, he was certain, but the speed of the act didn't make him feel any better. His quirk had always been a curse growing up, the way people had treated the copycat, but this. He had never considered his quirk a dangerous one, and look at what he had done with it when he was cornered. He preached how he was better than 1A, but looking at how the others in that fiery hell had acted, he couldn't be sure. Did smoke inhalation stop ♯♯? Zero's tape had caught fire, he recalled, burning his elbows and arms as the intense heat surged up, claiming possession over everything in its path. They had fought like the devil was hunting for them. Without thought, without concise decision, they had continued to fight until the end. And what had he done when he was cornered? What had been the great Monoma's reaction to being unable to use his quirk? To kill someone with the first ability he could latch onto. Ashido still hadn't woken up, but the doctors were feeling positive about her chances. That was great. So why didn't it feel great? Because it was his failure that had put her here. We did not see too many issues to speak of from the other two zones. Midoriya was able to pull the group from the ruins zone without too much fuss, and Yorozu treated their injuries well. They're exhausted with a few cuts and scrapes, aside from Yanagi, who has a rather severe concussion. The Mountain Zone group suffered a few broken bones but ultimately made it out unscathed. The faculty let out a sigh at the extensive list of injuries. The president hummed, folding his paws together in front of himself. Hound Dog, I am afraid you are going to be busy with this year's hero course. Make sure that you push for multiple sessions with the students that terminated someone during this incident. You humans are far more squeamish about these kinds of things. The faculty tensed at the casual comment. Oh, and make doubly sure that you corner Midoriya into a session. Understood. I'll do what I can, sir, but I have no interest in forcing students into coming and seeing me. Do as you will. Now, on to the next topic, the dead. Shimura had long since followed Midoriya back into the bunker that he seemed to call home. Calling it home was generous, of course, even by her own standards. When she had been fighting in the urbans, her unit had building hopped all the time. Sometimes, it would be rubble one day, the next, they would luck into a climate-controlled office space. But never had she or hers had to live in such squalor. The room was little more than a small hole dug into the side of the already sordid trench outside. 6 men were crammed into a space they shared with rats, lice, mosquitoes, and some kind of horrid large biting fly. Still, the men seemed to be in good spirits. After all, it seemed that not all of the men had rooms of their own, even to share. It wasn't uncommon that 𝐤𝐵𝐺 stepped out into the trenches just for a breath or a moment to herself and would find men sleeping against the legs of their fellows, keeping watch over the lip of the pit. Everyone, Midoriya included, spoke in a language foreign to her, and no matter the amount of effort or focus, she simply couldn't seem to get a grasp on it. She'd always heard people say that immersion was the best way to learn a new language. That assumed, of course, that you had some kind of starting point in the language, or at least someone there to help you parse through the unfamiliar vocabulary. What little 𝐤𝐵𝐺 did understand came from Midoriya's obsessive habit of journaling when he came in from watching over the trench. It was a miracle that despite whatever it was he was speaking, he still wrote in Japanese, though her brief stolen glances over the pages told her relatively little about where they were. The first time that the men living with Midoriya pulled off their masks to eat had been a shock for her. She had wondered, initially, what, or perhaps where, the men's quirks were. Having only ever lived in a society saturated with the casual use of these extraordinary abilities, she had been quick to notice their absence here. But knowing that she was somewhere far away from her home was different than seeing it undeniably in these strangers, in their otherness. The pointed ears of the man closest to Midoriya, it seemed, had indicated something that even 𝐤𝐵𝐺 didn't want to admit as a possibility. She had thought that she had seen the worst of what life was like here. She really had thought that after she'd witnessed the rolling white fog bank that burned the skin and lungs of those soldiers that weren't quick enough on the uptake. That's what they were, soldiers. She couldn't mistake that now, not after she'd watched the men come charging out of the cloud, only to be cut down by a ring of gunfire. She'd thought that she'd seen the worst of life here until the explosion inside the trench had sent her skittering back into a wall. Until she had seen the shell-shocked face of Midoriya, dull and glassy-eyed, trying to stuff the elf's guts back into his non-existent lower half. A whistle blew, a whistle that 𝐤𝐵𝐺 had long taken note of and dismissed. The men went up, over the ladder, after that whistle blew. They went over and very rarely did they come back. 𝐤𝐵𝐺 had disregarded the whistle because Midoriya hadn't gone over the trench at the sound, though time and time again, his group had tensed up as it was blown as if it were a demented god bestowing death upon its followers. That's why when Midoriya picked up his ally's weapon and pulled himself over the lip of the trench, 𝐤𝐵𝐺 was sent scrambling after him. It's why, when she reached him again in the trench across from theirs, she missed the opening salvo wreaking havoc in the enemy's lines. She'd missed Midoriya getting a knife stuck in his shoulder and had missed when he dug out the man's eyes before clubbing him with the weapon in his hands. 𝐤𝐵𝐺 felt it unfortunate that she didn't miss what came next, Midoriya walking through the trench, unloading shells from what she now understood to be a shotgun into men far too close for the weapon. 𝐤𝐵𝐺 was there when he ran out of shells and received 2 bullets from an officer's pistol in his chest. She was there, sick, as he clubbed the man's head in with the butt of the shotgun before discarding the weapon and taking the man's firearm to continue his way deeper into the trenches. 4 bullets, 2 knives, and a bayonet was stuck in Midoriya's frozen form. The man he'd been strangling in the shadow of the imposing artillery piece was stuck in a seemingly unending state of dying. For the first time, 𝐤𝐵𝐺 looked at Midoriya's still face and felt her heart break. Fear, pain, fury. All present, all justifiable. But most prevalent was sorrow, as tears ran down his face. When 𝐤𝐵𝐺 looked up from the frozen figures, she found an older man, also Midoriya, she realized with startling clarity, staring at her from his seat on a discarded ammo crate. The 2 individuals stared at each other for a long, long moment. 𝐤𝐵𝐺 had so many questions, each wanting to come out at once. They all died in her throat when she looked at the man in front of her. Where the Midoriya standing frozen beside her was too young, the one in front of her was too old. Worn combat boots and tactical gear that looked like it had seen too many years of use, scarred hands rested on his knees as he slouched down and watched her. He was maybe in his mid-20s, and he just looked fatigued beyond what anyone should. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 felt herself swallow as those dull eyes took her in, felt herself nearly SCK in a breath when he opened his mouth to speak. I won a medal for this. What? Midoriya grimaced and sighed before sitting up. He gestured angrily behind her. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 turned and again took in the trail of dead and dying. A Fing medal. I had just lost my mind and left my position. I charged across no man's land and butchered my way through to their first line of artillery, a line that wouldn't have been nearly as close to the front if they'd had an even halfway decent command. And I got a Fing medal for this. Some of these men weren't any older than I was. Midoriya sank back down, putting his head in his hands. A God's Diamond Fing medal for ending other people's lives. You couldn't have done anything else. They were trying to kill me. Midoriya scoffed before his voice dropped low, his words slow and deliberate. Save it. I've already tried to convince myself of every excuse in the book for my actions. It doesn't stop it from making me sick. The Furians conscripted their soldiers for this war. They told them to fight and die, simple as that. I enjoyed that medal when I got it. I don't enjoy the medal now. That's what war is. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 surprised Midoriya when she sat down gingerly beside him. Right and wrong seemed to go out the window so quickly. Midoriya couldn't help but snort derisively. You wouldn't know the start of it. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 shifted herself on the box so she was resting against the large stacked shells behind her. Where are we, Midoriya? My personal hell. I'm being serious, Midoriya. So am I. I get to come back here every time I close my eyes. Sometimes it's here, sometimes it's another battle. Sometimes it's neither, and it's the charred remains of my hometown or the emaciated work slaves of the Furian camps. Why have you been pulled in here with me now instead of when I sleep? Midoriya gave a low shrug. Probably has something to do with the hemorrhaging organs I had before going down. Are you saying we're in your memories? No, we're at the grocery store down the road from UA. I figured you could tell from the miles of dead people and mud. No need for the snark, Midoriya. F off. The aggression went as quickly as it came as Midoriya sagged back down. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 just sighed and sagged with him. This isn't the Urbans. Those ended in 2276, 4 years before I died, and neither of us are old enough to have witnessed the Quirk Wars. They ended in 2094, and they sure as hell didn't use trenches. So where are we, Midoriya? Midoriya waved his hand dismissively, glancing up at her through the fringe of his hair. I don't remember exactly. Battle of 𝐵𝐺 Sritad. I'm not sure anymore. That wasn't ever the important part. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 shuffled uncomfortably, already suspecting the answer to her next question. And where was that, Midoriya? I don't remember either of those battles or the Furians in any history book. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 trailed off, even as Midoriya leveled her with his gaze. Not on Earth. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 deflated, leaning back. Is it my turn to say obviously? How, kid? Midoriya just shrugged. Hell if I know. Bakugo had nearly put me in a coma, and then some villain came along and finished the job before the authorities could get there. Never found the villain, not for lack of trying on my part. I'm not even sure if he's a villain. Could have just been a DMN but that was having a bad day and decided to take it out on the quirkless kid after his bullies were done with him. The police and heroes didn't catch him. Never bothered to look. I'm quirkless. The calm acceptance of that disturbing fact had 𝐵𝐵𝐺 frowning at the young man. How did you survive? Midoriya looked up at that, opening his mouth to snark some more before realizing she hadn't been talking about the coma. Midoriya offered a forlorn stare. Turns out quirkless doesn't mean has nothing special about them like everyone thinks. If nothing else, over 200 years of quirks have seriously messed with human evolution, disregarding my opinions on quirks as an evolution. We're apparently hardier than humans were before quirks came in. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 gave Midoriya a small smile. That's a good thing, isn't it? With sadness in his eyes, Midoriya shook his head. Sometimes, I wonder if it is. He stared down at the ground for a moment. For honor and bravery unbecoming of someone of my position. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 hummed, the sound becoming lost in the void. It was odd, having no real noise aside from the two of them to fill it. A ruffling of fabric here, the creak of the wood there when they shifted their body weight. That's what they said when they stitched me back up and gave me the medal. They hadn't expected that of me and offered me officer training as a result. 𝐂𝐵𝐻 took a long look at his face. And you took it. Got away from this. 𝐂𝐵𝐻 couldn't quite find the words as she gestured to the battlefield in front of them. I almost didn't. I almost asked to be sent back to the front. The confession caught 𝐂𝐵𝐻 off guard. Why would anyone want to stay here? I wasn't the only one that charged over that line, 𝐂𝐵𝐻. It was a miracle that I made it over here alive. Dozens of others were involved in taking this trench, and dozens more died before they ever got here. Besides, after what they did to my home, I wanted BLD, 𝐂𝐵𝐻. And out here, I was paying it back one at a time. 𝐂𝐵𝐻 felt sick but steeled herself, gritting her teeth silently. What changed your mind? Midoriya gazed off pensively before a small smile crept onto his face. I was given an offer I couldn't refuse. Uraraka's fist slammed into the punching bag and she gagged. Objects of varying weights floated around her as she trained in one of the school's many training grounds. 2 days since the USJ incident. 2 days since she had been too weak to do anything. Her fist made contact with the bag and she gagged again. Breathing deeply, she stumbled away from her place in front of the bag, focused solely on the air entering then leaving her lungs. If she had been stronger, she could have done something more. If she'd had better control of her quirk, she could have incapacitated the villains and helped somehow, in some way, if she had just been better. Uraraka stood back up with steel in her eyes. With a slight stumble, she took a deep breath while touching the metal weights once again stationary on the ground. The familiar tug of her quirk pulled on her as the objects began to float, and she thought back to the theories that Midoriya had shared with her regarding her quirk. Reaching out for the subtle flow of her quirk, she tugged on the energy and tried coaxing it to move, resulting in the objects in the air twitching before slowly beginning to rotate. Uraraka fought down the bile that rose in her throat and pulled the energy into her fist before striking the bag again. The bag rocked back from the strike, and Uraraka stumbled, gasping and closing her eyes. It felt like she was back to when she'd first started using her quirk. Barely any effort and her muscles tightened, her mouth filled with saliva as her body prepared itself to lose their last meal. Of course, that would require her to have eaten anything of substance. She couldn't keep it down, even if she tried. The image of Setsuna jumping on people as a rather large, for its kind, green-feathered raptor wouldn't leave her. Neither would the screams of the villains as they were torn into by tooth and talon, or the sounds they made as they were dropped from a height onto the stairs. The terror of the men skewered at the pointed tips of Tsunotori's horns is something that would likely always stay with her, she thought almost absently. Extracting herself from the trash can, Uraraka stumbled to her feet, taking a deep breath before she swiped her wrist across her mouth. Silently, she re-engaged her quirk and once again began to play with the connections to the weights she set to lifting, and the energy that those connections contained. Setsuna spit toothpaste into the sink actually, she had lost count of how many times she had scrubbed at her mouth, trying to get rid of the taste. Logically, she knew that whatever had been there was long gone now. She knew that she had removed the bits of flesh and meat that had stuck between her teeth, without question. Except, there wasn't there. Logic couldn't, help her come to terms with what she had done. She had lost control again. The villains had come up those stairs, despite the bombardment of rubble and horns from her two classmates. They had come up with blades and quirks and had intended to kill them all while that DMN smoke cloud just watched impassively from the sideline. They had managed to best him for the briefest of moments, managing to get Ida through the door to run for the faculty. He had just shrugged and laughed easily, and oh well, I did as I was ordered and scattered you golden eggs. If Tomura wanted more then he should have given better orders. The words he spoke echoed in her ears. When the remaining students turned to fend off the villains charging up the stairs towards them, he had simply waved a gloved hand, watching with amusement as they fought for their lives. When Setsuna had transformed, he seemed almost intrigued by the process, of her pouncing on the first villain she came across and shredding ribbons from him with her talons. He followed her eagerly as she turned on the next, tearing his throat from his body without remorse. The man had tasted so good at the time. Setsuna gagged, a wave that nearly had her rushing back to the toilet behind her. The BSTRD had laughed. Laughed at the sight of a hero student so readily killing, so readily enjoying the thrill of the kill. Setsuna felt the tears rolling down her cheeks, even as she shoved the toothbrush back into her mouth. Setsuna ignored the BLD that was mixing with the toothpaste and continued scrubbing. Was wondering where you were. Setsuna jerked but didn't stop brushing. Tsunotori wrapped a strong hand around Setsuna's arm. Enough. That's enough. Gently, Tsunotori pulled the brush from Setsuna's mouth before discarding it. Rinse. The word was as broken as the girl she commanded with it, but Setsuna listened. She rinsed her mouth out and felt the chill of the water against her throbbing gums. Good. Now we go. Tsunotori took Setsuna by her shoulder as well as her arm now and tried to lead her from the bathroom. But Dash Pony shook her head and cut Setsuna off. No. Now we go. It was a short, curt command, Setsuna thought, but not an unkind one. Not an unkind one at all. Midoriya's eyes snapped open, and he took a deep breath, one that he instantly regretted as it sent fire burning through his chest. He grunted and closed his eyes again to take stock of his body. Nothing felt right, really. Everything hurt, from his head all the way down to his DMN toenails. A single one of his right knuckles didn't hurt for some reason, but that oddity was the least of his concerns. Metal and leather bands around his wrists. Needle in his arm. Phoenix. You're awake, father. I'll contact mother. Midoriya. Flinched minutely at the statement and tone. Mai couldn't possibly be happy with him. How long have I been out? This is the second day since the USJ invasion. You have been unconscious since the main villains retreated. Shadow has determined the current location of the League of Villains, as Kurogiri called them. Shall I relay the information to our contacts in the police force? Not yet. I need to have a little chat with them first. Midoriya opened his eyes and looked down at the cuffs around both of his wrists, leading to the hospital bed's frame. He sighed. Midoriya gave an experimental tug on his wrist and, while it hurt, he would live. The door clicked open almost in response to the jingling of metal on metal. When Tsukochi stepped into the room, he blinked owlishly in surprise. I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. Midoriya just raised an eyebrow before jingling the HNDCFFS again, tilting his head. We wanted to make sure you didn't try to run off as soon as you were awake. Right. Midoriya drawled the word through a scratchy throat. You want to get these off me, or? Tsukochi blinked again before dipping back out of the room. Midoriya gave a huff and looked down at the HNDCFFS. Should I just? Tsukochi stepped back into the room, just in time to witness Midoriya getting ready to break his way out of the aforementioned restraints. Midoriya, this time, was the one to blink as he took in the detective standing in the doorway. Blinking again, slowly this time, he realized that his initial thought had been correct. Nezu was there, as well, and was riding the detective. Shuzenji stepped in behind them, appearing both disturbed and annoyed. I swear, Midoriya, if you break my hospital bed, I will beat you back into your coma. Midoriya snorted. Doctors aren't supposed to speak to their patients that way. Shuzenji very nearly did beat him upside the head for that comment. Instead, she grumbled as she proceeded to check his vitals. You shouldn't have been awake for at least another day. I heal quickly. Shuzenji reached over and unlashed one of the bands around Midoriya's wrist, leaving him to do the other. Yes, well, extensive human experimentation will do that for a person. Midoriya froze before purposely relaxing his muscles and plastering a smile on his face. Hatsune told you. Shuzenji scowled. Good thing, too, your insides are a mess. I might have done more harm than good if it weren't for your medical AI. Midoriya felt an eye twitch and flick to the police detective standing in the room. Shuzenji pointed a finger at him. When precisely were you going to tell me what you'd done? Midoriya shrugged, both hands now free. If you didn't ask. Probably wasn't. True. Shuzenji smacked Tsukochi in the calf with her cane, while giving him a look that promised more. Obviously. You're free to go after Hatsune comes and collects you. If I see you again before the sports festival, I really will beat you. Midoriya jerked. His jaw dropped. We're still having the sports festival after we were just attacked. Take it up with the DMN rat. 𝐭𝐲 exited the room while still grumbling about rash, unethical, and immoral doctors. A long silence followed 𝐭𝐲's exit as Midoriya raised an eyebrow. He stared at the two men while he rubbed his wrists. Was there something you needed to speak with me about? A rhetorical question. He knew both why and what they wanted to talk about, but if they weren't going to start the conversation, then he certainly wasn't going to speak first. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed before pulling a recorder out of his pocket. He set it aside, pointedly noting that it was off. Midoriya, this entire thing has gotten ugly. If it were just a few villains that lost their lives, then it likely wouldn't have been a big issue. It happens occasionally, especially in a situation like this. Deaths would be expected. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 paused briefly, grimacing. But this time, the death toll from the villains reached not only double digits, but a vast number of the students were involved in the deaths. Yes, and... 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 worked his jaw for a second at the completely blasé reaction before continuing. And, Midoriya, you were the center of at least 20-something of those deaths. The media is already placing blame on this year's hero course, and public opinion is split on whether your class is full of hero students or dangerous villains that need to be barred from the course. The smile dropped from Midoriya's face. It was one thing for the media to come after him. It was another for them to go after untrained students. Actually, the number's more than likely going to be in the 30s. Midoriya took a look over at the president. How likely is it that we can blame the deaths all on me? Unless you have a way to explain how you were in almost every zone simultaneously and killed the villains using a dozen different methods while doing so, not at all likely. Well, I have questions for you, as well, after 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asks you his own. Well, this time Midoriya said it for a very different reason. Nezu's questions were far harder to answer without lying. Midoriya stared at the two sitting at the side of his hospital bed with no outward trepidation. Instead, it seemed to the two men as if he had no opinions whatsoever regarding the coming questions. The brief emotion he had shown had withdrawn into a seemingly calm, apathetic facade. Before I begin, Midoriya, I'm well aware that events like these can be traumatic affairs, and normally, if for any reason you would need to stop, you would be given time to collect yourself. I can't offer you that convenience this time around. Technically, I shouldn't even be having this conversation with you right now. How high up did these orders come from? One simple question had Naomasa cringing minutely. Far above my pay grade, even if I didn't have to deal with the sit because of you. Midoriya clicked his tongue. It's hardly my fault that they dragged you back into their nonsense. You're too good at your job to be wasting away in the backrooms of a small-time police precinct. You want to explain why the Superintendent General gave me, a detective from a small precinct, as you put it, direct orders to be the one to question you. Midoriya stiffened. You know what? No. We're not rehashing this argument right now, Midoriya. I left the sit and sat because I was done after that incident. I didn't want to be involved anymore with the upper echelon. Oh, yeah, and you were so happy working cases that should have been given to detectives almost 2 decades your junior. Naomasa twitched, his lips curling back. Yes, Midoriya, I was. I'm not in my 20s. I have a wife and a daughter that I need to take care of, not drawing targets on my back for supervillains. Naomasa straightened his back, taking a deep breath. I'm sorry. We aren't doing this. We need to talk about the USJ. Yeah, well, start your recorder, because that incident didn't kill All for One, and it was his subordinates that attacked us. Naomasa froze. What else could he do? Midoriya had just spoken the name of a demon from his past that he had pointedly never mentioned, and to make it even worse, he had just claimed that he wasn't dead. Excuse me. Naomasa couldn't help as the BLD leached from his face. He felt lightheaded, even as the snarling from beside him had Naomasa turning his head almost mechanically towards the president. That BSTRD was involved with the attack. Nezu's lips had pulled back from his muzzle, and the fur of his collar was fluffed up in anger. Not directly, I don't think. The main instigator of the attack, 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐲 threw up his hands, cutting Midoriya off. He felt like throwing up. You knew. 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐲 was staring directly at Nezu before turning his gaze towards Midoriya. You knew. That thing was alive. You too knew. A bark of angry laughter had 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐲 turning his head towards Nezu. Of course, I knew. You was part of the treaty between All for One and the government. The single statement had 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐲 blanking out entirely. Like a computer crashing, it was several seconds before the detective found his senses again. When he did, he reached out slowly, pulling the tape recorder back into his coat pocket. Grasping, he slowly pulled off his hat and set it on one of the many surfaces around the room. For several seconds, he rubbed his hands against his face before speaking. Okay. No records, I'll just write this up later. Does someone want to start from the beginning? I seem to be missing a few pieces of critical information here. Midoriya looked uneasy, as if he was remembering something. Glancing at the president, the Chimera shrugged. Midoriya sighed. In the summer of 2297, a major fight between Hero, All Might, and the Class 5 quirk threat villain known as All for One leveled an entire city on the western seaboard. The Japanese government covered this fact up as a natural disaster. 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐲 nodded along with a grim face. I'm aware. I was part of the team involved. A lot of us haven't slept well since that day. The casualties of that fight still haunt the town, even after rebuilding. Yes, well, barely 4 years later, he returned to the underground. Rumors of his return circulated quickly in the underworld, and it wasn't long before government informants were passing the information back up the chain. As is the way it works, yes. Of course, the government sent informants to the regions in question to poke around. When they finally had their responses, it was from notably fewer people than they'd sent out. As it turned out, while the government had spent billions rebuilding Nagata after the fight, the programs for the people living there had failed, as they always seem to. All for One had stepped in to help the people in their place, and the people started to trust the man. A slight choking noise could be heard from 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐲. The president simply looked bored with the information he was already aware of. He was the one that destroyed the city in the first place. And Midoriya just raised an eyebrow and shook his head. SHT like that doesn't happen every day, certainly, but there is a certain level of destruction everyone is used to nowadays. I'm sure they didn't like his presence at first, but what else were they supposed to do? The government had failed them, the hero had destroyed their city and fed off to who knows where. A statement, not a question. And here is the supposed villain, bowing his head and apologizing to them, offering them work and aid, protection from the gangs and criminals that had taken root. 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐲 felt a knot settle in his stomach as Midoriya continued. He didn't like where this was going. The last time they'd fought the man, the losses incurred had been astronomical, personally and monetarily. They couldn't risk losing the symbol of peace, as he was called by that point, so the government decided to take a different approach this time around. Quite a useful one, all things considered. I'd prefer to get this smoothed out quickly. A war with All for One would be problematic. Nezu had calmed down marginally after hearing that All for One wasn't the main culprit. The knot in 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐲's stomach cinched tighter. What approach did the government take, Midoriya? Midoriya gave him a look of something approaching pity, even if it didn't make it further than his eyes. The first thing they did was declare an information quarantine. No one that was on the original investigation team was to be informed. You were all supposed to continue living your lives considering him dead. That's not possible. All of us were fairly high-ranking officers at the time. We would have come across traces of his existence again. You're right. You never did because you transferred to a small precinct, and one or two of the others had the same luck, I think. Would have to check my files to be sure. And the rest? Either they followed the NDA and left it alone, or they were silenced. Too much of a security risk, otherwise. How many? At least one, couldn't give you an exact number. I never continued the line of investigation. Wasn't important. 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐲 wanted to yell for that comment. Each of them had been DMN good cops on that team. It did matter. But that wasn't what Midoriya was saying, even if it felt like it. What did they do next? 𝐻𝐸 was the one to answer him this time. He was hunched forward slightly, elbow on his knee and paw on his chin. They brought those of us to the table they thought needed to be involved in a long-term negotiation. The Yaozu conglomerate, Detnerat, NTT, Nippon, and Daiichi Life, the top 3 hero schools, Soyu, Ketsubutsu, and Shiketsu. There were also a few other groups, but it hardly matters now. Midoriya nodded. Mai and I were brought in a few years ago after All for One visited us in our headquarters. The government views our technology as an integral part of the redesign and expansion of the JSDF. So when we were visited, the government stepped in and brokered a deal between us. If Naomasa could have gone paler, he would have. As it was, he felt a painful thump in his chest. You have deals with All for One. Naomasa practically croaked the words. Had would be the operative word. He thought our technology could help heal him. Naomasa's eyes widened in horror. You didn't. Oh gods no. I'm not stupid, Nao. We both walked away unhappy with the deal, but it has held. Naomasa slumped. Things start with that. Midoriya shrugged. As it was, we couldn't have fixed him at that point anyway. Could do it now, but there isn't a chance in hell I'm going to. What did you do for him, then? I gave him his face back and restored his sinuses. Even if he's a meatball on the inside, still doesn't mean he had to look like it. All Might literally managed to punch a man's face off. Naomasa rubbed his temple. That was supposed to kill him. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Yeah, real heroic, that. If you want someone dead, chop off their head and burn the body. Otherwise, you're going to end up with them crawling back out of the grave. Naomasa looked slightly aghast at the thought but waved his hand. Back on topic. What was the deal they made with All for One? 𝐻𝐸 shrugged this time. Fairly groundbreaking for who it was made with, but nothing crazy in the contents. We recognize his presence and the good he's doing for Nagata. The government ceases its pursuit of the man, as well as his operations. In return, he makes certain concessions and follows certain rules. Naomasa simply hung his head, tired and drained. This entire thing is making a mockery of justice. What rules did he have to follow? There were 2 major clauses for All for One to follow. The one of lesser importance was regarding the crimes that the government wasn't willing to look the other way on. No more terrorism. No genocide, slavery, human trafficking, or cannibalism. No violations of the Geneva Conventions. Most of that is self-explanatory and irrelevant but was put down anyway. How the hell is any of that the lesser importance? The big thing was the second clause. Should Japan come under assault from a foreign power, All for One would step up and aid in Japan's defense. Naomasa felt his jaw drop. You turned the symbol of evil into a goddamn nuclear deterrent. Midoriya scoffed at him. You sound like Shimura. The only people who called him the symbol of evil were the One for All users, Midoriya muttered. Thing edgy name. Naomasa was staring blankly at him again. You know about One for All. And Shimura. What about Shimura? Midoriya threw his hands in the air before letting them fall back into his lap, disconcerted. Midoriya winced. Bad idea. A conversation for another time. You're here about the USJ, aren't you? Of course it is. Naomasa looked around before shaking his head. I need coffee before we continue this. The silence that 𝐻𝐸's secretary walked into was stifling. One of his employer's personal students laid in the bed, bandaged from the neck down, while his other sat on the windowsill, glaring at the police detective. A police detective who looked one step from death. Tired and sick. 𝐻𝐸 simply sat next to the side table with a cup of tea and his teapot. That particularly confused the secretary, because he had just seen that exact teapot on the president's desk, and he certainly hadn't brought it down to the mammal. In fact, he had his hands full with the requested coffee. The detective took the coffee from him gratefully while Hatsune practically snatched the other cup, now glaring at the student in the bed before downing half of it, all while maintaining eye contact. After a moment, she went back to glaring at the detective. The secretary shook his head. Whatever this was, he didn't want to know. He had kept this position for so long because of one thing. Discretion. He sure as hell wasn't going to stop that now. The president dismissed him, and he gladly left the room. So, the USJ. 𝐂𝐲 broke the awkward silence once the door closed behind 𝐁𝐂's secretary. The coffee tasted glorious. Real beans, instead of the instant SHT they had at the precinct. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, I'm going to have to ask you to bite me. 𝐻𝐸𝐽's glare narrowed, daring 𝐂𝐲 to finish that sentence. Midoriya put his hand on her arm before turning back to the detective. It's fine, NAO. Anything I have to say, she already knows, anyway. My suit was recording the entire time. A frustrated scream was beginning to build in 𝐂𝐲's chest. Are you telling me that we have a full recording of the USJ from start to finish, from your perspective? And you are just now telling me this? Midoriya's eyes widened as they flicked between the other three in the room with him. 3 levels of varying disbelief and, in 𝐻𝐸𝐽's case, amusement. Whoops. 𝐂𝐲 rubbed his face with a sigh. This, Midoriya. This kind of SHT is why we stopped asking for your help. Midoriya flinched. In my defense, I have other things on my mind at the moment. 𝐂𝐲 leveled a flat stare at the two students. We arrested just over 200 villains at the USJ, dead and alive. The students fought over 5-to-1 odds. And you're just now telling me that the evidence I needed was just hanging out in a server bank somewhere. I want that recording. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 clicked her tongue but pulled an external hard drive from one of her pockets and handed it to him. 𝐂𝐲 gave his thanks curtly. I'll review the footage later. For now, tell me what happened. I want to hear your thoughts. Midoriya shrugged. You'll see my actions. I did what I believed was necessary in order to keep the others alive. That's not what I was asking, Midoriya. My actions speak for themselves. I will not apologize, if that is what you're looking for. 𝐂𝐲 glanced down and placed his hand on the hard drive. Fine. I'll be back after reviewing the footage with more questions. I should 𝐁𝐂's eyes gleamed as he cut in. I think you should stay. We could use your quirk for my questions. 𝐂𝐲 took in the narrowing of Midoriya's eyes, as well as the smile on 𝐁𝐂's face, which never failed to send shivers down his spine. I don't think you'll find his quirk terribly useful against me. 𝐂𝐲 narrowed his own eyes. Why is that, Midoriya? Because I don't lie. 𝐂𝐲 sat back down. Something told him that he should just get the revelations out of the way. Everyone lies, Midoriya. Not everyone, NAO. Midoriya, did you run experiments on sentient beings with the purpose of developing extensive genetic and mechanical modifications? No, I did not. 𝐂𝐲 raised his eyebrows at the two beings staring each other down. He didn't know why these questions were being asked or where they were going, but considering the content, 𝐂𝐲 wasn't sure he wanted to know. True. Have you, Midoriya, ever intentionally harmed a sentient being for an experiment or test? No, I have not. True. Is Midoriya Izuku the only name that you have ever gone by? Midoriya stiffened. It was minute, but 𝐂𝐲 saw his hand clench at his side. Of course not. I'm an information broker. True. 𝐁𝐂, I'm not sure where you're going with this, but Midoriya, how old were you when you received your military training? It was 𝐂𝐲's turn to stiffen. Military training. 𝐂𝐲 had always assumed that Midoriya had been trained by some ex-hero. A vigilante maybe. Hell, even a villain. He hadn't gone to the military. Midoriya had been too young. Midoriya grit his teeth, eyes flicking toward 𝐂𝐲. I joined the military in a legal manner. True. That wasn't the question, Midoriya. Were you under 18 years old when you joined the military? Midoriya narrowed his eyes as if in thought before hissing at the chimera. 𝐁𝐂 offered a vicious grin. 14. I was 14 when I went through basic training. 𝐂𝐲 blinked. True. Midoriya, the minimum age to join the JSDF is 18. I'm well aware. Was it the JSDF that you joined at the age of 14, Midoriya? No, he replied shortly, the word practically a growl. True. What exactly was going on here? Midoriya had never left Japan before beginning his company, according to their records. Besides, that wasn't weight 14. Midoriya, how old were you when you were put into your coma? Midoriya turned a snarl towards him. At 2, Brutus. I was put into a year-long coma on my 14th birthday. True. Nezu looked like he had just won the jackpot as his eyes lit up. Finally, a puzzle piece clicked into place for the Chimera. What was the quirk of your attacker, Midoriya? Midoriya's face became stony. Explosion. True. Nezu's smile dropped a bit. That tainted the small victory. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware that Bakugo would go that far, even at such a young age. I would never have allowed him into this school if I had known. We've had that conversation, sir. Less jubilantly, Nezu nodded his head and continued. The quirk of the man who put you in a coma, Midoriya. Unknown, even to me. True. All three men turned towards Hatsume, fidgeting with several small parts of some device. She shrugged. No reason Nao should get to have all the true-false fun. Nezu stopped asking questions for a long moment, long enough that Naomasa felt like he might get up and leave. He already had enough to sort out in his head without whatever nonsense was going on with Midoriya. Hell, it hadn't even been his case. Then Nezu lit up, and Midoriya's snarl was back in full force. Don't you think asked that dash how old were you during the majority of your special forces operations? Midoriya opened his mouth to shout but clenched down hard enough he felt his jaw creak. Old enough and with enough training. Nezu smiled. He had him. We're leaving. Midoriya attempted to get up and leave before he was pushed back down by Naomasa. Midoriya snarled at the man. I'm considering this a part of the USJ investigation now, Midoriya. Who are you? How many Earth years old were you during the majority of your Special Forces operations? Late 20s, early 30s. Both creatures blinked. Nezu's brain worked in overdrive, looking for an explanation with what he knew. He expected an extra year or two. Maybe he was a government plant in UA. Maybe he came up with some kind of youth serum. Nezu hadn't known what to expect on that front, really, but he hadn't expected a decade of time missing. As if the reason for his anger had suddenly left, Midoriya sagged with a long, sad sigh. Told you it would come out at some point, Aizu. How pointless. Straightening, Midoriya placed his left arm behind him in the small of his back and his right arm fisted across his stomach. With a slight bow of his right shoulder, Midoriya spoke. Allow me to reintroduce myself properly. Lieutenant Perry Midoriya Izuku, second in command of the Black Cats, at your service. It was a slow, meandering walk that took Midoriya and Hatsume the long way to the dormitories. On one side of Midoriya, Hatsume walked along with her eyes trained on him. He felt like an old man, as on the other side, Midoriya walked with a cane supporting his weight. The bandages chafed at his wounds, and the white of the cotton bandages peeked out from underneath his shirt and shorts, covering the skin that was revealed. Evidently, the resentful annoyance present on Midoriya's face wasn't enough for the students along the path to cease their stares at his injuries. Midoriya could understand that, he supposed. It wasn't often that you saw someone under 21 look like they had just crawled out of the grave. Midoriya looked down at the paper in his hand with a scowl. Instructions he'd have to follow if he wished to remain in U. Instructions that he would have liked to have told Nezu to shove up his butt. Ambush him with a truth quirk after he had just woken up. Ambush him with questions about things that were none of his business. His military service was his to share and his alone. Midoriya wouldn't have even cared about the truth quirk, he couldn't lie anyway, if refusing to answer wouldn't have been an affirmation in and of itself. You know, we could always threaten to transfer. Pull our funding and go somewhere like Shiketsu. I'm sure they'd love to have us. Midoriya snorted at the mere idea of the threat. Oh, the board would hate that, sure, but no school's going to take me right now. Quirkless and a killer. Too much heat to take in something like that. Hatsume scowled, opening her mouth. Midoriya cut her off. No, I don't see myself like that now, but it is how they would see it. Besides, Nezu's just says that he had no chance of figuring it out. Well, that and the self-experimentation. He's royally cessed with that. Shouldn't be, Hatsume grumbled. You didn't harm anything sentient. Midoriya made a noise amounting to an A and wiggled his free hand. With his past, experimentation is a bit of a sore subject. I'm sure I'd have had just as violent a reaction if I were in his shoes. Tiny shoes. Midoriya gave Hatsum a blank look. What? She drew out the word with a seemingly innocent smile. He has tiny little strange digitigrade shoes. Midoriya gave a bit of a wry smile before frowning again and looking back to the page of instructions. You know, Shimura hasn't shown back up yet. Hatsum raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a good thing? She was driving you insane. Midoriya took a breath before letting it out. I'm not so sure anymore. She showed up in my memories. Excuse me? Like, overwriting your memories, or some sort of temporal bullshit? No. Nothing like that. When I was out cold, I was reliving a few of my memories. She showed up, and we had a bit of a talk. Hatsum frowned, though her voice was soft when she spoke next. That's something you do a lot. Relive your memories. Every time I close my eyes. Some good, some bad. She found me in one of the bad ones. You worried that she's still in there? I hope for her sake she's not. You sure she wasn't just a hallucination in that brain of yours? Midoriya smacked Hatsum's shin with his cane. The inventor couldn't help but yelp at the blunt force and bounce a bit on one leg. So that's why Recovery Girl likes these so much. Despite most of the students still being inside the building, it was quiet in the dormitory for Class 1A. A serious and sullen silence had descended, hanging as if a cloud over the building, and as much so the heads of the very students themselves. There were few people in common areas of the first floor, and as such, there were few heads that turned when the front doors quietly clicked open. Toga slammed hard enough into Midoriya's ribs to have him heaving a breath. The BLD had left his face, and despite the cane, Toga had him on the floor while his ears rang and his vision swam. Midoriya's faculties were slowly coming back to him, and when they did, the room was in a panic. I didn't know. Gyro's panicked expression was matched only by Toga's tone. I'm good. Midoriya's croak came out raspier than he'd intended. Raspier than he thought should have been possible, considering his throat was coated in air. That was why they were panicking. You very much aren't good, Midoriya. You're spitting up BLD. Midoriya turned his gaze toward Class 1 as president and gave a smile, one that would have been more convincing if his teeth weren't stained copper. Carefully, Midoriya took Hatsum's offered assistance and slowly regained his footing. He reclaimed his cane, gratefully leaning his weight on it. Yes, well, I'll admit this is probably the worst I've been injured in a long time. I'll survive a bit of BLD in my lungs. The wry comment did nothing to comfort or soothe the faces of his. He paused, considering. Classmates? Students? Hell, it didn't really seem to matter anymore. Could you do me a favor, Yorozu? Make you new bandages. You're bleeding through those. The stony tone had Midoriya sighing as he looked down and saw that, yes, evidently, he had busted the stitches in his side. Himi, could you go get the first aid kit? It should have what we need. As for what I need from you, Yorozu, I have information for the class, both my own and what I was asked to pass on from our rat overlord. Could you go get the rest of the class? And if it isn't too much, could you send someone to go collect 1B next door? It would be best if I do this all at the same time. I can try, but Yorozu trailed off before finding her words again. Some of the students have been taking things worse than others since the USJ. Midoriya dipped his head and sighed. Just do your best. That'll be enough. Yorozu offered a sort of cringe at the statement but nodded. She strode off just as Toga was coming back. She helped Midoriya remove his shirt before beginning to unwind the bandages around his midsection. The exclamation he heard had Midoriya blinking blearily, his face tipped in the student's direction. Almost all of 1A had taken up residence in the common area by the time Midoriya looked around, while several students from 1B were still trickling in, their expressions aghast, their eyes wide and fixated on him. He'd zoned out. Odd, must be more out of it than I thought. 𝐔𝐸𝐽, Midoriya realized, had been the one to gasp at the sight of him. He gave her a sardonic grin. You guys happened to catch the number of the bus that hit me? A round of awkward, humorless chuckling. I think it would be easier for your classmates to laugh if you didn't look like a butcher had just finished putting you back together, Midoriya. Midoriya's eyes rolled drolly to the doorway, where 3 people that he hadn't expected to show up stood, watching him with quiet apprehension. To what do we owe the honor of US Big 3 making an appearance like this? Tagata frowned while a Magiki hid, half behind him. Heido was the one to answer, far softer than he had come to expect from the girl. We're just coming to check on our underclassmen. You all went through quite an event. Discontent murmured its way across the class as Midoriya's smile struggled to stay plastered on his face. Yes, well. Feel free to sit down. I need to talk to you 3, anyway. I was going to get to you tomorrow, but we'll just get it over with tonight. The last few students, it seemed, had already made their way in, finding places around the room to stand. Midoriya sighed and, nodding, stood with only slight difficulty. Hello, everyone. As Heido has so lovingly stated, he began, his tone thick with unintentional sarcasm, we've all been through a tremendous deal of stress over this past week. Midoriya took a deep breath, looking at each of them and then down at the piece of paper in his hand. The truth of the matter is that, in this line of work, you will have to see things, do things, that will haunt you until the day you die. But the truth of the matter is also that it should have never happened this early. It is unfortunate that an attack occurred on school property and even more so that it happened to students so young and early in their careers. The faculty will be working tirelessly to improve and help the students, so that a situation such as this does not occur again, and so the students can move forward with their chosen career paths. Midoriya found the same varying levels of disgust that he had felt at repeating the statement reflected in the faces of the 2 classes in front of him. Even the Big 3 looked a bit queasy. That's the official statement of the faculty and board of UE University to us students. I can tell from the look on your faces that it sounded just as much like political bullshit as it tasted to say. Midoriya folded the piece of paper in his hand once, twice, against his leg, allowing himself a brief pause before continuing. Luckily for us, our president may be a psychotic, chimeric at times, but he understands full well that political BS isn't what we want to hear at the moment. A chorus of affirmations had Midoriya shifting, nodding. So what the hell is he going to do for us? Midoriya turned slowly to the voice on his left. Zero sat with Kaminari. His voice was hoarse from smoke inhalation, and his arms were wrapped in bandages, discolored from what Midoriya suspected was burn cream. Kaminari sat next to him, looking as if he was one angry accusation away from crying, which, the situation being what it was, Midoriya supposed, that could be exactly what was happening. Before I get to that, I should address some of the questions you have about me, don't you think? The middle finger Shinso flagged in the air caught Midoriya's attention first. It made a lot more sense, though, when he followed it with sign language. What did he say? Tsunotori asked the question. Poor girl is barely getting a hold of Japanese as a language. She's in for a hell of a time when she has to learn JSL. A few of her classmates echoed the sentiment, which had Midoriya quietly pursing his lips. Another class to recommend for them. He apologizes for being unable to speak. His throat is still healing after his stint in the fire zone. A few members of the class went rigid at the mention. He then asks how exactly the villains from the USJ knew me and I them. More waving of Shinso's middle finger. I'm certain that you don't all need that part translated. Well, it's a good question. How the hell did you know the villains, Midoriya? Midoriya dipped his head in 𝐒𝐻's direction. First, allow me to reintroduce myself. Midoriya placed his left hand behind his back while keeping his right on the cane to keep himself stable. My name, as you all know, is Midoriya Izuku. Physically 18, born July 15, 2293. What does this have dash? I am also known as Lieutenant Perry Midoriya Izuku, second in command of the Black Cats. The room froze, having put Midoriya's military service out of their minds with everything that had happened since the revelation, cast aside as it was. Yorozu made a note to herself to have her family look into these Black Cats. What are the Black Cats? Uraraka and Tagata questioned simultaneously. Midoriya smiled briefly at their shared look at one another. The Black Cats are the unit I served in for the majority of my military service. They were a Black Book Special Forces unit. Midoriya, are you telling me that you served not only underage but underage in the Special Forces? Midoriya dipped his head at Ida's strangled tone and expression. There are extenuating circumstances that the police are aware of. One police officer. And a vast majority of my time wasn't spent underage. How old are you? Midoriya sighed at the follow-up. He expected it, of course. Do you want my physical or mental age? The joke wasn't received as well as he'd hoped. I am currently 18 years old, Ida. Same as you. Midoriya shook his head at their confusion. I would tell you how, but, if I'm being honest, I don't like talking about it. Knowing the exact details of the situation also involves an active investigation, so if you want stories of my service, sure. Just understand that what happened to me isn't going to make sense chronologically. That doesn't answer Shinso's question. Kirishima this time. Right. To get back on track, I grew quite disgusted with heroes a few years ago, a fact that I'm sure some of you have already picked up on. I have my reasons, but getting into those here would keep you all night. Using the skills afforded to me by my experiences and the technology developed at Moonlit Industries, I began operating as something akin to an information broker. The room at large seemed to still. So, you work with villains? Zero's face twisted bitterly with disgust. Midoriya inclined his head. I have worked with heroes, law enforcement, the government, vigilantes, and villains. I've hired all of the above if I believed them to have the skills necessary to achieve the goals I'd set or that were set for us. Primarily, we work closely with the government. More mixed responses. Then you've worked with the ones that attacked us before. It was more of an accusation than a question from Zero, but Midoriya didn't let it get to him. No. In this case, I have never. Midoriya gagged, scowling as he covered his mouth with the back of his hand. Several of those in the room eyed him with concern. Sorry. No, I've never worked with these specific villains. I have been part of a deal brokered between myself and their leader. To be clear, it was the government itself that brokered that deal. Now that got a reaction from the class, and even from the big three. Midoriya put his hand up after a moment more of chaos. The government is working with villains. Tetsu asked, looking more like a mummy than a person. Midoriya just wiggled his free hand. Before I answer that question, I need to distinguish something. We as a society overuse the word villain. A vast majority of the people you encounter will never be dangerous enough or commit deeds that deserve that title. They are criminals, yes, but they are not villains. Nods of understanding had Midoriya continuing. These individuals aren't like that. Around the world, there are a handful of true villains that even the government classifies as existential threats to the peace and prosperity of society, should they attack us. Japan has 2 of these. One on the west coast, one in Okinawa. In both cases, the government could do something about them, but it simply isn't worth the cost both to the country and its people. So we just have to live with them. Kendo looked like she was going to be sick. It depends. If they are a threat and refuse to come to heal, the government is likely to strike at and remove them. This has happened thrice in the last decade in the European Federation, for example. In this case, we're lucky. Both of ours take care of the people in their regions. Yorozu snorted derisively. Yeah, and the mob in Italy takes care of their people, too. Midoriya dipped his head in concession. Before he could respond, however, Tagata chimed in, gaining the attention of both classes. The way his expression twisted, so laughably adverse to the confidence and hopefulness that he usually wore, reminded Midoriya errantly of someone who'd eaten something sour. They teach you about both them and this in your 3rd year normally, and it's supposed to be a thought experiment. Midoriya clicked his tongue at that. Yeah, well. When people can turn themselves into weapons of mass destruction, that changes. Monoma raised his hand, catching the attention of the 2 men. What exactly do they teach as a thought experiment? Midoriya poised to answer as Tagata continued sking on his metaphorical lemon. That crime, at its fundamental level, cannot be eradicated. If then we cannot eradicate it, wouldn't it be better to control it? To shape it in an acceptable direction? That we police certain crimes harsher and more doggedly while allowing others to go under the radar more often, or so the criminals think, that we could shape the criminal underground into a more acceptable form. More mixed reactions, mostly negative. This is, I say again, more necessary when the people in question can eradicate an entire city before they are stopped. The government brokers deals with a lot of various, and sometimes morally questionable, individuals to ensure that the general public can live peacefully from day to day. So what? Some kind of supervillain has it out for the government and that's why we got attacked. Who is it? 𝐤𝐸, again. Midoriya didn't blame him for being angry but, nevertheless, shook his head. Sorry, I can't tell you that one. Why not? Don't we deserve to know who attacked us? Tomura Shigaraki, Class 3 Emitter Quirk, Kurogiri, Class 6 Warp Quirk, a biological weapon designed to fight All Might, and finally, a slew of villains with quirks ranging from Class 1 to Class that is who attacked the USJ. That is who is wanted for the attack. And what? Their boss just wasn't involved. Rather than anger, Midoriya noted the anxiety in Soto's tone and saw it reflected in the faces of several of his classmates. In all likelihood, he knew nothing of this attack. If he wanted to do something like this, it would have happened very differently from how it did. I wouldn't be surprised if Shigaraki gets his neck wrung for this. Why are we being told any of this? Ieyasu spoke up from the back of the room, and for once, his sparkles weren't quite so bright. Wait, why the F am I seeing sparkles? Simple. This is what Nezu wants to provide you. If not solace, then information. The first step of that is my being honest with you. I want you to know that any of you, and I do mean any of you, can come to me if you need something or have questions. As far as I'm concerned, labels of classes just went out the metaphorical window. We've been through hell, all of us, and each and every one of you sitting here today have gone through something I don't wish on anyone, no matter the experience. Each of you is a hero to the person beside you. Don't let anyone tell you differently. Brothers and sisters all, not in BLD but in deed. Trust each other to have your backs, as you'll have theirs. Is Honinuki okay? Kaminari's voice was small and hesitant. The tone had Midoriya turning to him. He felt his heart clench when Kaminari couldn't look him in the eyes. Honinuki had to have a pacemaker put in, and he'll be in physical therapy for a little bit. But he'll live. Kaminari hung his head even lower. What about Shishida? As it was Setsuna who had asked, Midoriya turned discreetly to their sister class president. He saw in Kendo's eyes that she had some idea. Already. She had seen him when they'd pulled him from the conflagration zone. Some part of her knew already, and she was dreading it, but it was her responsibility to ask. Slowly, she took hold of Setsuna's hand and nodded to Midoriya. I am sorry to inform you that Shishida Jirota died while in transit to the hospital. The fire had simply spread over too much of his body, and the shock of his injuries was too great. I'm sorry. Nothing he had said before mattered at that moment. Not his injuries, not the deaths they had inflicted. No implications or insinuations. No one was a hero at that moment. Midoriya wasn't sure who was the first to break, or even who was second. One by one, the class shattered. 1B had known Shishida the best, but he had been a friend to them all, someone who was soft and kind-hearted and relentless. It wasn't long that we knew Shishida, but it was long enough. He was protective, kind, smart, and so well-mannered that he was almost a pain at times. A wet chuckle cropped up from somewhere in the room. Everyone here knows what it meant to him to protect those around him. From school assignments to the partnered combat training, he gave his all to keep his classmates safe, and that protection was one he enacted until he passed away. For his actions at the USJ, for the protection of not just those in the flames but for every one of us, we owe him a debt that we'll never fully repay. But by honoring his memory, he will never be forgotten. Slowly, Midoriya made his way to Kendo. We may not have known him as well as you all did, but it's enough. Shishida protected us all, and from now on, we'll all protect each other. Grab the spare futons from the closets. No one should be alone tonight. Too much information and not enough time to process it. The faculty won't like it. Not a question, just a statement of fact. The faculty wanted the hero course back in their respective dorms before curfew. If the dorm faculty have a problem with it tonight, given what's happened, they won't be faculty here long. The professors understand better than most. It's all right. Midoriya pointed at the three silent observers, watching as two hero classes began to mourn their fallen. He jerked his thumb at the staircase and elevator on the other side of the doorway, knowing that they would follow behind him. He could trust the classes to their presidents. The elevator hummed quietly beneath the four students as it moved upwards. Blue eyes met blue eyes before flicking to meet indigo. Midoriya stood with his back to the others but felt their gazes on him, all the same. Out of the elevator, Midoriya led the three down a long corridor, stopping at a door near the end that was key-locked, as well as protected by a wall-mounted code pad to its right. Wordlessly, he slipped a key ring from his pocket, inserting the key before typing a series of numbers onto the pad. The group standing behind him listened as the inner mechanisms sounded with a loud thunk. Midoriya returned to the key and, turning it, opened the door. Tagata was going to ask what precisely was so special about the room that required all of the extra security when the question died in his throat. While not much larger than the rooms they had as third years, the fully stocked army cage in the back corner, especially when combined with the workbench beside it, took up any extra space there might have been. Heido pointed at the cage, for once seemingly dumbfounded by the sight, rather than enticed into questions. What? Midoriya gave her a small grin. Well, that is certainly new. You all know that I aid the teachers from time to time. Sometimes Snipe asks me to work on some of the school's army. Hence, the added security. But all of that, Midoriya gestured to the workstation and extended room, isn't relevant to what we need to discuss. Tagata's eyes flicked away from the rifles in the cage, the very obvious long-range rifles, and returned his gaze to Midoriya. Amajiki shuffled over to the cage for a closer look and to avoid Midoriya's prying eyes. Heido still looked dumbfounded. What do you need to talk about? Something from the president. Midoriya offered Tagata a wiggling gesture with his hand before sitting down at the desk sitting off-center in the middle of the room. He pulled several packets of papers from the filing cabinet next to the desk, and, hovering his hand over a cup as he thought, plucked several pens from it. He handed both the pens and the paperwork over to three. NDAs, sign and we can continue. That seemed to shock Heido out of her dumbfounded fugue. Why do we need to sign NDAs for this conversation? Is it related to what the president wanted you to tell us? Oh, is it a government secret like you were talking about with the students earlier? Does it have something to do with the USJ? We're totally one step from full-time heroes, right? So does it have something to do with that? Midoriya waited a moment for a break in the questions to throw up his hands, stopping the woman short. Something like that. Sign and we can talk. You can only discuss what we're about to talk about with parties that have been approved. All of the details are there in the packet. It's a standard non-disclosure agreement, something I'm sure you're all used to. Especially you, Amajiki. Something sharp and dangerous flitted behind Amajiki's eyes before quickly being masked by the nervous, socially shy expression that everyone was used to. A wonderful schooling of his features that was utterly betrayed by his friend's tense statures. Midoriya waited for them to read through the packet, the atmosphere calm in their silence. When they returned the papers to him, Midoriya looked at the packets for a long moment before letting out a long breath. He placed his cane between his legs and leaned against it from his office chair as he took in the big three scattered throughout the room. All right. Who here wants to work for the Hero Commission? The three looked at each other, baffled. Confusing statement, isn't it? Hero licenses and, with them, the ability to use your quirks in public are all sanctioned and regulated by the Hero Commission. No one at any hero school teaches anything different, and of course, the only place UM mentions it is in the exit counseling that a majority of students will skip anyway. What does this have to do with the NDAs we just signed, Midoriya? The question from Tagata had Midoriya nodding, holding up a hand. I'm getting there. So, you have a variety of options that don't involve the Hero Commission. The government is more than happy to accept you into several roles. Underground heroes and freelance heroes are not governed by the Commission, and, in fact, 3 of our top 10 heroes currently do not work with the Commission. our number 5, Edgeshot, 7th, Miruko, and our 9th, Ryukyu. That had Heido sitting up straighter. She had been aware of the tension between her mentor and the commission suits that showed up constantly, but she hadn't been aware that her mentor wasn't with the commission at all. Why? I thought Ryukyu had a hero license. Midoriya looked toward Heido and nodded. It's not something they advertise, because, well, why would they? The reason Ryukyu doesn't report to the commission is irrelevant to this point, but if you want to hear it, just ask her. I'm sure she'd tell you. Though, I would maybe get a drink or two in her first. It's not a pleasant tale. What is the point of this, then? Midoriya sighed. I bring this up because if you do want to work with the Hero Commission, then knowing the information I'm about to tell you might actually end up being a detriment. They aren't part of the government, and they most certainly don't like anyone knowing things unless it is on their own terms. It won't stop you from getting your license, per se, but they will make your life significantly harder for knowing things above your station, as they would put it. This has something to do with what you were talking about downstairs. It wasn't a question from Tagata but a statement, one that Midoriya could only dip his head in affirmation of. Why us? Midoriya looked between the three, and as none of them got up to leave with that new knowledge, continued on. 3 reasons, really. 1. You 3 are the best of your class and 3 of the most promising up-and-coming heroes in the country, and that isn't Nezu blowing smoke. Nezu expects you 3 will all make big waves wherever you go after graduation. 2. After the USJ incident, it was made readily apparent to the rat how woefully unprepared for warp quirks A's defenses are. And, if we're being honest, there isn't much that we can do to prepare for them. There is a reason that the handful of warp quirks in the world are tightly controlled by the governments they live under. 3. Amongst your group, you have the best spread. Midoriya pointed at each of them in turn, beginning with Tagata, Commission, at Heido, Freelance, and finally at Imagiki, Underground. The president expects us to take the lead in protecting the non-hero students if something big happens. Midoriya dipped his head again to Tagata. I suspect that won't be a problem. The 3 each gave Midoriya vaguely offended looks that he simply clicked his tongue at. Yes, obviously, but the question had to be asked. Midoriya collected a palm-sized bar from his desk before setting it down on the floor. Phoenix, if you'd be so kind as to display Japan. Mark Okinawa, Niigata, and Kanazawa, please. The bar flickered, and the room lit with a holographic display that had Heido jumping up with an expression akin to a giddy child on Christmas morning. Midoriya shot her a look that said to not ask. Yes, it's a hologram. Yes, we're almost ready to ship to the public. Please sit down. Midoriya pointed at one of the marked locations on the map. Okinawa. Japanese territory that is anything but under Japanese control. A Class 5 quirk threat, or if you would prefer the Commission's way of doing things, an S-class supervillain known as Laverna has taken up comfortable residence here on the island. An ironic name, as her quirk is that of the mythological figure, the Kitsune. You mentioned that before downstairs. Class 3, Class 6, Classes 1, and what did you mean by that? The unexpected question had Tagata glancing at his shy friend in surprise. Ah, yes. It is a classification system used by the government to judge the potential threat of an individual. The commission system judges villains' threat levels by their quirks and the crimes that they can be charged with. Between these 2 things, they are assigned a letter class based on their threat. Midoriya gave a sharp smile. As a side note, I'm classified as an F-rank threat owing to my quirklessness. And the government system? Another question, or a continuation of the prior question, from Imagiki. It takes a greater number of attributes into consideration. That's it. Quirk affects this value still but isn't the major ruling factor. It was created after it was decided that the commission wasn't to be trusted. That statement is a problem in and of itself, Midoriya. Midoriya looked back to Tagata and grunted. You don't understand just how fed up the governments of the world are and just how close everyone is to returning to the urbans. But back to the topic at hand, Laverna is a Class 5 threat, yes, but that doesn't mean she is a threat, if that makes sense. To continue the Roman analogy she seems to have going, think of her like a legate. She controls and administers Okinawa for the government, and in return, they leave her to her devices. It's a mess of bureaucracy and rules, but it works for them, and despite some of the ongoings being less than legal, Okinawa is both peaceful and experiencing its best economic boom in centuries. So they aren't a villain? Heido asked in confusion. Midoriya grimaced. The first takedown team they sent after her walked into the sea and drowned themselves. Of course, the government could have rousted her out if they'd really wanted to, but it probably would have involved military action, and as she hadn't committed crimes that were totally unacceptable and some of the more Inari-oriented Shinshoku caught wind, Midoriya let himself trail off. He had made his point. Togata grimaced now. Better the devil you know than the one you don't. Midoriya nodded and pointed to the map's west coast region. That wonderful phrase brings us to our second supervillain, an individual whose real name is practically lost to time. All for one. Amajiki's head jerked in horror from the map to Midoriya. I know that name. You aren't telling me his thing real. Everyone looked at Amajiki and, while it had him flushing and his ears twitching, he kept eye contact with Midoriya. Togata lightly placed his hand on his arm. Jiki. Midoriya sighed. Quite real, yes. Togata looked between the two men, confused, before asking for elaboration. Amajiki, getting worked up now, stared fixedly at the map, gesturing vaguely to Togata. A rumor in the underground. A myth, really. Togata looked back at Midoriya. Who is this guy that has Tamaki so worked up? Midoriya pursed his lips. Saint or Satan, it depends on who you ask. He's named after his quirk. Class 5 threat all for one has the ability to take and give quirks. Permanently. Togata's jaw dropped, and Heido reeled back as if she'd been slapped. Amajiki glared at the map as if it held the answers to an unknowable question. That's not possible. It goes against everything we know about quirks. The hushed tones of horror in Heido's voice weren't lost on Midoriya. Yes, well, in my opinion, quirks are bullshit and can't be understood purely with science. But we aren't getting into that right now. He's quite real, but believe it or not, that isn't why he is considered truly dangerous. How is that not dangerous? The exclamation from Togata had Midoriya rolling his eyes. Take a moment to think about that question. We have somewhere around 168,480,000 people in Japan right now, give or take several tens of thousands because, you know, people who don't want to be censused or want to F with the government. You take away the roughly 33.5 million people that are quirkless like me. You still have almost 135 million people with quirks. Even if he took a couple hundred quirks a day, it would take him thousands of years to take everyone's quirks in Japan. That sounds plenty dangerous to me. Togata's hardline stance nearly had Midoriya groaning. And what do you think people would be doing in the meantime? Letting it happen. No. The military could put a missile in a tin can if they wanted. With him advertising his position like that, he would be done for. How many quirks do you know that could handle that? Do you think his limit would come before his eradication? I certainly do. The government certainly does. But they don't, because that isn't the threat. Then why doesn't the government deal with him? It was Heido again, perturbed. If it's so easy to eliminate him, why not do it? Togata moved to look at Heido, horrified at the blatant willingness to kill a man. Midoriya blew out a breath. Because he is DMN good with people on top of his personal strength. He controls the underground in his area almost entirely. 15 years ago, he fought All Might to a standstill, and both walked away injured. The resulting damage nearly eradicated Nagata. So it wasn't the natural disaster the media claimed it was. Amajiki's calm observation had Midoriya snorting as he shook his head. Not in the slightest. But guess who was there apologizing in the aftermath? Helping people rebuild. Funding infrastructure and schools. Keeping crime controlled and gangs from murdering innocent people. Togata could see where this was going, and he didn't like it. All for one. Yeah, all for one. Nagata to Konozawa, he spread his underground empire, and rather than risk what had already happened once, happening again, the terrorism, the crime, the destruction, our government struck a deal with him, one that has kept the peace and controls crime in the area, in some ways more effectively than the heroes do. Until now. He was the one that attacked you at the USJ, wasn't he? More hushed tones from Heido. Midoriya was thankful he could shake his head no. No, thank the gods for that. It was one of his subordinates, and Nezu and I both highly doubt All for One knew anything about the attack. Things wouldn't have gone as well. Nowhere near. We're hoping we can defuse this situation. If we can't, Midoriya trailed off, letting the three heroes work out the rest for themselves. So the president expects us to fight the demon of the underground. No, he wants you all informed so that you know what to expect if this Cold War goes hot. This could get ugly real quick. You three are the best bet the civilian students here at you have to get away alive if another attack occurs on school grounds. Nezu expects that it is All Might's responsibility to fight him, as well as my own, if he shows up here on campus. Three wide sets of eyes locked on Midoriya, and then on his cane. Yes, yes. The thing that did this was designed to fight All Might. I came out on top. Midoriya didn't feel the need to mention that it had the intelligence of a rock. As long as All for One isn't miraculously healed, then All Might and I should be enough to deal with him. Midoriya also didn't feel the need to mention that the confrontation was just as likely to leave the entirety of you as Smoking Crater and all three of them dead. How? As it trailed off, the question left Midoriya tapping his chest. Extensive experimental genetic and mechanical augmentation. Not as good as a dozen quirks layered onto each other or All Might's bullshit, but I'll hold my own long enough to make a difference. No, Midoriya preempted the questions he saw at that statement. I'm not telling you what I meant by that. Don't ask. A long silence permeated the room as the three students absorbed what they had been told that night. How likely is it that you will be attacked again? Midoriya offered Tagata a flat stare. Practically non-existent. But it is better to have you informed and you not need the information than vice versa, especially with this level of danger. As such, you'll also probably get roped into security for the first, second, and third-year sports festivals. You three are being trusted by not only Nezu but the government itself with this information. Don't F that up, and don't do anything stupid. That means people have their eyes on you, and that could open a lot of doors for you three. Understood. Their confirmations had Midoriya gesturing the trio's dismissal but held Tagata back once the other two had left to finish absorbing the new information. There was a conversation he needed to have with just Tagata, one that wasn't going to be overly pleasant. The door clicked shut, and Midoriya couldn't help his umpteenth sigh of the night. By the gods, he didn't want to have this conversation. Tagata. Mirio, do you know why I labeled you as commission earlier? Tagata blinked at the familiarity but let it go, shrugging. I figured it was something Nezu explained. Midoriya rubbed his eyes briefly. Not everything I say is me parroting the president. All the information given tonight was passed along by the president to the students, but the phrasing was my own. So why would I label you as commission? Tagata narrowed his eyes at Midoriya but thought for a few seconds. He responded slowly. I'm not sure. Why? Let me try this another way. The information I'm about to give you is for your ears only. It also doesn't come from the president but my own job as an information broker, so take that as you will. Share it with your friends if you will, but understand the reason why I had them leave the room before I shared this, please. Tagata sat up a little straighter in his seat at that admission. I'll reserve judgment until the end, then. Midoriya nodded. That's all he could ask for, especially when this part of his plans could seriously come back to bite him in the butt. I left out a major part of All for One and All Might's story. A long time ago, All for One had a brother. It's important to understand that when I speak of this, I really mean a long time ago. All for One has been around since the dawn of superhuman abilities. Be it longevity quirks or whatever, he has been around for a very long time. That had Tagata sitting as stiff as a board, his eyes blown wide. Quirks had begun their appearance in being told that the supervillain was almost 3 centuries old had to be shocking. All for One's little brother was a sickly child, and the two loved each other growing up. I think, at least. I hope there was a time for those two that they cared about each other. Understand, 𝐼𝐸, that this was a different time than what we have now. You grew up in a time of peace beyond even the urban rebellions. But at this point, it was so much worse even than that. Quirks were just starting to appear, and it was chaos with the government scrambling to get a hold of these individuals. Of complete oppression of quirked individuals. Midoriya let silence reign for a few moments as he swallowed, let Togata process what he'd just been told. He breathed out and continued. At some point, and I don't know the reason for it, All for One forced a quirk on his little brother. A stockpiling quirk. I hope it was out of love, out of a misguided attempt to make his brother able to escape the confines of his sickly body, but it could just as easily have been a play for power. He expected his brother to help him. With, well, whatever it was he was doing at that point. He was already building the foundations of his empire. Control and favors. But yes, I suspect that could have been it. I don't know, though, not for certain. A lot of what I know is pieced together from what little information survived the Third World War and from bits and pieces I've discovered from people living. Well, maybe not quite living, but that's a story for another time. Togata gave him an odd look, but Midoriya accepted the reaction. He couldn't exactly tell him that he had bugged and overheard All for One telling this to Tomura, nor could he really explain his situation with 𝐼𝐸. He barely understood it. Unknown to All for One, his brother hadn't been born without a quirk. Useless on its own, it combined with the stockpiling quirk, the simple quirk of being able to pass his quirk on. Hence was born the quirk named One for All. I do have to wonder about the brothers and the naming scheme. Maybe they liked Dumas' work. Guess we'll never know. Regardless, the younger brother wasn't strong enough to fight the elder and passed his quirk on to another with the hope that one day, someone would be able to stop his brother. Togata scrunched his nose as he contemplated the tale. Does that mean that it's still around today? That would make it, what? 9 or 10 generations. Midoriya shrugged. Really depends on when they died or passed it on. The early holders of the quirk lasted much longer than the later ones, busier hiding than trying to fight. Currently, the 8th generation holder has the quirk. Togata's head snapped to Midoriya. Midoriya couldn't help but flinch slightly. It is still around. The kind of power that would provide after that long would be astronomical. You could change the world with it. You could save so many people. Midoriya gave him a pained smile. He was glad that Togata thought that way. Yeah, it really could. Nana 𝐼𝐸 had it before the current holder, and she was one hell of a woman. Strong, kind, idealistic to a fault, but that's what her time needed. The Urbans were a brutal affair, and it was her power that laid much of the foundation for the current system, for the era of peace we are experiencing here in Japan. Midoriya was thankful that the woman in question wasn't around to hear what he had just said. He didn't lie. He believed his own words, but that didn't mean he was on the best of terms with her now, so long after she had died. He also had no interest in the kind of ego boost that would result from his statements. She was insufferable already. Togata looked as close to starstruck as Midoriya had ever seen from the man. I always looked up to 𝐼𝐸. Togata spoke quietly, reverently. She saved a lot of lives with her actions, and she didn't do it for prestige like a lot of heroes do now. Well, Midoriya supposed, at least he isn't blind to part of the problem today. God save him from this next part. Yes, well, let's leave that aside for a second. You know how much Night Eye respects All Might. A statement that had Togata narrowing his eyes and tensing back up with suspicion. I'm well aware of my mentor's relationship with All Might. Midoriya braced himself for what he was about to say and the reaction he was going to get. Then you're aware of how unhealthy the obsession has become over the last decade or so. Fire lit in Togata's eyes, and Midoriya could see the 𝐂𝐠 reaction to defend his mentor, warring with the knowledge of what his mentor was really like. The man settled for clenched teeth and a seething warning. Be very careful of what you say, Midoriya. What does any of this have to do with Sir? Togata was already cessed, that much was evident. The last time he had spoken with Togata, the topic had ended with him bashing Night Eye's operational methods, and he could see Togata gearing up to fight with him again. Who do you think is the 8th holder, 𝐼𝐸? who can change the weather literally with a punch, and who has a quirk that no one knows anything about. The words were quiet, and Midoriya saw the reaction instantly. Blank eyes and a blank face, a moment of processing before the fire was back with a vengeance. You think that Sir is obsessed with All Might because he is the 8th holder of a mythical quirk. The words hissed at him in fury. That it can't just be respect. I know he's obsessed with All Might's quirk, because he's spent the better part of several years molding you into a vessel for One for All. It's in his own DMN files. If Midoriya thought Tagata was burning hot before, then what came next was an explosion of molten rock and expletives. F you, Midoriya. Just F you. It's no wonder Sir Fing hates you. You Fing deserve it. Tagata stood as if to leave, and Midoriya spoke again. I'm telling you this because All Might failed to cram the quirk down my throat, almost quite literally. It nearly killed me. With this event, they are going to have to tell All Might that All for One isn't dead like he thinks. That means he's running out of time. I just wanted you to be aware of the history of it when they come to you next, because they sure as hell won't tell you before they expect you to just take it. Tagata had paused at the doorway. The last vestiges of courtesy burned out of him as he listened. F you, Midoriya. Tagata slammed the door behind him, and the reverberation of the slam had Midoriya closing his eyes and rotating his head away from it. He let out a long sigh as he glanced in the direction of his bed. He was so tired. So Fing done. Why couldn't anything ever just be easy? Midoriya rolled his eyes to the ceiling before taking a deep breath and standing. As much as he wanted to lie down and never get back up, he had a job to do. He had oaths that he had to uphold. Goals and oaths that weren't ever going to get completed if he did what he wanted. So Midoriya took slow steps over to his bookcase and pulled a thick, leather-bound tome from one of its shelves. It was worn slightly, the silver clasps and binding reinforcement dulled from the hours that he had spent holding it, reading it, transcribing it back into physical form from memory. He had one more conversation he needed to have tonight. He didn't know if it would be welcome or not, but he had to try. And then maybe he could drag himself into oblivion and finally get a night of peaceful sleep. The college chapel was quiet, projecting a solemn atmosphere. A simple white-clothed altar sat in front of intricate stained glass, depicting nothing but swirling hues of reds, blues, and greens. Seating filled the room, some comfortable chairs around circular tables, some benches little better than stones. Shiozaki had chosen the benches 2 rows back from the altar. There, she buried her head in her hands, part in prayer, part in penance for the deeds that she had committed. Logically, she knew bleeding herself was simply making a mess, but she couldn't find it in her to remove the thorns sticking into her hands, her own quirk working against her. She knew, too, that there were cabinets to the side, where she could retrieve the icons of her faith. What little comfort they would provide her ward in her head with the right she had to them. A quiet hiss came from the back of the chapel as the door slipped open, stirring the air as it clicked back into place a moment later. A slow, methodical tapping began. One tap at a time, the sound crept closer before stopping beside her. Still, Shiozaki felt no need to look up, to find out who this interloper was. In choosing to do wrong and failing to do good, I have sinned against you whom I should love above all things. The tapping started up again, this time away from her, and she couldn't help the bitter feeling of vindication that rose up inside of her at that. The tapping ceased somewhere off to the side. She began to assume that they were seating themselves before the quiet click of a cabinet closing. The tapping began to make its way toward her once more. I firmly intend, with your help, to do penance, to sin no more, and to avoid whatever leads me to sin. The tapping ceased beside her once more, but instead of moving away, she felt the bench shift a bit as the presence sat down beside her. Shiozaki didn't look up, couldn't bear to. In his name. My God have mercy. You've been here for days, Shiozaki. Your classmates are worried about you. They tell me you've been ignoring them when they come to check on you. The voice of the man beside her finally elicited a response from the pious woman. Shiozaki's body jerked, and she hissed as she realized just how stiff her body was, how ingrained her hair had become into her hands and face. A large, rough hand stilled her movements. Careful now. I'm going to cut away the vines so we can start pulling the thorns, all right? 𝐔𝐬𝐵 gave a non-committal grunt before she felt the chill of cold iron brush against her skin. A crack and the knife retreated before she felt it again. Another crack, another retreat of the blade. We can do this the painful way, or the slow way. Which one? Slow. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gritted the word out between her teeth. She had dealt with the fast method. If he ripped them out, the thorns would break off in her skin, and they'd be pulling them with tweezers for hours. I wasn't aware that you were susceptible to your own thorns. Silence followed. It was an open invitation to speak, but she didn't feel like explaining. Time and pressure were all that was required on that front. Slowly, methodically, the knife danced in front of her eyes, cutting into the surface of the vine and dipping below before snaking back up. One by one, the vine was cut away from the thorn until finally the pressure on the thorns vanished entirely. Slowly, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sat up to look at the pockmarked vine being discarded. A hiss had her looking into the eyes of Midoriya Izuku. The man scowled at her, even as he discarded the limp refuse. Just why did you let it get to this point? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 flinched when Midoriya's hand reached towards her face, and he froze with a frown. His voice was soft when he spoke next. We still have to get the thorns out before I can clean the punctures. May I? A nod had Midoriya reaching for her again. One hand cupped her head gently as the other reached forward to delicately extract the thorns that had gotten stuck. You aren't usually this thorny, he stated, a thinly veiled question. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 opened her mouth to snark at him but felt herself swallowing, instead. When did my mouth get so dry? Even still, her voice was hoarse when she spoke. I prune it every morning and before I go to bed. A hum was the only response that she received from Midoriya, so she focused on his hands. Gloved, she belatedly realized, some kind of LTX. Her eyes flicked to the side and saw the first aid kit on the bench next to a cane. That explained both the gloves and the tapping that she had heard. How are you alive? Midoriya quirked an eyebrow and shrugged. Nice to see you too, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. I'm glad to see you alive, as well. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. I am sorry about that. Midoriya gave her a small smile before letting it drop. Yes, well, I'm alive because of what I've done to myself. That, and Mai and I had contingencies in place for multisystem organ failure. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 felt herself staring at Midoriya's nonchalance in 2 parts shock, 1 part awe. That is a serious medical condition, Midoriya. How are you up and moving already? Through the marvels of modern medical science and a lot of pain. Midoriya let the last of the thorns from her face drop into the small puddle of blood at their feet. With a twinge, Midoriya twisted slowly to remove the alcohol wipes from the kit, as well as several bandages. He turned back, tearing one of the wipes open. Silence reigned as he cleaned, dressed, and bandaged the punctures on her face. Silence broken only by the scuffing of clothing or the opening of a package. Midoriya was pulling her right arm into his lap when she faltered. Why are you here, Midoriya? Midoriya sighed. Your class was worried about you. I agreed to check on you, and it's a good thing I did. You missed what I told the classes, and you don't have a monopoly on prayer. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 felt her back start to go up before registering the last point he made. The fight left her as she sagged. No, she supposed, she didn't have a monopoly on prayer. Do I need to ask what you're doing here? Or would that be a redundant question? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stared blankly ahead, swallowing before she spoke. But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the detestable, as for murderers, the secularly immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, their portion will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Midoriya shook his head, his heart aching for this poor woman. I thought it might be something like that. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. Let him return to the Lord, that he may have compassion on him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 felt her eyes widen in surprise. You know the scriptures. The incredulous tone had Midoriya looking up to give her a forlorn glance. I have read them. I've read all of them. When you don't sleep for days on end, the extra time starts to pile up. You end up ahead on all kinds of work and suddenly, you're reading or watching anything you can get your hands on. That sounds useful. Perhaps. I wouldn't recommend it. More silence as Midoriya finished up one arm, tying off the bandage and pulling the other arm into his lap. What did I miss? Midoriya, his tone even, ran through the salient points as he picked gently through the thorns. With careful efficiency, he brought her up to speed with their two missing students. Shiozaki hung her head. You'll have to receive the specifics from your classmates, but that's the quick version. Shiozaki sent up a small prayer for the departed in their silence. Who do you pray to, Midoriya? Midoriya's lips quirked in some semblance of a smile, small and sad. Well, he drew out the word in the quiet air. It's no faith that you would know. The woman scowled at the comment, and he sighed. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, he began. Really? Once upon a time. Midoriya chuckled lowly, shaking his head. All the best stories start with once upon a time. And so, once upon a time, a young man woke up in the forest at the tender age of 6. He didn't know where he was, he didn't know how he got there. He panics because, hey, he's 6 and alone in a strange forest. He runs around for a bit, finds a road, and follows it. He's convinced he's somewhere rural, because why else would it be a dirt road? The village that he comes to is nothing like he's ever seen. The people speak a language he's never heard before. There isn't anything like an orphanage there, it's a small farming village. Maybe 200 people lived there, enough for an inn, a church. Something in Midoriya's eyes had Shiozaki sitting up straighter as he wrapped her arm in a bandage. Sorrow and pain, self-loathing and a burning hatred drowning in that misery. The sisters there were kind. They took the boy in. They raised him and taught him their language and their beliefs. He loved them like family. Midoriya, she hadn't meant to ask for this. She could make the connection here. No story would have had the emotional connection that he was showing. She moved her hands into her lap, even as Midoriya's wrapped around the of the cane. The boy grew up and helped wherever he could. He'd work the fields during the day, and he'd work the tables at the inn at night. He didn't have a family, so he made the villagers his family. When rumors of war started floating around, he started training with his friend. They wanted to protect what they had. Then the day came and, like the fools they were, he and his friend weren't there when the enemy came and burnt it all to the ground. Burnt the buildings, burnt the fields, burnt the people. A creaking sound and a crack had both their eyes tracking to the cane in Midoriya's hands. The man took a deep, shuddering breath. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I didn't know. Midoriya shook his head, calming down. That obvious, here. It's fine. I just don't like talking about it. The reason should be obvious enough. It is. But why? Why are you telling me this? I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but we don't exactly know each other well, and my question was, Shiozaki trailed off and Midoriya offered another regretful smile. Yes, well, I'm getting there. I fought for a decade, for all sorts of reasons. For revenge, because it was my orders, to simply save what little life I could. Midoriya shifted aside the first aid kit and pulled a thick leather tome into his hands. The silver reinforcements binding the book together gleamed dully in the artificial light. Throughout it all, through every horrible thing I saw, that I did, I kept reading our scriptures, kept questioning, and kept asking why. Why would our goddesses allow it? What awaited me after everything I had done? I eventually learned why, and what. I hated it every step of the way, and yet I kept coming back, wanting to find something to believe in. Find some meaning in all the death and misery. Whose faith hasn't faltered. Who's so trained to pray that they would never strain against those bindings. I read part of your student file when I was informed it was going to be a joint class, a bit on all of you, really. If you hadn't made it into the hero course, you were going to get a degree in theology, right? The statement chafed a bit. The faculty granting access to their student files, even parts of them, to their own students was crossing a line that she couldn't claim to be fond of. But still, she settled herself and nodded. Midoriya slowly placed the tome in her lap. The look in his eyes made it seem like he wanted to snatch it back, but, instead, he took a deep breath and returned his hands to his cane. One of the first things I did when I made it back was rewrite our scriptures. Front to back, I had them memorized. Giving this to me is the equivalent of handing a Bible to a Muslim. Midoriya. The flat tone had Midoriya sighing. I'm not giving it to you in that way. It is academic. I'm giving it to you because I know you'll take care of it, because you wish to study religions and asked who it was that I prayed to. Because when I asked why, I searched everywhere for answers. It helped, in a way. Not fully, mind you, but some. Scripture is often written to guide the lost, to teach lessons, as much as it is to teach the faith. Shiozaki's hand froze on top of the book. There was truth in that statement, and if that was all it was, if Midoriya wasn't trying to change her but offering her a tool to find it for herself. It went against everything she had been taught, to block out and shun anything else, but she had doubted that, as well. If she could find answers for herself. Academically, Shiozaki repeated the word back to Midoriya. Academically. He confirmed again. The silence had an edge to it, so Midoriya stretched before beginning to place the remaining first aid supplies back into the metal box. Once everything was cleaned up, Midoriya made to stand before pausing. With a sigh, he settled once more. Shiozaki. The woman hummed a non-committal sound toward him while looking down at the plain book in her lap. I was going to cover this with the classes later, to give them time to process what they've been told first. But I think it's something that needs to be said now. Shiozaki looked up from the book and her bandaged hands. People died. How each one of us processes that will be different, but you did what was necessary to survive. Sometimes, with this job, you'll be forced to kill, to protect yourself from someone you can't beat otherwise, to protect a civilian that you wouldn't be able to protect, or to end a threat that would injure, maim, or kill countless others. Heroes aren't judge, jury, and executioner, but sometimes they have no other choice. You'll have to reconcile that, as well. Shiozaki grimaced and curled her bandaged fingers into fists. She didn't want to take another life. She had already sinned enough. Demend herself enough. Look at me, please. She couldn't help but flinch a little, though she moved her gaze to meet Midoriya's. No matter what the media says, or the Hero Commission says, understand this. You did what you needed to in order to protect your classmates and yourself. I don't know any just or fair being that would blame you for the protection of others. It was through gritted teeth again that Shiozaki responded. Knowing that and feeling it are two different things, Midoriya. Midoriya dipped his head in acknowledgement before standing unsteadily with the first aid kit in hand. Go back to your dorm, please. Go be with your classmates now. They're worried about you. Eat something, get a shower, get some sleep. I don't care what order. Doctor's orders. The soft tapping of Midoriya's cane clicked away against the tile flooring. He disappeared. Behind the shutting door. Shiozaki trailed her hands along the leather tome. Her fingers caught on a strp of fabric demarcating the last page Midoriya had been reading before he had last closed the book. Carefully, she opened the large book to the page in question. Neat, almost block, handwriting printed the kanji cleanly on one half of the page, and on the other half, a language she had never seen before, almost appealing in its complex rune-like visage. Glancing back at the Japanese, Shiozaki read the first passage that caught her eye. It is in the hallowed halls of the twin goddesses in which the soul is adjudicated. But as it is in heaven that we are judged by heavenly law, it is the land of man in which we must spend our lives. Justly live by the laws of living, tempered by the laws of the ladies, and fear not the judgment of heaven. For it is not our place to judge the dead. Only our ladies may assume such a role, and they are gracious toward those that live their lives sincerely. Shiozaki clenched her teeth as she read. It truly ran opposite to everything, and yet she could find a kind of perverse parallel in her own scripture. She muttered Romans 1 and 2 to herself, snapping the book shut with a hitching breath. How Midoriya thought that such a text could help her, she wasn't sure. Still, she looked down at the book with a shudder. Perhaps she would decide whether to read more after she checked on her classmates. Yes, she would decide after she knew they were all right. Several days prior, All for One was having a decidedly good day. He had been having a string of those since Midoriya had fixed his face. He could get along perfectly fine with that awful mask the good doctor had made for him, of course, but that didn't mean that he cared for it. It was good to be able to see again. It was good to have his face again. It was even good to have his hair again. He wasn't a vain individual. At least, that's what he told himself. An exacting man, he simply held himself, and those he surrounded himself with, to a greater level of expectation, particularly in regards to personal grooming habits. Looking like a disheveled TSTCL hadn't sat well with him. All for One smiled, taking another drink from his glass. He had come here from a meeting in order to speak with Kurogiri, and while he hadn't found him, nor young Tomura, he had discovered that the teleporter had taken immaculate care to stock the bar. It wasn't the best whiskey he'd had, no, that honor would go to his own personal stock, but it wasn't cheap liquor, either. After the good day he'd had so far, a moment of silent contemplation with a decent whiskey was just what the doctor had called for. Not literally, he supposed, but close enough. The portal opening in front of the front door had All for One standing. His glass came up in the beginning of a toast but nearly lost its liquid with how quickly he had to step to the side. He watched with raised eyebrows as Tomura slid across the floor, bouncing and bowling down the bar stools in his way. He looked back to the portal, ignoring the hacking of the young man on the floor. Kurogiri materialized after a moment more, and his ragged appearance had any semblance of good nature fading quickly from All for One's face. He wasn't so out of touch with the ability to see that he didn't know what BLD looked like. The coughing slowed enough for Tomura to devolve into furious screaming. All for One sighed dispassionately. So much for quiet contemplation. All for One set his glass down before striding over to Tomura. Kneeling, he rested on the ball of his feet before reaching out and grasping the young man by the jaw. Calloused hands twisted Tomura's head side to side, showing off the red skin and fingertip bruises already forming where someone had dug their hand into his throat. Tomura himself had gone silent and still in All for One's hands and stayed that way when the man stood, face stony and cold. Whatever group thought that this was acceptable behavior is sorely mistaken. I'd advise you to start from the beginning. Tomura opened his mouth when All for One raised his hand. I wasn't talking to you, Tomura. Kurogiri, explain. The spectre froze where he stood. Even the black mist concealing his body seemed to congeal. Would you prefer the long or short version, sir? All for One tilted his head in contemplation. If this were one of his groups that had decided to end their own lives, then he would need details. Carefully, he picked up his glass once more. On the other hand, give me the short version. We can speak of details after I get a handle on Tomura just led an attack on the first-year hero students at UA. The words froze him in his tracks. He had been thinking that someone was disobeying him, that someone didn't know who Tomura belonged to. Steeling himself, the man took a deep, angry breath, the glass coming to rest on the counter once more with a quiet click. Elaborate. Kurogiri ran it through for him, from the moment they arrived up to the Nomu smearing the ground with the professor. All for One stared at the bottle rack while he contemplated. This was salvageable. They had announced themselves with Tomura's stupid organization name, and while it wasn't ideal, he could at least cover their tracks. As long as the DM rat didn't get wind of the connection, he could salvage this. This wouldn't ruin the wonderful day he had been having. He would be having words with the doctor about field testing their experiments without his permission, of course, and he would have to impress upon Tomura how utterly stupid this stunt had been. And what happened to make you leave in such a... All for One glared down his nose at the young man. He had made him kneel halfway through the story and hadn't let him up just yet. Disgraceful way. Did the creature fail to kill All Might? The creature did fail, but All Might wasn't there, sir. All for One paused, his breath stuttering for only a moment, too quiet for anyone else to hear. He swept the others with an even glance. Who, pray tell, caused this, then? Am I to believe that mere students killed a weapon designed to take on the giant windbag? It was a cheater. He All for One's glare silenced the man kneeling at his feet. I did not ask you, Tomura. It was actually Mr. Midoriya, sir, who tore the Nomu to pieces. The glass, both shatter and decay resistant, exploded under the pressure of All for One's curled fingers. Slowly, he turned his head towards Kurogiri. His tone was low, very nearly a growl. WHAT. Kurogiri stepped back as All for One came forward, fury and malice radiating from him in waves. He stooped low, grabbing Tomura by the throat again before pulling on his quirk. Tomura screamed as All for One growled, dragging the young man along. A few quick steps took the two men to a small utility closet on the opposite side of the bar. All for one yanked the door open, letting it slam back into the wall. With a quick wave of his hand, the contents of the room decayed away into grey sand. Kurogiri, portal the ceiling and floor. The mist man followed his orders as all for one jostled Tomura roughly, snarling. You can have it back when I'm done cleaning up your mess. He tossed the young man into the dark room before closing the door to his screeching terror. Unsalvageable. Untenable. Indefensible. So Fing stupid. All for one roared and punched through the closest wooden table. Current time Midoriya wanted to sigh as he walked yet another of his appointments out the front doors of Moonlit Industries. The moment the man was out of reception, Midoriya let the horrid, fake smile drop away. He rubbed his jaw as he walked back through the lobby. He was only supposed to have 3 meetings today. That was it. But the moment that people had caught wind that he was taking meetings again, it had been chaos. He was attempting to catch up on the work that he had missed while being comatose, but now he was under a deluge of half-butted condolences and unneeded sympathies. Some of the offers had even held some merit, but Midoriya was DM'd if he had to deal with another day of this. One good night of sleep and the universe decides to spite him. The rhythmic tapping of Midoriya's cane came to a halt at the door of the security office. He sighed before looking at his wrist. An old timepiece, attached with a thick leather strap, rested there. His mother had told him it was his father's, but considering the amount of work that he'd had to put into it, he wouldn't put it past the DMN thing to be pre-war. Wherever the hell his father had gotten it, it wasn't his. He had a good few minutes, he supposed, before his next meeting. Midoriya glanced up at the office door and, after another moment of hesitation, pushed inside. He paused, though, when he realized that the man he was looking for wasn't in the room at all. Stepping back out, Midoriya made his way down the hall and to another door. There, in the army, Midoriya found Darby Field stripping the same rifle that he had been working on for the past several days. Quietly, Midoriya took a seat as he continued to watch. It was a calming thing for him, firearm maintenance. Years and years of cleaning his service weapon had left him with the ability to do it in his sleep, and going through the steps had helped him countless times. Darby didn't look calm, though. He looked like he was trying to defuse a bomb. You've decided on a caliber, then? 3:38. The brief response had Midoriya frowning. Darby, we need to talk about this. I thought you said you weren't going to get in my way. If I wanted to get in your way, I wouldn't have offered you the rifle, the range, nor Athena's assistance to make the shot. No, instead you make me spend hours studying weapons, and want to talk about it. Midoriya sat there in silence, staring the once-scarred man down. Darby smacked the spring on the edge of the workbench in frustration. What? What do you want, Midoriya? You know, your brother's not doing too well right now. Darby blinked at him in concern. I thought Natsuo was doing fine upstairs. Not that brother, Darby. Midoriya's voice was soft as he leaned into the cane between his legs. He saw the exact moment it registered which brother he'd meant. He watched as Darby tensed, glancing away, back to the gun parts. I don't care WDH. Midoriya stayed silent as Darby seemed to fight with his own fist for a moment. Back and forth it went before slamming down on the table. Not his fault. Darby hissed the words between his teeth. Not his DMN fault. Still struggling with that? Darby snorted. Yeah, I'm still struggling with that. Backing up, Darby's legs met the chair behind him, and he sagged into it warily. Why haven't you gone to see your mother yet? Darby mumbled something low under his breath. Midoriya quirked a brow at him, even though he knew Darby couldn't see it. Another hissed. Must you always track what I'm doing? I make sure to track everyone around me except my. Why does she get the exemption? He grumbled the words before his brain caught up with him. He threw his hand in the air before Midoriya could respond. Yes, I already know that answer. You don't actually know where she's at, do you? Darby smeared black across his forehead as he reached up and rubbed his face. No, I did not read the DMN packet. Because that's what you're really asking. A beat of silence and Midoriya spoke. Your brother came to you refusing to use his fire because it was his father's quirk. You already know that, but now he hasn't left the side of his classmate's hospital bed in days. Do you know why? Because she killed a man to save him after his ice tore the skin off her. Darby stiffened and put down the part he held. His ice did. Midoriya grunted an affirmation. How bad? It's ugly. The ice went a quarter of the way up her legs. She shredded them to pieces, saving him. Lucky that she didn't bleed out with how close to ripping open an artery she was. 2 more students came within inches of freezing to death in an ice cave, too. Darby put his face in his hands and just breathed. That was worse than he had been expecting. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 was already using only his ice now. With this, the thought trailed off. And his head snapped up in horror. How likely is it that he's going to refuse to use his ice when training starts again? Midoriya shook his head. I want to say unlikely, but knowing your family, pretty damn likely. Darby snarled and grabbed another part. Yet another reason for the old bastard to die. Midoriya tilted his head slightly. He didn't mind the death of Endeavor. He'd been damn close before to being lit on fire by the man while on a mission. That didn't mean he was without reservations. Oh. And how is that? You know that kind of logic is twisted. It would keep others safe, and you know that. Midoriya dipped his head. To a degree. But how does one quantify the good he's done? It's easy to tally up lives lost. Darby snarled at him. You are not defending him. Midoriya sighed and shook his head. When have I ever defended Endeavor's actions? Do you know what a cascade effect is, Darby? The sudden shift in conversation threw the man for a loop, as if the room had just turned sideways on him. No. Physics thing, right? Midoriya gave him a small smile. Pretty good education for never going to school. Darby shrugged. You pick up a few terms from proximity to use science types. What's that got to do with this conversation? Midoriya gave him a look, as if telling him to wait for it. A cascade effect is something inevitable or some unknown chain of events triggered by something affecting a system. You got out, Darby. Your brothers and your sister didn't. Darby gritted his teeth and took a breath. I nearly died to get out. If that weird but scientist hadn't picked me up, I wouldn't have made it. I wasn't even trying to get out. The look on Midoriya's face had Darby sputtering. What, you don't believe me? No, I believe you, I'm just concerned and wondering who the hell the scientist was. Midoriya shrugged. Irrelevant, I know. Darby, why are you letting your father control your life? That got a reaction from Darby. Shock, surprise, fury, and disgust were all evident as he reared back. He does not control my life. Doesn't he? You're out. He doesn't even know you exist anymore. He mourned your loss. Yet, here you are, good job, salaried plus bonus, good prospects, paid time off. Hell, Mai and I are flexible. You could help your brothers and sister, and you could go meet your mother. You could find hobbies, things you enjoy, even meet someone, for God's sakes. Live a good life in spite of your father. Yet here you are, obsessing over how to kill him. You could all ruin him. You could kill him, but, just hear me out on this, when do you get to start enjoying your life, Darby? Silence reigned for a long, long moment, the air heavy with tension. Darby finally let out a low, dark chuckle. Yeah, you might have a point. But don't you think you should take your own advice first before you foist it off? Midoriya dipped his head slowly. Yes, well, you may have a point there. Midoriya glanced at his watch and sighed before standing. Just a thought, though, I like where I am, what I'm doing. Do you enjoy where you are? Midoriya met his next client at the door of Moonlit Industries with the same smile he had let drop off his face not too long before. The man was fairly respected in the business world, even if Midoriya knew about some of his late-night proclivities. He stood at almost 6 feet tall, his black dress shirt and breeds matching. Not precisely the style he tended to have coming through the building, so there was at least variety in his day-to-day. Midoriya gestured for the man to walk with him as they made pleasant enough small talk, the same general information that he'd shared with everyone who asked about the attack at the USJ. That he couldn't comment on the state of the investigation or the beast that put him in this condition, but he wouldn't deny that it was a hell of one. The two men stepped into Midoriya's office with little fanfare. Midoriya sat behind his desk, closing some of the leftover holographic charts that he had been using with his previous client. "Your office is very clean. I appreciate that fact." Midoriya gave a smile. "We do try our best. Keeping books dust-free can be a nightmare, but it is worth the challenge." Midoriya held up a mask from his desk drawer for the man to see. "Would you prefer that I wore one as well?" "Very considerate of you, but no. That shouldn't be necessary." Midoriya nodded his head, placing the mask back into its home in the drawer and shutting it. "Well then, you've had this meeting slot reserved for a little while now. So, how can Moonlit Industries help you, Mr. Chisaki?" "Well then, you've had this meeting slot reserved for a little while now. So, how can Moonlit Industries help you, Mr. Chisaki?" "What are your feelings on quirks, Mr. Midoriya?" Midoriya raised an eyebrow at the question, indulging the man with a small hum. Glancing up at the ceiling, he thought about this for a moment before responding neutrally. "Torn. As I'm sure you're well aware, I don't have one. Years of mistreatment for that fact taints my view. Quirks as a whole can be good. For instance, the right quirk in a hospital can save a life that medical technology is incapable of at this time. That's a positive, if ever I can think of one. There are, of course, other examples. Quirks can be quite useful." Midoriya reached for his coffee and took a sip before continuing. "That being said, they have upended our society quite a lot, don't you think? 2089 to 2094, that's 5 years we lost to the Third World War and 416 million lives lost with countless more ruined. Then 2174 to 2276, the urban wars turned the world upside down again. Our society has only recently stabilized enough to form a cohesive sense of governance again. One mistake, though, and we could slip right back into the urbans. Hell, there are areas in which the urbans may as well still be raging." Midoriya placed his coffee mug down on its coaster before returning his eyes to the man across from him. "The knowledge that we've lost, the time to develop both technologically and culturally, is the biggest loss in my eyes. I can, however, acknowledge how useful quirks are as tools. So, from an impartial viewpoint, I have to say that they have the potential to bring humanity to new heights, but our ability to act responsibly when using them is lacking and our over-reliance on them is setting us up for disaster. That is, of course, to paraphrase a lot of my thoughts. Does that make sense?" Chisaki blinked slowly at the young man in front of him, partially amazed. Midoriya spoke with a maturity he had hoped for but hadn't expected from someone his age. "It does, but I have to say, your answer sounds rehearsed, almost political." Midoriya laughed, genuinely amused at the blunt return. "I have been asked the question before, and because I am quirkless, I have to be careful with how I phrase things, Mr. Chisaki. Everything that I said was true to my own thoughts, though." Chisaki tilted his head for a moment before dipping it, acknowledging the statement. "True enough. The public isn't very forgiving of the Pure's existences. On a personal level, though." Midoriya felt his lips flatten, even as his brain registered the phrasing. Referencing the quirkless as pure. If that was the case, he'd have to handle this a little differently. "I dislike them, Mr. Chisaki. I don't wish people ill simply for possessing quirks, but I've had some," Midoriya paused for a moment, "poor experiences involving quirk users. I have before entertained the thought of how much easier things would be without them. I've seen society function without them, and some part of me does miss that. But that is as much a pipe dream as anyone an opium user would have. If it weren't quirks, then it would be something else. Our complexion, our religion, our gender." Midoriya saw the sympathy in the other man's eyes and had to force his own not to narrow. He didn't want pity. "I see. That is a common sentiment from what I have found. What if I could offer a solution?" Midoriya thought about what else Mr. Chisaki was known for and did narrow his eyes this time. "Is this a business meeting between Mr. Chisaki and myself as CEOs, or is this a matter between Overhaul and another member of the underworld?" Chisaki grinned behind his mask, but it never quite reached his eyes, and it wasn't in his voice when he responded. "Can it not be both, Mr. Midoriya?" Midoriya let his left hand rest in his lap while his right held his face aloft, elbow positioned casually on the desk, his fingers tapping an unsteady rhythm onto his cheek. I suppose your Yakuza have been, let's use the word respectful, with your drag sales. No children, no targeting vulnerables, no crime so far that could truly be considered against humanity. So, I suppose it can be both. If you are here regarding Trigger, though, then you aren't going to find what you are looking for. Chisaki shook his head. No, the Trigger sales are simply a means to an end. What if I could offer you a solution to the quirk disease? I'd tell you that dozens of disgraced scientists would tell me the same thing, and that none of them would be able to come up with a solution. After all, governments around the world had been working on such a thing since quirks had first appeared, and none of them had seen any semblance of a true solution. The closest so-called answer was the specialized restriction measures in places like Tartarus. There were prototypes, of course, that targeted the quirk factor, but they had to be hooked directly into a person and were too large and immobile to function for police use. Of course the diseased wouldn't want to cure themselves. That is what I am here for today, Mr. Midoriya. Trigger sales are a means to fund our research. We have successfully synthesized a drag to remove quirks. Midoriya felt a twinge in the back of his head and sat up a little straighter. You are telling me right now that you have successfully created a method to permanently remove quirks? No. Midoriya closed his eyes briefly, his breathing slow and purposeful. But we have succeeded in doing so temporarily. Midoriya's chest shuddered, eyes snapping open wide to look at Chisaki. Even that was a serious breakthrough. Quirks are a disease that needs to be eradicated quickly, before all of the pure humans are gone. Even I am blessed, Chisaki sneered the word, with this disease. It began as an attempt to cure myself, but I realized quickly that so much more could be done with it. We could save humanity. Midoriya weighed what to say next in his head. I wouldn't have expected to hear a leader of the remaining Yakuza repeating Humorize's rhetoric. A glint of something flicked across Chisaki's gaze before it was gone. It was Chisaki's turn to pause mid-sentence, similar views. That's all. They want the quirk dead. That is their cure. Midoriya mused quietly. He supposed that what he was saying could be true. And what will you do with this cure once you have it? What are you requesting from us? Chisaki's eyes gleamed. We will remove quirks from the world, Mr. Midoriya. We shall cure this awful disease. No more abuse. No more hatred for something you are born with or without. We simply want your support. We just don't have the equipment we need to make this final breakthrough. Idealistic, surely, but his response had only answered part of what Midoriya really needed to know. How, Mr. Chisaki? How will you go about curing everyone? Subterfuge. Force. What is your plan to cure the world? Chisaki gave Midoriya an explanation as to how such planning was necessary only after the final breakthrough was made. It sounded awful even to his own ears. Midoriya sighed but put his hands up. Look, Mr. Chisaki, even if I wanted all quirks to be gone, what I am hearing is potential at most. Such a thing could be incredibly useful, and using the right methods, that potential could easily become a reality. But right now, it's just that. Potential. We cannot officially sponsor the creation of an antiquirk serum developed by the Yakuza of all people. Chisaki dipped his head. He hadn't expected it to be an easy sell. It would require convincing. That being said, if you can show me two things, I'm certain we can do something for you unofficially. Chisaki's head snapped up. He hadn't expected even that much yet. What would you need? First, I need you to prove that what you've said regarding the temporary removal of quirks is accurate. I don't expect it to work across the board yet. My expectations are that it's working on emitters, yes. Chisaki shook his head slowly. It also prevents mutation quirks from using their mutations. Midoriya narrowed his eyes in thought as his lips firmed. Interfering with the quirk factor itself, perhaps. The second thing that I need you to bring me is a plan moving forward, something that I would expect from any of my own researchers when they put together a proposal. Actions, materials, needs, etc. We can get that to you. So this means that you are going to support our endeavor. If the plan you bring me is reasonable and you can prove your current results, we will discuss funding. The value of your research, if true, already speaks for itself. Chisaki tilted his head to the side, unreadable neutrality in his eyes, then nodded. I believe that can be arranged. Chisaki reached inside his pocket for a moment, bringing out a slim case. Dipping his fingers inside, he removed and placed something akin to a tranquilizer dart in front of Midoriya. Both men stood, silently acknowledging the item left behind on the desk, before stepping out of the room. Only small talk was left as their business came to its conclusion. Midoriya kept a professional smile on his face as Chisaki left the building. The front door closed and sealed before that smile dropped into a fierce scowl. Thing Yakuza. Midoriya reached up to tap on the embedded communicator to alert Phoenix. Get me Shadow, please, Phoenix. Midoriya waited for the calm voice of their primary intelligence system to connect him to their ever-busy and clandestine AI. Yes. What do you require, Father? The smooth male voice flowed across the communicator. The man who just left Moonlit Industries put a tail on him. Use the microdrones to bug the Yakuza base and dig through the records of every hero in his area. He isn't telling us something, and I'm not working with someone like him without knowing what it is. Mother will have to create a few more of the drones. You know how much she hates making them. I'll get her something for her headache. Just retask the drones, please. Midoriya turned after receiving the acknowledgement and moved back to his office. He rolled the needle-tip dart bullet thing in between his fingers. Reaching over for his office phone, Midoriya called up to Biotechnical. Ishii here. Midoriya continued to stare at the dart and couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling crawling up his spine. I've got a chemical dart down here that I need you to run an analysis on. I need to know its composition. Another confirmation before Midoriya placed the phone back onto its receiver. Something didn't add up here, and Midoriya didn't like it. Welcome back to class, everyone. Midoriya stood at the front of the classroom, letting his gaze roam over the students. Several of them looked excited to get back to training. Others, instead, looked apprehensive. Several hadn't even shown up yet. Half of those were with their families, the other half holed up in their dorm rooms. All in all, well within Midoriya's expectations after the USJ. Now, we have several things to discuss before we go outside. First, regarding the USJ, the class visibly tensed. No charges shall be brought against any of the students that had to take extreme actions during the events there. This was mentioned in the email that the school sent out, but I'm reiterating it here. All actions were found to be justified. Midoriya watched as that got varying reactions. Mina was looking around, obviously feeling guilty. Toga looked gleeful, concerning. Kaminari appeared distinctly sick. Tsunotori seemed ambivalent, equally concerning, and Tokoyami looked angry. The rest of the class was a mixture of Kaminari's nausea and Mina's guilt. Midoriya frowned before placing his notes down on the front podium. Look, this is something that each of you will cover with Hound Dog. Midoriya took note of the surprise in the room. Yes, Hound Dog. Both classes 1A and 1B are to have at least one mandatory meeting with the school psychologist. This shouldn't come as a surprise with what happened, and while it isn't mandatory once you have your license, it should be required any time a hero is forced to use lethal force. Reactions varied from distrust to uneasy acceptance at the thought of seeing a psychologist. Midoriya sighed. He could relate to the feeling, even if it was because he knew they wouldn't be able to do anything for him. Look, the USJ was a thing shitshow, and I'll acknowledge that. None of you should have been put in that kind of situation already. But the fact of the matter is that you were. Sometimes, the job of hero will mean that you have to kill, to protect someone, to save yourself, to end a threat that you wouldn't be able to restrain. We all carry that guilt differently. We all process it differently. But, sometimes, without a choice, you will have to take action. I encourage all of you to speak with Hound Dog about this when you go to see him. If you can't reconcile that after you have had the time to process, then please leave the hero course. This isn't the career path for you. The class, except for two, looked uniformly sick. Midoriya decided to move on from that subject. Now, onto the two main points. The door opened suddenly enough to have the entire class looking over. There, stood in the doorway, was a man that was more bandaged than person. Leaning on a cane of his own, he started to hobble into the room when Midoriya stuck a finger out. "No, we are not doing this. Recovery Girl accepted your transfer back to you only because you were stable and out of respect for your hatred of hospitals, but you sure as hell aren't teaching in your condition. Get back to the medical ward now or, so help me, Aizawa, I will drag you and carry you back." The class stared in shock at the mummified form now identified as their teacher. They had known his injuries were bad, but it was another thing to see the man. The mummy grumbled something, red eyes glaring out between the bandages. The class couldn't understand what was going on, but it seemed that Midoriya understood him just fine when he pulled a syringe from his school blazer and pointed it at the man. "I told you, Aizawa. Recovery Girl and I barely managed to piece your orbitals and organs back together when you came here. You shouldn't have your eyes open at all. Now turn around or I'll do it." The man seemed to accede as he turned and grumbled his way out of the room. Midoriya sighed, rubbing his eyes as he replaced the syringe in his jacket. "You really shouldn't curse like that, Midoriya." The glare he sent Ida's way was enough to freeze hell. After a moment, though, Midoriya sighed and closed his eyes. "You are correct, of course. It's a nasty little habit you pick up in the military, though. Now, onto the meat of today's news. Against the faculty's advisement, the sports festival will still be continuing as planned." The class erupted in something between shock and excitement. Murmuring echoed around the room, and Midoriya let it go on for a few seconds before putting his hand up. Yes, very exciting." Yoirozu raised her hand. "Are we sure that it's a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after an event like this? It's the perfect opportunity for villains to try and infiltrate the school." Midoriya shook his head in disgust. "No, and if it were up to me, we wouldn't be having the sports festival. But it's one of Japan's biggest events. It is to us now what the Olympics used to be. Modern-day gladiators as far as I'm concerned." Shinso stuck his hand up next, and when Midoriya called on him, he raised a point that Midoriya had thought of himself. "Do those of us that plan to go underground have to participate?" Midoriya nodded. "Unfortunately, it is mandatory for all of the Hero Corps students to participate. You will only be doing this once a year, and it is the main method by which you'll be scouted. So it's important. That being said, I have brought this exact point up with Nezu, and I have managed to get a few concessions. In light of what has happened, we'll be picking hero names today. That is what you'll be announced by, rather than your real names. You'll also be allowed, if you plan on going underground, hoods and/or masks to obscure your facial features. That's not exactly ideal." Shinso didn't look pleased by the news, and Midoriya could feel that himself. "Not in the slightest, but it's the best I've got." Midoriya flipped the page on his notes and started again after taking a second to read them. "As for training, some of you are likely concerned that we've not worked with your quirks yet and we've only taught you the basics. That is going to change. We have a month until the sports festival, and during that time, we are going to work on your quirks up until a week before the festival, then we're going to run group drills for that last week." Uraraka had visibly tensed during his summary. "Like the drills we started with?" Midoriya nodded vaguely. "Not quite like that. You guys still need to be taught how to properly assess indoor environments, but there will be group scenarios like that. Let me make it clear, though, that these will not be the same as All Might scenarios, understood? I want to train you, not risk your lives." Midoriya received an affirmation from the class as the door slid open again. Midoriya was reaching for the syringe when he noticed Midnight and sighed, stepping away from the podium. "Midnight will be helping to choose your hero names as the expert in that area. Choose carefully." Midnight pouted and poked Midoriya. "You ruined my entrance." Midoriya swatted the hand. "You don't need an entrance. Now, let's get to it so we can get back to training." Midoriya watched as the stacks of small square whiteboards made their way down the rows, along with the dry erase markers that went with them. Midoriya stepped back to lean against the larger whiteboard at the front of the room. "The names you pick now will be the names that the world comes to know you by. While you can change them, in most cases, what you choose now will stick with you after you become a pro." Midoriya shook his head affably, despite his sheer exasperation. "Well, she is correct. Where you end up may very well be driven by the image projected by the name that you choose. As Aizawa would put it, names and natures often agree. As such, take a few minutes to think amongst yourselves and your friend groups. Come up with something to represent not only yourself but what you want to do and where you want to be. That way, when you get there, you can fully embody your ideal. As the class broke up into groups, Midoriya raised an eyebrow at the look Midnight was giving him. The silent question had Midnight shrugging. I wouldn't have thought that you would put that much consideration into hero names. That's all. Midoriya shook his head. I've just had a lot of time to consider the meaning behind names Midnight. That's all. Right, well. Stop by the teacher's lounge later. I have a case that I want to talk about. Could use some information. Midoriya let a shallow grin onto his face as he thought about the irony of a limelight hero asking for his help. Anything specific you can give me now? Yeah, the group has squirrel tattoos on their arms. Midnight watched with narrowed eyes as Midoriya subtly stiffened before relaxing right back to his original state. I'm sorry, Midnight, but I don't think I'll be able to help you with this matter. Midnight wanted to push, but the look in his eyes was as cool as ice. Don't press this right now, the look told her. The professor gave a subtle nod before moving to stand next to the teacher's assistant. 20 minutes passed by in relative silence before Midoriya glanced at the clock. All right, everyone, anyone who is ready to present their name can come up and present it. If you don't have it right away, don't worry. You all have until the sports festival to submit your names. Ashido bounced up to the front of the class first. Midoriya tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes at the epithet. Right, hey, call me the Alien Queen. Midnight threw her arms up in a big X. You're aiming for the image of that super acidic horror monster. Big no. You'll face discrimination for it. I don't know. I think she's fine. She's going to face discrimination, regardless, for how she looks. Ashido shrugged. That wasn't any kind of news to her, of course. She'd lived with that her whole life, anyway. I do think you need to either lose the epithet or change it. You don't need to announce that you are the heroine of Ridley. Those that get the reference will understand it. The rest can associate you with you. Do you have any alternatives planned? Ashido shrugged. I guess I could go with Pinky. The withering look that Midoriya sent Midnight said nothing that she wasn't already thinking. Isn't it still copyrighted? Midnight tried weakly for an excuse, only to have Midoriya snort beside her. Midnight, nothing from Disney had been copyrighted since the company imploded during the Third World War. The blank stares he received from half of 1A had him wincing at the unintentionally archaic term. Quirk wars, guys. A chorus of ours had Midoriya relaxing again. But no copyright issues. Fine. Alien Queen it is. Mina hopped in place before skipping back to her seat with a smile. Asui came up next to the front of the room. The rainy season hero, Froppy. Oh wow, that's adorable. It's great, it's got a nice, friendly feel. Surprisingly, Midoriya agreed with Midnight. Even still, he felt the need to confirm. You plan on becoming a rescue hero, right, Zoo? The affirmation from the woman had Midoriya giving a soft smile. Then it'll work just fine. You'd want something different if you planned on being a mainline hero, but it'll work in your favor during rescue operations, especially with kids. Midoriya glanced past Midnight to the windows and noticed Koda signing at him from outside the room. Could I speak with you? Midoriya inclined his head slightly, turning to Midnight and whispering that he'd be right back. Midoriya stepped into the hallway, closing the door quietly and leaning back against it. What did you need, Koda? Feeling any better? Would you like to come in? The shy young man winced at the idea and shook his head. He brought his hands up to sign but was shaking so badly that he had to clench his fists several times before he could make the hand gestures for words. I was hoping to talk to Aizawa, but he wasn't in his hospital room, and when I found him in the teacher's lounge, he just growled at me from the floor. Midoriya sighed at that. Rather than deal with it himself, though, he did the next best thing. He sent a text message to Shuzenji, telling her that her patient had escaped and exactly where to find him. Well, with my daily morally neutral deed complete. Koda, Please forgive Aizawa. He isn't in the best condition right now. Now, if it's something for Aizawa, I won't pressure you, but I'm sure that I can help as well if you're willing. Midoriya let the offer hang in the air as he watched his classmate clench his fists. Long enough had passed that Midoriya was wondering if Koda was simply too socially awkward to walk off when he finally unclenched his fists and nodded. I want out of the hero course. Midoriya frowned at the statement. It wasn't unexpected with what had occurred, just disappointing. Have you spoken with Hound Dog? More hesitation before a small nod, and for the first time since he started the conversation, Koda's hands weren't shaking. Well, I would advise you not to make any big decisions right now. We are all coming off of a horrible situation. But if you have spoken with Hound Dog, and you are certain about this, I won't try to stop you. For what it's worth, I think you would have made an excellent rescue hero with the right training. Koda smiled wistfully at that before shaking his head. He disagreed. Do you know what course you want to transfer to? Hesitation this time before a slow no. Then wait for me to finish with training today and we'll head somewhere that I think will help you decide that. Koda's reaction was immediate, a shaking of his head and panicked hand movements. Midoriya just gave a low chuckle before clapping a hand on Koda's shoulder. It's not an impediment for me, Koda. I need to go check on the facility, anyway. I'm just moving it up in my schedule a little bit. Besides, Midoriya smirked at him, what course are we in? You weren't going to get away without help, no matter which of us found out about this. Koda bowed, and Midoriya continued patting him on the shoulder as he politely rejected his thanks. Midoriya sent him on his way, and when Koda turned the corner, he let the smile drop. He really did think that Koda would have been a useful tool. Oh well, on to plan B. Midoriya slid back into the room, moving beside Midnight once again to ask what he had missed. She rattled names off to him, and he offered his brief input. Kirishima chose Red Riot. Midoriya quirked an eyebrow at the man, grinning. That's a big legacy to live up to. You'll do just fine. A fist and a cheer came from the man, his spirit not so easily broken. Uraraka went with Uravity. Again, fine for a rescue hero. The dangerous glint in Uraraka's eyes, accompanied by a determined hand in fist motion, caught him off guard. Perhaps the name was going to catch a few villains off guard, as well. And Tsunotori went with Rocketti. Midnight gave a double thumbs up to the American in the group. Personal meaning. A nod from Tsunotori had Midoriya giving it a thumbs up, as well. Alright, does anyone else have their hero names right now? Zero jumped up before coming to the front of the room to proudly display his name. Midnight gave it a tentative thumbs up while Midoriya gave a big NO. Why not? Zero recoiled as if he'd been personally attacked. Midoriya took in a deep breath and rubbed a hand over his face. Zero, I say this in the nicest way that I possibly can, but do you, for the rest of your life, want to be associated with cellophane wrap? Zero seemed to think about it for a long moment before it registered precisely what that would entail. Yeah, that could be a problem. Zero returned to his seat. Ida took long, quick strides to the front of the room to replace him. In the same robotic fashion that Ida seemed to do everything, he slammed his board down on the podium, proudly announcing his own name. The Recipro hero, Overdrive. Midnight smiled at the name, giving it her approval. I'm sure that your family is very proud of you, Tenya. Ida gave a strangled sound that Midoriya could only assume was his way of emoting embarrassment before chopping down. Please, Midnight. Keep matters professional within the class. The accompanying chopping of Ida's hands and the repeated scene had the class laughing and relaxing after the conversation that had started the class. Midnight had struggled to keep her blatant adoration for her close friend's brother out of classes for all of a week before she had begun teasing and embarrassing him. Even if Ida didn't acknowledge it, the return to normalcy was comforting. Gyro grinned, pushing Kaminari with her shoulder. Go on, we both know you're sticking with that. The nervous jittering and occasional sparking from Kaminari had him grabbing onto Gyro's shoulder like a lifeline. Fine, but you're coming with me. Gyro's eyes widened minutely, but quickly, she shrugged off her surprise and rolled her eyes. Come on, then. Midoriya watched, amused, as Kaminari's shock morphed into horror as she actually stood up and started herding him toward the front with her jacks. When he finally reached the podium, he sighed dramatically, flipping his board around for the class to see. Both Midnight and Midoriya's eyebrows raised at what was written. The electric hero, 𝐤𝐷𝐿. Dead silence met the announcement, which proved worse for Kaminari's jittering and sparks. Oi, don't just stand there silently, say something. Gyro's overall tone, incisive as it was, startled the class and the professors from their surprise. Midnight hummed, tilting her head to the side. A portmanteau of the English word charge, and the Japanese word for lightning, Inazuma. Good job. More than that. The softness in Midoriya's voice caught much of the class off guard. Your mother's the lightning hero Inazuma, isn't she? Midnight blinked before coming to the same conclusion that Midoriya had. Kaminari blushed delicately. Turning his head, he nodded all the same. Then, it's a DMN good name. The sudden clack of a second board startled most of the class, whose attention had been focused solely on Kaminari and Midoriya. Gyro's board read simply, the sound hero, hi-fi. There we go, both our names. Can we sit down? Gyro's question was aimed at Midnight, as the professor in the room, but her eyes were on Midoriya's. It was his subtle nod, rather than Midnight's consent, that had Gyro herding Kaminari across the room again, the dodging jabs of her jacks effectively keeping his mind off of his name reveal and his sparking anxiety focused back on her. Yorozu stood next, striding to the front of the room. Her board clacked against the top of the podium as she set it down, drawing a neutral-sounding hymn from the room. Is something wrong with it? Midnight offered another non-committal noise. It's not that there's anything wrong with it, per se. It's creative. Midoriya shook his head with a hint of a smirk. But there is a better word for that epithet. The heroine of all creation. Come on, Momo. I saw what you had written down before Creati. It fit much better. Yorozu's face flushed pink as she shook her head. I don't know, it's just that, it was a bit arrogant. Improper. Midoriya laughed, surprising several of the students closest. A lot of his mannerisms were bringing about that kind of reaction today, it seemed. Proper. Of all the things that you could be thinking of, Midoriya trailed off, shaking his head as the laughter dispelled. Do not mix up arrogance and pride, Yorozu Momo. Too much pride creates arrogance. Too little and it causes insecurities. A healthy amount creates confidence. By the end of this program, I want you all to be able to do 3 things. Have pride in your training. Have pride in the effort you put into a noble cause. Have pride in yourselves for walking a path so many others wouldn't dare to even think of taking. Take on a name that will inspire you to be better, that you can have pride in once you live up to it. Yorozu dipped her head. Sking in a breath, she quietly wiped the name off with her sleeve and wrote down the original in its place. She smiled, small and fierce. I'm the heroine of all creation, Genesis. Midnight smirked, reaching over to give her a firm thump on the back. Demon right, you are. Yorozu's confidence lasted only until she reached her seat, where she immediately turned pink and put her head in her hands. Oh well, it's progress, Midoriya supposed. Himiko bounced to the front of the room after Yorozu, dragging what appeared to be a very exasperated and unwilling 𝐭 behind her. Bakaniko! Himiko poked 𝐭 in the cheek with a toothy smile and he sighed, putting his board up, as well. And Maestro! Where Himiko had been upbeat and excited, 𝐭 was the complete opposite, deadpan in every word and action. The chuckles from the rest of the class had Himiko beaming harder where 𝐭 simply scrunched his nose and sighed. Good names, but you two should work on epithets. It helps the name pop. Midnight emphasized the word with a pop of her own lips, even as Himiko shook her head. Nah, Toshi and I are going underground. Doesn't need to pop, needs to send a message. Midnight blinked in surprise. Instead of voicing her question to the 2 students, Midnight turned to Midoriya. Your class already has 2 students that know they want to go underground. Midoriya shook his head. 3, actually. Hagekyu is still in the hospital. She wanted to come today, but since the only offer was for her to come in a wheelchair, she declined until she could walk. Maybe 4. Midoriya turned towards Ojiro as he raised his hand. I want to get a bit more experience before I decide where I would be most useful. Midoriya nodded, acknowledging the man's plan. Maybe 4. If that surprised Midnight any more than it already had, she didn't show it. Instead, she just hummed again. Anyway, let's see. Midoriya ran through the class roster under his breath as he looked out at the class. Shoji isn't with us today. Neither are Hagekyu or Koda. That leaves. Ojiro, have anything for us today? Hesitation, clear in the man's stiff, halting movements, had him shaking his head. Tokoyami. Anger and indecision had him shaking his head no, as well. Todoroki. Another no. Midoriya sighed. He hadn't expected anything on that front, but it was still disappointing. That's alright, everyone, just make sure you come up with something before the sports festival. That leaves you and me, Tokage. Have anything? Tokage sat in enough frustration to have the feathers sprouting from the sides of her neck ruffling. She tapped on the board unevenly. Sorry. No, I don't. Her eyes widened, and suddenly she was writing at full speed. Quickly, she capped off the dry erase marker and pushed her chair back, running up to the front of the room to slam her board down. It just came to me. I don't know why. Midnight and Class 1A stared at the strange word on the board with simple confusion. Troth. I'm afraid I don't know the word, Tokage. I can't really judge. Midnight couldn't help but trail off as she caught the look on Midoriya's face from the corner of her eye. He looked like a corpse, ghastly pale with his face twisted in a mixture of shock and abject horror. Midoriya. Midoriya blinked and a bit of pallor returned to his face, though he still appeared far too white. How? Setsuna. Setsuna looked over to Midoriya, pausing. Svakla tepaha wax nimura mishun 6 lex osri mox dia. Setsuna tilted her head for a moment, then shook it slowly. I don't know where, Midoriya. It just came to me. Midoriya's response was to blink in confusion, as if he hadn't consciously meant to say what he had out loud. Whatever color that had been regained was lost again. Slowly, almost robotically, Midoriya walked up to Setsuna, pulled the dry erase marker from her grasp and, after erasing the word troth, wrote another word in its place. Setsuna stared at it for a long moment before smiling and nodding. I don't know why, but I like that better. Let's go with that. Midoriya took a deep breath before taking Setsuna by the arm and leading her toward the door. Midoriya. What is dash? Midoriya shook his head quickly in response to Midnight. I need to get a BLD sample from Miss Tokage. We are going to head to the infirmary now. Midoriya, that isn't what dash, yes, right? It's not a hero name, but Elysium. Elysium is my field name. Now, if you'll excuse us, please. Midoriya strode quickly out the door with Tokage, the door falling shut behind them. What little composure the class had was gone. They had never seen Midoriya make a face like that. Even when he had fought for their lives, he had never seemed so utterly blindsided. The class, instead, stared in utter confusion at the whiteboard left at the front of the room and the single word scrawled across it in fancy script. Aritis. Nedzu drummed his fingertips quietly against the fine china that he kept in his office. Not one sound was made as he sipped from the teacup, nor as he placed it down. Never once did the full-faced smile leave his expression. Never once did he take his eyes off the eyes of the hero sitting across from him. Feathers fluffed and twitched as Nedzu continued to smile coldly, allowing his nails to click on the teacup as he once again took a sip and set the drink back down. Hawks breathed deeply, even as he crushed down the instinctual urge to get the hell away from the thing in front of him. I've come dash you've come dash. Hawks' eyes went wide as he silenced himself to allow the school president to speak, only to be met once again with that horrible silence, filled only by the ticking of the clock and the clicking of nails on china. Hawks attempted to speak once again as his nerves continued to fray. I've come to give you dash you've come to give me dash. Hawks' pulse pounded in his neck. As he breathed, his feathers shuddered. Finally, after a long moment, as if he had grown bored with the game, Nedzu placed his teacup down one last time. You have come to give me the Hero Commission's most recent demands. Do tell. Just what do they want? Hawks slowly reached down into his bag, pulling out and handing the school president a list, never once letting his eyes leave Nedzu's. It is a list of hero students that are to be removed from the hero course on the grounds 𝐻𝐸𝐻. The laughter that bubbled up out of the diminutive creature had Hawk's heart jumping in his chest. An awful shrieking cackle that tickled that avian part of his brain, telling him to run, run, run. As quickly as it began, in the span of a heartbeat, the laughter stopped, and once again, Nedzu locked eyes with the pro-hero. No trace of laughter remained in his eyes, and his too large, too sharp smile held none of the humor that such laughter should have betrayed. Nothing was different from what it had been in the last half hour. But when Nedzu opened his mouth, he uttered 2 words. Get out! Hawks had never run so quickly in his life. Midoriya drummed his fingers against his lap as he waited for the class to arrive. Setsuna sat beside him, reading something or other on her phone. He could feel the impatience burning through him as his thoughts raced. It, of course, took time to sequence a person's genome. He'd had it practically down to an art before he had come back to Japan. Yet still, it would have taken him half a day to perform the deed. That was also before the added complication of sequencing quirks, and if what I suspect is true, the recombinant. A finger poking him had Midoriya. Snapping from his thoughts, his hand finding the knife sheathed on his armor. He scared in a deep breath, acknowledging the look of shock on Yorozu's face with a wary expression of his own. Sorry. You startled me. Midoriya let his hand slip away from the blade and back to his lap as he took in the woman. I see you've chosen to forsake the armor plates. Yorozu glanced down at her gear before frowning and giving a nod. I kept the boots, but the armor plates weren't quite working out how I wanted them to. Blocking creation in a few places. The visor worked really well, though. I requested a sleeker version from Hatsume. Midoriya gave a nod. Could just replace your eyes. I was worried about that. It would be so much easier if I could put you all in the same armor as me and let you build on that, but it doesn't work for most of your quirks. I don't think that aside from maybe Kiri, any of us could even wear your gear, Midori. The snort from Midoriya's right had him glancing over and immediately regretting every life decision that had brought him to that point. Gak. Thing, what the hell are you wearing, Mina? Standing in what appeared to be a new bodysuit and combat boots, Ashido sported a new color pattern that Midoriya thought might be the result of a nuclear reactor throwing up onto an outfit. Why the hell does it have neon yellow now? Ashido gave a slow smirk as she shuffled closer, and Midoriya squinted as if needing sunglasses to protect his retinas from the eye-searing combination of colors assaulting his eyes. I wanted to try out a new color pattern. Do you like it? Ashido shuffled closer, only for Midoriya to throw up his hands to ward the woman off. Only in that it may as well be a weapon itself. Midoriya glanced away to protect his eyes as much as to observe the gathering class. No, obviously my armor wouldn't work for everyone. I meant the undersuit. It's a titanium Kevlar nano weave with a gel layer for temperature regulation and pressurization in high-velocity impacts. As it is, we've had to personalize it for most of the quirks in class. Himiko and Setsuna's had to be DNA-bound to them. If only it were so simple for Momo's. Zu's had to be rated as a dive suit, and Uraraka's re-engineered for rapid acceleration and high to low G environments. Wait. Ashido looked around at her classmates in confusion. Just how many of us are wearing these undersuits? On top of the previously mentioned students, Ashido saw Yorozu pull the edge of her CRP top up to reveal a partial undersuit. Turning, she watched as Gyro, Ojiro, and Shinso also pulled down the collars of their hero gear to reveal the sleek black bodysuits that underpinned Midoriya's own armor. Ashido puffed out her cheeks. Oh, I don't get offered the fancy bodysuit. I see how it is, Midoriya. The playful huff had Midoriya chuckling as he shook his head. Mina, we first need to get you trained well enough that you don't melt the fancy bodysuit. Then we have to come up with a fancy bodysuit that works with whatever gear we give you and, doesn't melt. Midoriya glanced around the class, stretching as he pushed any other thoughts out of his mind. All right, everyone, gather up. I'll tell you all what you're doing, so listen for your groups and split up. Midoriya waited a moment for everyone's attention to focus on him and for the idle chatter to die down before he looked down at the class list. Tsunotori, Group B, Blunt Horns, please. focus on fight performance while splitting your attention between your quirk and the fight. Our goal here is that using both should be muscle memory. Midoriya watched as the woman gave him a thumbs up before stepping off to one side. Ashido, Group C, stand by for a moment. Mina puffed up her cheeks again but moved to sit down in the middle of the training field without complaint or question. They all knew what Midoriya's Group C was. It meant that there was a conversation to be had before you got assigned your training. Asui, Group A. You've already been using your quirk, so we're going to get you started on some mobility training. You'll be heading to Gym Theta after warm-ups for the new mobility course before coming back for more combat training. A quick ribbit and Asui stepped to the side opposite Tsunotori. Ida, you've got a choice. Want combat integration training or endurance training today? Could I try the mobility training? Midoriya quirked an eyebrow but nodded and noted it down. You're welcome to try, but since it'll be tuned for a select few today, you're probably going to suffer with it until they come back for combat training. Ida chopped one of his arms through the air with a grin. More of a challenge, then. Midoriya shook his head, gesturing for him to join Asui. Uraraka, Group C, stand by for a moment. The woman clearly had no worries about grass stains as she buckled her legs and plonked down next to Ashido. Ojiro, you can try the mobility training if you'd like, or you can go with Group B for more hand-to-hand training. Ojiro shrugged. I'll give the mobility course a go before coming back. Midoriya nodded, noting down the decision. Kaminari, Group C, stand by for a moment. The man winced, his shoulders hunching. His body curled in on itself as he moved forward to join the others. Ashido tugged on his arm when he walked over to their group, dragging him down to sit between herself and Uraraka before slinging her arm over his shoulder. Kirishima. Whoop. Midoriya chuckled. Yeah. You remember what I taught you earlier about armor? Kirishima shot Midoriya a big grin and 2 thumbs up. I do, Midoribro. Midoriya raised his eyebrow even as he checked his paperwork. 2 options for you today. Impact testing with some endurance training, or you can go with Group B and try out what I taught you. In lieu of a response, Kirishima stepped over to stand beside Tsunotori. Midoriya noted the choice before moving on. Toga, Group B. No weapons yet, but you can use your quirk if you get the opening. Toga's eyes got large and sparkly as she jumped at Kirishima, fangs bared. Before whispering something in his ear that had the man blushing, his quirk activating seemingly without thought. Do try to keep things PG outside of combat, please, Himiko. The whine that Midoriya received in response had him huffing before moving on. Gyro, you know how to use your quirk on people, but make sure to keep focus. Group B. Gyro threw her hands into the air as she yelled back at him. It was one time. Next up is Zero. Mobility training. For the first half of class. Midoriya pointed down the field to where several of the physical education assistants were setting up a battery of projectiles. Second half, you'll be training precision over there. Tokoyami, Group C, stand by. The man visibly stiffened, a frown barely tugging at his carefully neutral expression. Todoroki, Group B. A chunk of the class blinked at the short orders. No explanation was forthcoming as to what Todoroki should focus on. Midoriya narrowed his eyes. He hid his grimace as the man silently dipped his head before trudging over to where the rest of Group B was standing. Midoriya very much wanted to take him aside now, but that would require relying on too many assumptions at this point. Todoroki hadn't had the opportunity to show that he was still half-functional. I need to know just how deep this rabbit hole goes first. Tokage. Group B. The moment you feel control slipping, you step out of the spa and get control back. Am I understood? A toothy grin and a thumbs up had Setsuna sauntering over to Group B. Sliding up to her side, she bent to whisper something into Toga's ear. Considering the sudden grin on Toga's face, Midoriya thought it better that he didn't know. Orozu, Group C, stand by for a moment. Shinso. Group B, try various activation methods for your quirk. Compliments, insults, taunts, obscenities, bigotry, racism. Nothing's off the table when it comes to getting a response in a fight. Just be careful if there are civilians around. A thumbs up and he was moving across the field to join his group. Midoriya let out a breath, setting the clipboard down. All right, everyone, you've got your marching orders. Stretch out, do your warm-up run, and get to your positions. Midoriya rolled his back as he looked at the group still with him. He waited another moment before going through them each, one at a time. Momo, he started, you don't have to train with us for the next couple of weeks. What? I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Yorozu felt that little seed of anxiety begin to grow in her chest again. She knew that she hadn't been as useful as the others during the USJ, and she wasn't the best in the training so far, but still, she wasn't. Yorozu blinked again as Midoriya thumped her on the forehead, an obvious frown marring his expression. She rubbed the spot with a wince and a choking feeling. Stop that. I know that look quite well. The reason is that I don't have the time to give you the attention that you need before the sports festival. Yorozu felt herself SCK in a breath just as another thump came, hitting her square and without mercy. I said stop that. Momo, you have the potential to be the single most dangerous individual in the country and one of the most dangerous in the world. The fact of the matter is that if you hadn't been born to two wildly influential and powerful parents, then the government would likely have taken you away from them not long after your quirk came in. Yorozu's eyes went wide, her mouth dropping open. What, how? The government wouldn't, no. They wouldn't. Midoriya sighed and shook his head. They damn well would, and I wouldn't blame them at all. Shock was the only reaction that he could see in the students standing around him. That is, before they began to clamor. Midoriya put his hand up and continued. Momo, what would the results be if you decided one day to walk through a mall spewing sarin from your skin? Yorozu jerked back, looking appalled. That would kill me, as well, Midoriya, and I don't even know the chemical formula for sarin. She trailed off as her own brain processed the scenario almost against her will. She was a smart woman. She would rapidly reach the same conclusions he had. C4H10 for 2P. You can find it and its structure through an internet search. That's it. You could produce the atropine and pralidoxime chloride in yourself, even while you produce the gas. I'd never. And if you were ever pressed into a corner, how many kilograms of plutonium do you think your quirk could split before eradicating one of the seaboards, Momo? The woman looked ashen at the thought. The energy required to do that would kill me, Midoriya. He gave her a pitying look. And a little study of how the bombs work. You could do it. If you are going to die, anyway. Why not take the BSTRS with you? Yorozu could feel the panic creeping up her airway, tightening it and her lungs at the very thought. Midoriya took a deep breath, moving a hand to Yorozu's shoulder. I'm not saying this because I or anyone else thinks that you would do such a thing, but because I need to impress upon you the threat that you present to the world, how they will view you after the events at the USJ. I need to know that you understand how utterly terrifyingly devastating your quirk has the potential to be so that you can train and never let it happen. You can create anything out of any material that you want. Any element. Hell, put on specialized equipment or make it and you could even replicate a vast majority of emitter quirks. I knew that my quirk was good, but for hero work. I was never sure that Momo, you have one of the best quirks for heroics that you could possibly hope for. With proper training and effort, you could influence the direction of the entire country, if not the world. The head of the chemistry department has a doctorate in inorganic chemistry. They've agreed to help you cram during the mornings leading up to the sports festival. I'm honored, but what about actual training? Due to the nature of your quirk, Momo, Snipe has agreed to give you a 3-week crash course on weaponry and restraint. Everything from late medieval weaponry to modern firearms. With the understanding, of course, that any ammunition that you create is the same non-lethal ammunition that the third years are training on. Holy SHT, Momo. Ashido's laugh turned into panic as Yorozu's legs gave out on her. The anxiety quickly developed into a full-blown panic attack as her own insecurities reared their heads. I can't. It's too much. I'm just going to let them down if the class down. Midoriya kneeled down slowly as he pulled Yorozu's hand up in front of her eyes. His other hand tapped a slow rhythm on the back of the hand he held. Hey, focus on breathing. Focus on me now. A long moment passed before some of the color returned to Yorozu's cheeks. I'm sorry. There is nothing to apologize for. If you feel uncomfortable with taking the opportunity, then you don't have to. I apologize if I made you think that this was set in stone. I should have phrased all of this better. Momo, let me make something clear. Not one single being is perfect. No one expects you to be. I've made more mistakes in my life than I can count. The only thing that anyone here at UA asks of you is that you try your best. What that is purely up to you. No one else. I think I'd like some time to think about this. To talk to the other two professors. Midoriya gave her a small, comforting smile. Then do that. For now, go sit down somewhere a little more comfortable. Ashido and Uraraka helped their classmate to her feet before she bowed stiffly and made her way off the training field. You should have gone about that better. What the hell was that about? You know she'd never hurt anyone, so why make her think like that? Sure, you might have a point, but right now. Seriously, Midoriya. Midoriya dipped his head towards Uraraka's admonishments, even if he personally disagreed. She needed to have a healthy respect for what she could do, even if she would never do it. She was their leader, but he hadn't accounted for her mentality. He hadn't planned for Yorozu's anxiety to be that bad. That had been both a mistake and an oversight on his part. But if nothing else, it would certainly be a useful tool to bind her to her classmates and them to her. Uraraka, you get to join them at the mobility training. Focus on learning your movement with the new gear, especially the legs. When you are finished, try training your gravitic manipulation during full-speed sparring. Uraraka stiffened, and Midoriya sighed. Try not to overdo the training, okay? Even if you can physically take it, your brain needs to rest. I understand. She doesn't. I'll cut back on the extra training and rest. She won't. Midoriya sighed again. You know where I am if you need me. Uraraka set off in a jog in the direction Group A had gone and left Midoriya shaking his head. Reaching down, Midoriya grabbed a paper from his stack before handing it to Kaminari. Power Loader has a battery of tests for you to do. They'll give an idea of your limits and electrical performance. He also has several lessons he wants to go over with you today and tomorrow regarding the basics. It's not a substitute for the classes we'll need to get added to your schedule, but it should give you a starting point. I didn't mean to do it. Midoriya felt that one when he winced. How often had he heard those exact words? No one thinks you did, Kaminari. No one blames you, either. This is just so you can use your quirk safely. These lessons would have been provided to you regardless of what happened at the USJ. Kaminari ducked his head and began making his way off with a small muttered thanks. And then there were two. Mina, it'll be you and me today. You are going to learn to integrate your acid into the hand-to-hand we've been teaching you. With some luck, it'll come naturally. The sickened expression stated her reluctance plainly, even as Ashido sighed and cringed away. Must we? We must. Don't worry, you know your levels well now. This should be easy for you. Ashido deflated before throwing her hands up and scrubbing them through her hair. Fine, fine. Midoriya gave her a pained smile. I'll meet you over there. I have something I need to talk to Tokoyami about real quick, alright? Always the drama queen, Ashido threw her entire body into a slump as she groaned, but when she bounced back, it was with a rather forced smile. She could do this. She would. Midoriya waited a long moment for the girl to find her pep again, watching her dance away with a renewed energy, before he turned to Tokoyami. Power Loader and Mai have forwarded your request for the new support items. Tokoyami kept his facial expressions neutral as he challenged Midoriya with his gaze. So, I can request what I'd like with my costume. You can, yes. Midoriya dragged the words out slowly and focused on the lack of expression or response that he was being given in return. Midoriya sighed and tried another approach. How do you feel about this, Dark Shadow? That got a response from Tokoyami in the form of a snarl. The demon doesn't get input dash, Toki is being a thing but dash, you do not speak for me you dash, and you don't listen for me to dash, stop. Midoriya threw both his hands up. He looked between Dark Shadow, snarling at Tokoyami from his abdomen, and took another look at the hostile expression on Tokoyami's face before shaking his head in disappointment. Tokoyami, until this gets sorted, you are both banned from participating in any form of training. Koda was waiting for Midoriya when a majority of the class began stumbling through the front door to the dorms. Exhaustion marked them. Their faces were gaunt, their footsteps heavy. A few gave Koda a surprised glance before continuing. Others still barely even noticed the timid man standing off to the side. Some made their way towards their dorm rooms, some headed to the common area to collapse on the furniture there, and some headed for the dorm showers. They had foregone the facilities in the changing rooms, preferring instead the familiarity of their home for the next several years. Midoriya was the last to trickle in, looking as energetic as he ever did, fueled by caffeine and spite as he was. Several burns were evident across his upper cheek, below his eyes. Midoriya's eyes roved across the room before stopping on Koda. A slight pulling of the skin on his cheeks was the only indication of a change in his expression. Several quick steps brought the imposing man to stand in front of him, towering over even Koda's own height. Midoriya's hand clamped down on Koda's shoulder, freezing the instinctual urge he felt to tremble. "Let me get what we'll need from my room, Koda, and then we'll go." "Where?" "I have a facility that I believe may give you some answers as to what you would like to do. If it doesn't, then it should at least rule a few things out for you." Midoriya stepped away from Koda before disappearing up the stairs. Kaminari's head popped up over the edge of a sofa. Koda blinked at him. A chunk of Kaminari's blonde hair had been singed black at the tips. How did that happen? Tired eyes blinked at Koda for a moment before Kaminari finally followed the man's finger movements. Not understanding at first, he reached up to touch the part of his hair that Koda was pointing at. He groaned as his fingers touched the crunchy strands. He hadn't realized that the explosion he'd caused had done anything but superficial damage to him. Why hadn't anyone? Kaminari thought about that for a moment longer and realized that the type of people he had been surrounded by in the support studio wouldn't have thought anything about a bit of burnt hair. "DM it. You going somewhere with Midoriya, Koda?" Koda gave a short nod, but when he offered no additional context, Kaminari groaned again. "Have fun with that. You think Midoriya'd be fine with me tagging along? I wanted to pick his brain over some of the work that Power Loader sent me back with." "No, I don't particularly mind." Both men jolted in place with Kaminari giving a slight yelp as they both turned their heads to the man standing beside them. Where had he come from, and how had his arrival eluded the both of them? "Awesome, I'll just dash." Kaminari slid off the couch in what was likely supposed to be a graceful maneuver. What occurred, though, was a faceplant into the carpet as his legs gave out on him. A muffled groan came from the floor. Kaminari rolled his head onto its side to stare up at the two men watching him with varying levels of interest. "On second thought, go on without me." "Right. Well, we'll be gone for a couple hours. Write down your questions so you don't forget them and ask me when we return." Midoriya turned to a nervous Koda, who was already gesturing at him. "A couple hours. Do we have to go?" Midoriya furrowed his brow before shaking his head. "Koda, you don't have to go anywhere you don't want to. I'm simply offering you potential help. You don't have to accept it if you're unwilling." Koda stilled before dipping his head in seeming resignation. "All right. Let's go." The ride was silent, up until Midoriya's motorcycle stopped in front of the headquarters for Moonlit Industries, mostly owing to Koda's newfound fear of motorcycles and his inability to speak or use the hands that were wrapped around Midoriya. "Is this the facility?" Midoriya gave a low chuckle and shook his head. "We're not there yet. Come with me." The two made their way through the front door and into the lobby. Midoriya smiled as he accepted a clipboard of paperwork from the secretary at the front desk. He turned, letting the smile drop and the seriousness of the situation to show on his face. "Non-disclosure agreement. A number of the things you are going to see today are currently classified. Both I and the interested parties would like to keep it that way." Koda hesitated before swallowing and taking the paperwork with a shaky grip. He left Midoriya to speak with the front desk as he sat down and read through the tidy stack of papers. Most of it had already been filled out for him, so after a quick skim to verify that he wasn't selling his firstborn child, 𝐂𝐲 signed the agreement as needed. Midoriya turned as 𝐂𝐲 approached him from behind. Silently, he took the clipboard and handed it back to the man behind the desk. After another moment, and the sound of whirring machinery, Midoriya turned back to him with a copy of the paperwork he had just filled out. "For your own records, of course." 𝐂𝐲 accepted this but blinked in confusion as he followed Midoriya back towards the parking lot. He had thought that they would be going deeper into the facility, not back outside. Instead of heading for the bike as 𝐂𝐲 had expected, however, they headed for what appeared to be a hangar bay, tucked away behind the main building and what was almost certainly additional security. Stepping through a door located at the side of the bay, 𝐂𝐲 was immediately assaulted by a level of noise that had him flinching and nearly backing back out on impulse. Midoriya glanced back briefly at this, clicking his tongue. He had forgotten about the sheer amount of sound produced in the hangar bay, especially before a launch like this. He jogged over to one of the racks on the side of the building, coming back a moment later with a pair of headphones. Midoriya handed them over to 𝐂𝐲, watching as he slid them on with a grateful expression. Midoriya's voice crackled through the speakers in them a moment later. "Welcome to Hangar Bay 1 and home to Project Icarus." 𝐂𝐲 blinked, and for the first time, looked past Midoriya towards the large, very large, aircraft resting in the middle of the enormous space. Men swarmed around the sleek gray aircraft, at least 100 feet in length and a little over half of that in its width. The aircraft had two short wings with what appeared to be vertical engines. "Beauty, isn't she?" Project Icarus started between Mai and me as an attempt to create a cargo aircraft capable of easily making round trips into space. We didn't realize it at the time, but this may just be the project the government was the most interested in. We were contracted to create a new troop carrier for the JSDF, so we rolled a few ideas into one. Still working on getting it into orbit, though. Midoriya gestured for 𝐂𝐲 to follow him toward the back ramp of the aircraft. Heavy cargo transport and troop carrier, gunship and close air support. We don't do things by halves here at Moonlit Industries, and the engineers got really into designing this bad girl. You should have seen their eyes when they got the gravitic data from Uraraka's quirk. You would have thought that I had given them the keys to the kingdom. "Yo, you gave your classmates' quirk readings to your scientists. Isn't that a violation?" 𝐂𝐲's voice was soft in the microphone, enough so that Midoriya didn't think 𝐂𝐲 actually expected nor wanted Midoriya to hear it. "Not at all. She signed off on the usage of the data when we were developing her heroics gear. Albeit, I don't know if she had this in mind." Midoriya laughed as he gestured to the aircraft they were approaching. The engineers came up with something they are calling a gravitic assist generator. It won't do what Uraraka can do, but they are hopeful it can at least push our carry capacity on the aircraft up over 60 tons. The two stepped onto the ramp, and 𝐂𝐲 was surprised to find that, all things considered, the interior of the aircraft wasn't awful. He had always imagined military cargo planes to be all hard edges and uncomfortable benches. "It's interesting, Midoriya, but I could have already told you I don't have any interest in being an engineer. As interesting as the job is, of course." Midoriya quirked an eyebrow, chuckling. "No, I didn't think you did. We're just co-opting today's test of this aircraft to get us where we need to be quickly." Midoriya stepped up towards the cockpit, suching out his headphones for a new set as he leaned in to speak with the pilots. "You guys about good to go?" One of the pilots glanced back, his eyes briefly flicking towards Midoriya and then back to the gauges in front of him, his helmet feeding information to him even as he ran through his pre-flight checks. "Yeah, we're just finishing up the F-dash." The pilot's head snapped to the side as his brain registered just who he had seen. His mouth slammed his mouth audibly. "Yes, sir." Midoriya gave the two of them a sardonic grin as he clapped the first on the shoulder. "No need for that, Lieutenant. The JSDF sent you guys over to be test pilots and give us honest feedback. You're not here to kiss my butt. We about ready. How's she treating you?" The pilot opened his mouth for a moment, thought about it, then closed it again, shaking his head. "You are exactly how your employees described you." "I'll take that as a good thing, Lieutenant. She's about ready for takeoff. The flight tests were good last time. Now the eggheads have supposedly made her faster, more maneuverable, and, God willing, fixed the fuel mixture this time. The targeting software has been updated so that the 70mm should have their accuracy problem fixed. We're supposed to drop you off before heading for the weapons tests. We'll spin back around to pick you up after. How's she flying nowadays? Like a drunken sky whale. But honestly, for this odd mixture of roles she's got going, that's pretty dim and good. We're done fueling, sir. Take a seat and we'll get you where you're going. Midoriya gave the pilot a couple of pats on the shoulder before returning the headset to its nook. Walking back, he took up the seat across from Koda. The man looked like he was going to be sick as he sat clenching the sides of his seat. We're clear for launch. It'll take us about 20 minutes to get where we're going from the last test speed. Midoriya patted the frame of the plane beside him. The fusion drives on this thing coupled up with the maneuvering thrusters were a nightmare for the programmers to get working. As it turns out, a lot of work goes into producing a VTOL aircraft. Luckily, they had plenty of help and a large budget to work out the 𝐭𝐴𝐻 with. Is that supposed to be comforting? Koda grimaced, his throat bobbing uneasily as his hands formed the words. It means, Koda, that we are past the plane crashing stage. Besides that, every single part gets examined and tested between every aircraft test. Right now, this'll be safer than most commercial flights. That tidbit of information isn't going to help me on commercial flights. Midoriya gave an awkward shrug of his shoulders. He was trying. It wasn't helping, but he was trying. The takeoff was smooth enough to have Koda relaxing a bit in his seat. His eyes naturally tracked to the windscreen in front of the pilot's nook at the front of the aircraft. He tensed back up when he saw the sky. He stumbled off the aircraft paler than he had started. Midoriya patted him on the back conciliatorily. Getting them to their destination in 6 minutes, the pilots had surpassed his expectations and had broken their previous speed record with a blistering 960 miles per hour. The whooping and laughter as they broke the sound barrier had been gleeful for Midoriya and the pilots, both. It had not been glee that Koda had felt as, in his mind, the only sane individual on that plane. The shaking had nearly made him catatonic. Once he managed to catch his breath, Midoriya led him away from the landing pad and down a paved path toward the front doors of a sleek, modernist office. Koda couldn't help but marvel at all of the nature around them as they approached the building. Bird song and the distant call of wildlife, all of it sounding like a busy city vibrant and full of life to Koda's ears. Midoriya scanned his badge at the front door before sticking his hand on a pad to be scanned. Where are we, Midoriya? This used to be known as the island of 𝐿. It was abandoned during the urban wars. There are a series of these small islands out here that the government was happy to sell the land on if it meant something was being done with it. They don't have the time, budget, nor AF to give about the land out here. Okay, why do you have a facility on an abandoned island off the east coast? The door beeped and Midoriya gestured Koda inside the building. This facility has become our head of operations for a number of our biological sciences. The ecosystem here was as dead as the island when we first got here, but we've spent the last couple of years terraforming it back to a healthy state. Somewhere over in that direction, Midoriya made a gesture with his hand. We have a variety of carefully maintained gardens, hydroponics, farms, etc. Midoriya made another gesture. That way, we mostly have nature preserves and simulated biomes. We have just about every environment that you could visit from Mercury to Pluto. Of course, some of those are dangerous and the proper precautions are being taken, but tests are still useful in those areas. The pair stopped at a set of double doors, and Midoriya made a final gesture. That way, we have genetics testing areas and labs. Diseases, animals, the literal creation of life, anything you could potentially do with recombinant DNA. Through here, Midoriya pointed to the double doors, we have one of our control centers for the island. We monitor everything and track situations as they develop. Koda stopped for a long moment, saying nothing. After a long pause, his hands came up as if to make words. He paused again, lowering them. The silence stretched as Koda warred with something inside himself before his expression finally settled, his mouth opening as if to speak. Why did you bring me here, Midoriya? Midoriya took in the set of Koda's features with a tilt of his head. He had a few options here, and he pondered for a moment on them. You are leaving the hero course. It's no secret that I've looked at the student files before, and you had a biology degree as your backup. This place should give you a clearer idea of precisely what you want to do. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 narrowed his eyes at Midoriya. That's not all of it, is it? By your own admission, this place, or at least parts of it, are classified. Even with whatever courage 𝐂𝐸𝐻 seemed to have dug up, he still struggled to swallow the classified nature of Midoriya's work. Just because I'm in the hero course, as well, you wouldn't have brought me here. You're logical in class, and something about this doesn't add up. You barely know me. I could be the type to break an NDA. Midoriya smiled and shook his head. No, you wouldn't be able to break the NDA, I'm afraid. The government itself wouldn't allow that. Besides, there is a certain quality of students that are selected for the hero course at UA. There is a reason it's one of the top 3 heroics colleges in the world. You wouldn't violate the NDA unless there were very good reasons to do so. And the reason you're helping me? 𝐂𝐸𝐻's voice had grown softer after Midoriya's response. He hadn't lost his confidence, but Midoriya's easy answer had made him cringe at his own question. Well, you are correct. There is more to it than you simply being a heroic student. 𝐂𝐸𝐻's head snapped up. It's one part heroics, as it is simply a good thing to do to help. It is one part selfish altruism, though. You are in trouble, I can help, that makes me feel good. Maybe a bit of reciprocal altruism, as well. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 gritted his teeth. Pity wasn't something he'd wanted when he'd gone to Midoriya. But mostly, it's the fact that you have potential, 𝐂𝐸𝐻. You are intelligent, going by the scores on your entrance exam. It was tailored for the natural sciences, and you still scored very high. There are dozens of jobs and career paths even just within biology. You could be a ranger here on this island. A biological technician, research assistant, agricultural scientist, environmental scientist, wetland scientist, ecologist, or geneticist. I could stand here and list job titles all day, but I'd wager on you going into the veterinary sciences, and with your quirk. You'd be DMN good at it, if you can stomach it. Pretty much any job you choose, we could use you here. Midoriya let an easy smirk slip onto his face. So yes, it is a bit selfish in nature. I'd prefer to be the first one to offer you a position. And if you maybe form some kind of attachment to the people and this place in the process. That's even better. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 stared at the floor for a long moment, working through what Midoriya had told him and looking for anything that he might have left out. There were a few places 𝐂𝐸𝐻 thought that Midoriya might have done just that, but it wasn't a pressing issue. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 could at least trust that Midoriya wanted to use him as an employee. For his own goals, he could live with a little nepotism. Finally, he raised his hands to speak for him. Do you pay well? Midoriya blinked at the question before answering in the affirmative. I'll be using you as much as you'll be using me, then. I can live with that. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 turned towards the doors and pushed his way inside. Outside, Midoriya let a low laugh rumble in his chest, a Cheshire grin splitting his face. Oh, he'll be very useful. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 stepped shakily off the bike as Midoriya slowed to a stop in the parking lot. He was quivering and pale, his skin clammy with the stress of dealing with riding on the back of the motorcycle. Shaking hands clawed the borrowed helmet off of his head as he fought to keep down the stress-induced bile that was rising up his throat. 2 motorcycle rides and 2 trips across the ocean had been enough for him for quite a while. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 turned, ready to hand the helmet back to Midoriya and tell him as much when he caught the look on his face, stoic and flat. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 followed his gaze to the edge of the lot where, cast in the shadows, he could just make out the figures of 2 people heading towards them. One taller individual and one shorter. An adult and a child maybe. Albeit, 𝐂𝐸𝐻 thought, there was just as much potential for a short quirk user as a child. Light cast dimly from the lamp above, and it wasn't but a moment before the president of their school came into view, along with the professor of the third-year hero students. 𝐂𝐸𝐻 relaxed his hands. They had come up instinctively when he'd first seen the 2 figures in the dark, but of all people, Nezu certainly wasn't a threat to him. A firm hand grasped his shoulder, and he turned his head to Midoriya. A soft smile, one which set off alarms in his head, graced Midoriya's face. There wasn't anything wrong with the smile, but something, was warning him that it wasn't right, either. The hairs on Koda's arm stood up, even as Midoriya spoke in a voice devoid of threat. I think it would be best if you headed back without me, Koda. Don't worry. I'll take care of your course transfer. Just get me the paperwork that's needed. Koda gave a small nod before handing the helmet back to Midoriya and hurrying quickly in the direction of the dorm. The smile dropped from Midoriya's face, and he rubbed his jaw. Well, I can't say it's pleasant news, then, if you two were waiting for us here in the parking lot. Midoriya had received the message while he'd still been in the air. Not uncommon, really, but the urgency which had accompanied the message was odd. Nezu shook his head as he walked forward. Each step was accompanied by the soft click of claws against hard asphalt. He had evidently foregone the strange digitigrade booties today, leaving his feet in contact with the hard surface of the parking lot. I am afraid not, Midoriya. Though, when is it ever good news? I believe I requested your presence several hours ago. You did. I had prior engagements. Koda will be leaving the hero course shortly. Nezu tilted his head, a wolfish smile stretching across his muzzle. Oh. What course is he thinking of transferring to? Midoriya waved his hand in a sort of neither here nor there gesture. Likely something in a biology field. Nezu hummed non-committally. I'll have to speak with him. I could use a translator for the tunnels below. Midoriya clicked his tongue and huffed. There is no reason for any student to have contact with the things down there. Nezu tutted at Midoriya, shaking a clawed digit. They are not things, they are people. Anyway, we always have 1 or 2 students every year who wander into the tunnels and never return. I do wish they would stop dying or joining the cults, though. Midoriya shook his head, attempting to dispel the images in his head of the bullshit living under their feet. What precisely was the news you wanted to give me, Nezu? Ah. Yes, with only some minor prompting on Midoriya's part, Nezu finally produced a list from the pocket of his tailored suit jacket. He handed the list over with a smile. I believe that you'll find this as amusing as I have. Midoriya looked at the list for a long moment before flicking his eyes up to the chimera. Silently, he raised an eyebrow. Am I supposed to pull out a blacklight or something? All I'm seeing is a mix of Class A and BS names here. Oh yes, a blacklight sounds like a wonderful idea, Midoriya. Let us try that. Perhaps you'll be able to find another funny joke. Midoriya threw his hands in the air, one fist still clutched around the paper as he pantomimed his search for a blacklight. Oh, well. Sorry, Nezu, fresh out of blacklights here. What the hell am I looking at? Nezu grinned sharply. Oh, I do love watching you humans react. It's a list dropped off by the commission, fresh off their printers. Evidently, after the USJ and the mixed public responses to it, the HPSC believes that they have a say in which students we keep and which we let go. Midoriya offered only a small, derisive snort in response. The police have already investigated and the tribunal cleared them of all wrong, so I'm assuming that you told them to blow it out their buttes. Nezu hummed. Not quite in those words, but Hawks did run from the building like a child with its tail tucked between its legs. That's not the saying. You know what, never mind. So, why are you sharing this piece of information with me? This is a moot point, as nothing will come of it. Ah. Nezu raised his finger again with a knowing smirk. Well, if you had been in my office like you were supposed to, then you would know. We have another set of visitors for this year's first-year sports festival. And who's that? Midoriya rubbed his face, feeling the length of the day beginning to wear on his nerves. Several high-level cabinet members that you may be familiar with. Midoriya groaned. Why? My guess. They are interested in seeing the students that survived an attack of such magnitude so early in their careers. Great. Great, anything else I should know? I invited the Emperor. Thing why? Nezu shrugged. The royal family managed to claw back a bit of power and respect during the urban wars. More of an obligatory invitation that they receive every year. They've never shown up before, so take that as you will. We'll also be having a media conference at 10 in the morning that you'll be required to attend. Midoriya blinked. Why on earth would I do that? Well, you are the main culprit of the USJ killings, my personal student, and the #1 choice to be removed on the list, after all. Midoriya stared at the rat in deadpan. Great, that's 3 nearly believable reasons. What's the real reason? Your class professor is still injured and self-medicating, so I don't want to deal with him. Thus, the job falls on you. Besides that, you are just so good with the media. The last was said with enough glee to have Midoriya scowling outright. I've ejected enough of them from our own media conferences. They know not to behave like baboons, or they won't get anything at all before their time's up. Those reporters write articles in business, science, and engineering. They don't intersect with the heroics world, nor its own reporters. Do you have any idea how many of them I'd have to throw out before they began to civilize? Enough that it would be irrelevant. Midoriya deadpanned again. Enough that it would be irrelevant. A paw patted Midoriya's arm as Nezu smiled up at him. Too bad. Unfortunately for you, I still expect you there. In fact, I would advise getting there at least a few hours early to coordinate with our media liaison, Junyoung. You have a Korean media liaison. You have a crispy Human Torch for a security chief. I have a crispy Japanese Human Torch for a security chief, thank you. I don't have a choice in this, do I? Sure you do. Midoriya raised an eyebrow at that. I'll just get one of the 2 class presidents to take your place. I'm sure the Yorozu heiress should be fine in front of a camera. After all, isn't that a skill that her family should have taught her? Midoriya allowed the image of Yorozu in front of those reporters into his head for one moment. Stuttering, stumbling, questioned on material that she hadn't the first clue about. She'd get eaten alive. A moment was all Midoriya needed before he was hissing out the air between his teeth. Fine. That's what I like to hear, Midoriya. Midoriya turned to Snipe. The silent man had yet to say a single word from behind his trademark mask. You don't have a single word for this conversation. Partner, I don't get paid enough to worry about any of that. You're a hero that has spoken with the media constantly. You have ties to the government. And for once, it wasn't I that shot someone. Something I will continue to be infinitely grateful for. Of course, you will. It was a long, slow stroll back to the dorms as Midoriya thought about his next steps. Which questions would be selected by the major news outlets? Which would be circulated by the tabloids, regardless of the answers given? Where and how could they manipulate the flow of information, change the equation, and paint the students as desperate, terrified children, rather than the bloodthirsty adults that the commission wanted them to be viewed as? Midoriya stepped through the doors to the dorm, contemplating how he was going to get around the commission to get the class their hero licenses. He was tallying bribes and favors in his head when his eyes caught on the face-down form of Kaminari on the floor, lying completely still. Midoriya's eyes flicked to the corner of his vision, mentally calling up a digital clock, before surveying the time. It wasn't quite late enough for everyone to be asleep, and it certainly didn't explain why Kaminari was still on the floor. Midoriya poked his side with the tip of his shoe. That can't be comfortable. Why are you still on the floor? As it turned out, Kaminari was not asleep, passed out, or anything else that might have especially concerned Midoriya. Instead, he'd simply been staring at the ceiling for hours, by Midoriya's own estimation. Surprisingly comfortable when you stop thinking about it. You know you're going to feel this in the morning, right? Probably. Maybe not. I'm good with that. Midoriya pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. In a quick motion, he had Kaminari hoisted up and over his shoulders in a fireman's carry. Unfortunately, I'm looking for a list of people, and you're on it. So, you're coming with me. Midoriya saw a thumbs up in his peripheral and simply shook his head. Pulling out the list that Nezu had given him, Midoriya swept up the floors, one by one, knocking on doors and requesting that the people from the paper meet him downstairs. When he'd finally made his way back downstairs, he counted heads. Tsunotori, Uraraka, Toga, Tokoyami, holding what looked suspiciously like a lamp, and Tokichi. With Kaminari on his shoulders, he counted 6. Hagakure was still in the hospital, so he'd stop by before the press briefing in the morning to inform her. All right, guys, over to the 1B dorms. I need a few of them, too. Why are you carrying Kaminari? Midoriya flicked his eyes over to Uraraka, who was pointing at the man in question with bandaged and wrapped hands. Isn't he heavy? Hardly feel him. As for why, I found him in a fugue state on the floor, and since I have an unreasonable amount of work to do tonight, this was faster. I'll slap him back to the realm of the living when we get where we're going. You're kidding, right? Kaminari's nervous chuckle sounded from behind Midoriya. We'll find out, won't we? His classmates didn't care for Midoriya's smile. The sister class dormitory was marginally more alive than their own. The difference was unfortunately so marginal, however, that it amounted to just a small group watching the news, a decision that Midoriya supposed was just as likely to make the situation worse as it was to help them. Rather than disturb them, as no one that he was looking for was among them, Midoriya instead checked the dorm floor plan. Finding his target, Midoriya told the rest of the class to give him a moment and made for the stairs. Midoriya had to double back when it occurred to him that he was still carrying Kaminari. A brief knock on the door and a couple moments were all it took for the quick snick of locks disengaging to come from the other side. Kendo opened the door and blinked for a second when her vision came in line with Midoriya's chest. Glancing up, and recognizing who it was at her door, she gave a tired smile. What can I do for you, Midoriya? I've got a few of 1A with me. Could you get Komori, Koroiro, Kamakiri, Shiozaki, Bondo, and Monoma for me? Kendo blinked again before scratching her head. Sure, I can try. I doubt Monoma's going to come willingly, though. He's not doing great. What's this about? Nezu gave me some news to pass along, as per usual. Kendo quirked an eyebrow. He can't come down here to pass it along himself. Midoriya's expression fell flat. Trust me. You really don't want that. Is Monoma in his room? Should be. You want to deal with him, be my guest. I've tried everything at this point to get him out of that room. He won't come out unless it's absolutely imperative. This time, when Midoriya knocked, he received no response. Not that he figured it would be easy, if it were as bad as Kendo had said. Midoriya weighed his options for a moment before settling on the straightforward approach. He raised his voice. Monoma, you can either open this door so I can talk to you, or I can break the door in. We're still gonna talk. You just won't have a door for the night. Midoriya glanced at the door handle before patting the small holder of lockpicking tools in his back pocket. He could pick the mechanical lock and bypass the electronic, of course. Let himself in quietly without actually taking the door off its hinges. Though, I did already say that I would break the door in, so, luckily for both of them, the thought skidded to a stop as the locks clicked open and Monoma's face peeked out. Go away, Midoriya. I don't have anything to say to you. I'm sorry. Midoriya took a moment to really look at the man, and oh, if he didn't look like SHT baggy eyes, sallow skin, a dead, 1,000-yard stare that Midoriya had seen far too many times in the trenches. Eyes that Midoriya had seen looking back in his mirror too many times to count. That's why, when Monoma attempted to close the door, Midoriya wedged his shoe neatly into the crack. Why, when Monoma grabbed a hold of the door, grumbling heatedly, Midoriya's eyes narrowed onto Monoma's hand, his words falling on deaf ears. Midoriya pushed into the room, shoving Monoma back as he closed the door behind himself. When was the last time you changed the bandages on your hand? Monoma muttered something at him, too low and irritable for him to fully make out the words. He understood the sentiment, though. Yes, I'm aware that I'm in your space, making demands of you. Now answer the question. This morning. Midoriya sighed before pulling Monoma over to his desk chair and sitting him down in it. A quick glance at the desk was all Midoriya needed to locate the sparse medical supplies that he had been using, including the unopened jar of petroleum jelly that he had been sent home with. Midoriya sat down on the corner of the desk, dragging Monoma's hand up so he could examine the bandaging. It bothered him just how little care both classes showed for themselves. Throw a dying person in front of them and they act without hesitation, but dare to suggest they do the same for themselves and it's a DM-end carnival. Wordlessly, Midoriya located a pair of nitrile gloves in the first aid kit and slipped them on. Don't wrap the bandages this tightly next time, Midoriya began as he quickly unwound the layers, working despite the protests of the skin underneath. You don't want pressure on burn wounds. He hissed through his teeth once the bandages came off fully. Burn scars were never pretty, and the extensive damage that Monoma had done to his palm with Ashido's acid was a nightmare for even Recovery Girl and her team to repair. Pretty, isn't it? The self-derision in Monoma's tone was thick, and even as Midoriya glanced up, Monoma looked away. I'd say it looks pretty dim and heroic to me. Monoma's head snapped back towards Midoriya, his expression bewildered. Midoriya clicked his tongue as he pulled fibers from the wound. Do you want this to get infected, Monoma? Where is the petrolatum gauze you were given? You need to use gauze that won't stick to the wound. The petroleum jelly was also supposed to go on the burn. I know this was all explained to you. You called the burn heroic. I killed someone, Midoriya. Incredulous anger was all Monoma could muster. Midoriya froze, his fingers smeared with jelly and frozen halfway to Monoma's skin. Gathering himself, he shrugged the feeling off and continued. I've killed many people, Monoma. Many people, many methods, most evil, some good, a lot of them innocent of everything except following orders. Any injury you get, any scar you get, while protecting the life of another is one to be proud of. Even if it means that you took a life to do it. Midoriya closed his eyes and took a long, deep breath, clenching his fist and inadvertently smearing the jelly across the palm of his gloved hand. Taking a life is not an easy thing. Every time you do it, a little piece of you chips away. It hurts, it haunts, it rips away at you, and it should. For heroes, the day that it's easy to take a life is the day you need to retire. Some heroes never have to, and in an ideal world, that's how it would be all the time. Not everyone is that lucky. Sometimes, that is the choice a hero has to make. How? How can you function so well like this? I only killed one person, and I can't stop replaying it in my head. Again, and again, and again, I see their face. See what I did. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't but Yudish. Monoma's voice cracked painfully, the air in his lungs choking and wheezing its way out past Monoma's guilt-ridden panic. Midoriya didn't need to look up from the burns to know what he'd see. He knew what Monoma was seeing in his head all too well. He hadn't had time to go over the footage from the USJ, but he had seen photos of the plaza where he had fought. He had seen the bodies. Monoma, you have the right to think about the life you saved. Monoma froze at the expression on Midoriya's face. Midoriya had dropped his mask. His features were strained, while his eyes, those dead eyes, what happened is awful, but the villains were there to kill you. What would have happened to Ashido if you had failed? It didn't matter what quirks you had or didn't. It doesn't matter that you got injured. It doesn't matter that the villain ended up dead. Did you have any other way to defend yourself in that moment? Any other way that you can say for certain would have saved your life and left the villain alive? Had you not done what you did, you would be dead. She would be dead. You did what you had to do in order to protect a life. That is not something anyone should fault you for, most of all yourself. A moment, and then, does the screaming ever stop? Midoriya felt his guts being dragged out through his throat as he swallowed as the images of men on fire sparked to life in front of his eyes. Images of soldiers, gleeful as they hosed their enemy in burning fluids. Their screams echoed in his ears as much as they did in his dreams, as much as they echoed in his head when he closed his eyes and tried not to hear it. No, Midoriya's voice broke, and he swallowed again before continuing. No, but it does get easier to bear. Midoriya's steps down the stairs were heavy with how much his body craved sleep. Sleep that wouldn't be terribly forthcoming that night. Monoma's steps behind him were just as heavy. The two stepped into the common area of Class B's dorm, which was thankfully devoid of anyone except the people he was hoping to speak with. Midoriya counted them in his head. 12 students, 6 from his own class, 6 now with Monoma joining them, from their sister class, sat around in varying states of dishevelment. He would have to have this conversation with their 7th, Hagakure, in the hospital in the morning. Slowly, as he met each of their eyes with his own, he realized that the students in front of him wore expressions of concern. What expression am I wearing? Midoriya reached up and touched his cheek briefly before using that hand to crack his neck. He'd have to hide that motion if he wanted to keep their concerns minimal. Letting himself slip like that had been a mistake. A small smile graced his face, practiced, with the beginnings of a grimace in the corners of his mouth. Thank you for gathering everyone up, Kendo. If you would excuse us, though, the news should be directed to them before anyone else. Midoriya spoke softly, his tone apologetic, but noted the easy dismissal on her face. It's fine, Midoriya. He turned to Monoma, the last person he'd expected to speak tonight. It's fine for Kendo to listen. Midoriya glanced briefly over at the students of 1A in silent question. He needn't have looked far, though, as they made it quite clear with their impassive shrugs and nods that they didn't care whether or not Kendo stuck around. Midoriya sighed. All right, earlier today, the president of the university received a visit from a little birdie, who told him a number of very interesting things. By this, I mean that Hawks was sent to the school to deliver a list of people that the Hero Commission has deemed unfit for the hero course. They are to be removed. On that list were the 12 of you, myself, and 𝐔𝐸𝐽. I need to have this same conversation with her when she wakes in the morning, so if you could all refrain from telling her, that would be ideal. The response was a mixed bag. Several of the students hung their heads, fists clenched, jaws set. Others burst out with half-hearted complaints. Tokoyami stared down at his hands as Dark Shadow cheered obnoxiously, while Toga and Pony appeared completely disinterested. Uraraka paled, her pallor sickly and green. That they can't just F that. Kamakiri's shock quickly turned to burning anger. They can't just throw us out of the hero course for defending ourselves. Midoriya held up a hand. If you were at any other school, the HPSC probably would have succeeded at that request. But you're at UA, and your president very politely tells them to F off as a routine. Kamakiri slumped back into his seat with a satisfied snort, muttering, Yeah, I bet he did. With a stealing breath, Shiozaki spoke up, her cadence calm and even. What does this mean for us, Midoriya? If we aren't going to be removed from the hero course? Doesn't really matter. The flippant tone had 1B looking over at Toga, who just shrugged her shoulders. Midoriya will take care of it, and we'll be fine. More surprise as students looked back and forth between Midoriya and Toga. How do you know that Midoriya will take care of it? At that, the group's attention focused on the large, straw-colored man sitting towards the outskirts of their little cluster. Midoriya sympathized as Bondo seemed to cringe back into his chair, away from their stares. Not to say that there is anything wrong with you, Midoriya, but how are you going to take care of it? Midoriya let out a slow breath. Relax, Bondo. No one thinks that you are suggesting anything. It's a valid question, as well. 1B doesn't know me, as some of 1A does. Bondo relaxed minutely as Uraraka spoke. Well, he fixed me right up. She clanked one leg against the other, letting the metal plates clatter together before putting her foot back down on the ground. Got my sister and me away from my abusive sperm and egg donors. Toga gave 2 thumbs up and a bloodthirsty smirk that made the rest of them shiver a bit. Here's a good Mardish. Nedzu and I are working on a plan right now to make sure that you all will be able to get your hero licenses, if that is what you are wanting to do with your degree. Midoriya cut off whatever horrifying statement was about to fall out of Tokage's mouth. In reality, the commission may like to profess that they are a government body, but they aren't. They have ties to the government but no real authority to bar you if we go over their heads. Kendo frowned, her eyebrows drawing together. That doesn't make sense, though. Why would the government allow a private entity to enforce laws? Midoriya pointed at Kendo. Precisely that. They go to great lengths to hide that from the public eye, especially as tension grows between them and the government. The power to appoint heroes and their licenses was given to them back during the Urbans, a time in which the government needed them to be a third party. That sounds like a time bomb waiting to go off, Midoriya. The concerned look on Tokoyami's face had the group's anxiety ratcheting up a notch. Midoriya couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, you can call it that, and you wouldn't be wrong. Going as it is now, I would give it a decade at most before it blows up in all of our faces. But there is a lot going on behind the scenes that I can't and won't talk about with you guys right now. Besides, we're getting off track. Don't worry about any of that. We'll talk more about the HPSC, the government, all of your options, and what is happening in the world as a class in your 3rd and 4th years before you graduate. Then, you're just letting us know this is happening and that there's nothing to worry about. Midoriya glanced over at Kaminari and smiled. Yes, I am informing you all that this happened because your names were on the list. We have a responsibility to relay that to you, but all you guys need to think about is making it through your 4 years of training. Nezu and I will deal with the rest. Can we do anything, Midoriya? He looked over at Kendo and shook his head. Only what you were going to do, anyway. If you really want to help, like I said, focus on your training. Give it everything you've got, and when the sports festival rolls around, think very carefully about what makes someone a hero. Not the job title, but the trait. Do that, and you'll all be just fine. Midoriya kept a smile on his face as he answered a few more questions before eventually dismissing everyone back to their dorms. He let his expression drop as the last of the students rounded the corner towards the stairs, leaving only 𝐭𝐴 remaining on the couch with Komori pulled onto his lap. She was staring fixedly at the space in front of her, unblinking and absolutely still. Midoriya kneeled down beside the pair, his voice soft, face carefully neutral. How long has she been like this? Since sometime in the middle of your announcement. Midoriya took Komori's arm gently, adjusting his fingers once or twice before he found her pulse. There was a long moment of silence, then Midoriya pulled back, skin on his teeth for a moment as he took stock. She's tachycardic. What does that mean? It means that her resting heart rate shouldn't be well over 100. Komori. Phoenix, pull up the medical records of Komori Kinoko and display them on my left. Midoriya clicked his fingers a couple times before gently turning Komori to look at him. Alert. Air composition abnormal. Advise immediate scans to determine the cause. TSK. SHT Komori. Komori. A slight twitch of her hand. Komori. Look around you, Komori, you are fine. Talk to us, please. Can you take a deep breath for me? No response. Midoriya's eyes flicked to 𝐭𝐴's eyes, and he gave a subtle hand gesture to pick up where he had left off. As 𝐭𝐴 started muttering to Komori, Midoriya took note of 𝐭𝐴's use of her first name. As it came into his field of vision, Midoriya skimmed the medical file and physician's notes, grimacing as he continued to read. Included in her own files were the details of what her mushrooms had done against the villains at the USJ. When he turned back to the two on the couch, Komori was responsive again and sobbing into 𝐭𝐴's shoulder. Komori, could we speak for a moment? Komori turned as far as she could in 𝐭𝐴's hold, choking back sobs as she wiped fruitlessly at her face. Her eyes continued to stream. I'm sorry. Sometimes I can't stop seeing. Midoriya felt his expression slip again as the sorrow and anger and understanding crept back in. Too young. They're all too young for this. Weren't you too young? No, Komori. It's fine, I know all too well. It's okay. 𝐭𝐴, could you possibly get Komori a glass of water, please? The man gave Midoriya a pained smile before shifting Komori off of his lap and onto the couch. He stood up, took 4 steps, and Midoriya's alert pinged in his head again. His eyes snapped to Komori's and noticed with unease the growing panic in them. Calmly, but sharp in tone, Midoriya raised his voice. 𝐭𝐴, on second thought, I'll get it. Please, just wait with Komori. Though confused, the man was confused but sat back down. Midoriya pulled his phone from his pocket as he stepped from the room. It took him only a moment to find Hound Dog's number in his contact list. After several moments, the dial tone turned over to the man's low, grumbling voice. Midoriya, I hadn't thought that you would call me first. This is a pleasant surprise. Sorry, Inu, this isn't about me. You've yet to come in for a session, Midoriya. They are mandated for your classes for a reason. Midoriya sighed, shaking his head. And I told you, I'll come in when the rest of the students have been seen to. I've lived with my problems for a long time now. I'm in no rush to be told that the problems I have are the same problems I think I have. I don't need it. We'll have to disagree on that point, Midoriya. I would say that it is more important for you, as their teacher, to have your head clear. But you didn't call me to rehash this argument. What is it that you need? Has Komori Kinoko from 1B had a session with you yet? Midoriya could hear the shuffling of papers on the other side of the line before Hound Dog finally confirmed Midoriya's suspicions. Pulling the phone away from his face, Midoriya pinched the bridge of his nose as he thought. All right, please schedule her for a psychiatric evaluation in the morning. What's happened? Our rat overlord had me deliver the news regarding the HPSC and their list to the students involved. Please tell me that he wasn't there. He wasn't, no. But Komori went unresponsive, almost used her quirk unconsciously. The spores in the air were thick enough to trip atmospheric alerts from my gear. Non-reactive to external stimuli until Koroiro started trying to talk her down. It took us a few minutes. You should have him there with her, as well. Why's that? She almost panicked again when he went to step out of the room for a glass of water, and she hasn't left his side since the incident. Are you thinking she's trauma-bonded to him? That's your job to figure out. What I know is that she let out more spores when she panicked, so you and Shuzenji should wear respirators when you do it. Alright, any other symptoms? The standard for panic. Breathing issues, shaking, tachycardia. Alright, I'll go speak with Shuzenji. Have her come to the medical ward by 10, please. Will do. Thanks, Inui. There was a short bark on the other side of the line, which Midoriya took as an affirmative, before the call died. He stuffed the phone back into his pocket, filled a glass from the kitchen cupboard with water, then made his way back towards the common area with quiet footsteps. When he rounded into the room, he immediately noticed that Komori was exactly where Midoriya had left her, as was Koroiro. Gently, Midoriya passed the glass of water into her thankful hands and watched as she tipped her head back to take several long gulps. As it was, the woman needed more water than the rest of them as a byproduct of her quirk. As emotionally wrought as she'd been, Midoriya could understand the sudden, desperate need as she drained the glass. With that, Midoriya paused to take her in. The dark bags under her eyes, the dry, chapped lips, the sunken eyes. The way she'd drunk the glass in mere moments. No, it didn't look like she had been getting nearly enough fluids. Komori, in the morning, at 10 o'clock, you and Koroiro are going to report to the medical ward, all right? The young woman's eyes widened in confusion. Why? I'm not hurt. Neither is Shihai. Midoriya slanted an unimpressed look in her direction. I'm a doctor, Komori. I know the signs of dehydration. The only thing I don't know is how severe it is. Komori blushed, turning her head as she muttered. It's fine. I'll just drink some more water. I don't need to bother the doctors over there. Midoriya sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry, Komori, but that isn't all. Hound Dog and Recovery Girl will also be there to evaluate your state, psychologically. Both Komori and Koroiro froze in place. What? The word came croaking out of Komori's mouth like a death rattle. Confusion had turned to shock, shock to horror. I don't need a doctor, a shrink poking around in my head. There is nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong. The woman stood up, seeming to move automatically towards the door, only to return a moment later, pacing back and forth, from one side of the room to the other. No, no, no. I will not. There isn't anything wrong with me. Sure, I can't sleep sometimes, and I can't stop seeing it, but that's normal. I don't need to go to the crazy doctor because I'm not crazy. I never said you were. The pacing halted for a moment. Everyone needs help sometimes, Komori. You don't need to be crazy to see a doctor for your mental health. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Heroes don't need help. They are the help. Look at all of the top heroes. They don't need help like that. Midoriya gave Komori a slow shake of his head. Who told you that, Komori? Out of the top 10 alone, I can give you 4 who see a therapist regularly and 1 who is quite vocal about it. The statement seemed to freeze Komori in place mid-stride. You also aren't the only one who is having this done. Everyone in the hero course has to see Inui at some point. It's mandatory after what we've been through. Oh, but I'm the only one that has to have a full workup. Not everyone has to have that, you are correct. But several students do. Who then? I can't tell you that, Komori. No. No, you can't force me. I won't dash, I can, actually. 𝐒𝐲, who had been making his way across the room towards Komori, stopped and stared. What do you mean you could force her, Midoriya? I mean that since everyone has left, Komori has used her quirk twice, make that 3 times, without her even realizing it. Komori blinked, puzzled, before finally looking around and feeling out for her spores. When she did, her face paled. If I have to, I will classify her as a threat to not only herself but to others, as well, and force this issue. What? Midoriya stepped forward, closing the distance between them for the first time since the conversation began. I don't want to do that, Komori. We all need help. Every one of us needs it. He watched as tears began to drip down her round cheeks, moisture catching in her eyelashes. What? Are you really saying that you're going to talk to a shrink, too? Midoriya stopped, taking in a deep breath as he consciously relaxed his fists. I made a deal with Hound Dog. He believed me to be one of the students most in need of help. Perhaps, but I was only willing to get that help after every one of you got it first. Because that is what you all need. Slowly, Midoriya pulled his shirt up and out of his breathes and tugged it to the side. Fading scar tissue networked across his skin from surgeries and injuries alike. Faint starburst, just shy of disappearing, underlaid the more obvious scars, eliciting gasps from the 2 students standing opposite him. Hound Dog thinks I need to speak with him, but for that to happen, I need you to get help, too. Won't you please help me? Midoriya was halfway back to Class 1 as dorms when his communicator chimed. He groaned, even as he reached up to tap his ear. Darby, you'd better have a DMN good reason for this. I have paperwork I need to finish and yet another research paper for the vindictive rat. That Nakayama Suto kid finally made it through the front door. Figured you'd want to do something with that. Midoriya felt his mood improve as the giddy feeling of success flowed into him. I knew that kid would do it. Seal the front doors behind him before he realizes he's trapped, then go sit on him. We're on our way. Midoriya gave a little hop and a laugh as he bolted towards the parking lot. He pulled his phone back out as he speed walked, video calling both Mai and the president together. Well, Midoriya, you certainly look as if you're in a good mood. And you will be, too, Nezu. Grab your entry tests for electrical engineering through material sciences and meet me at the parking lot. You too, Mai. The kid did it. Nezu smiled, his razor-sharp teeth on full display in the comfort of his own office. He didn't know precisely who this was or what he had done to elicit this kind of excited reaction from his students, but this was certain to be, if nothing else, interesting. Midoriya slowed his bike to a crawl as he pulled into the headquarters parking lot for the second time that day. He certainly hadn't expected to be back, but as Mai stepped off the bike behind him and Nezu's driver pulled up alongside the curb, Midoriya found that he could tolerate making the trip. So, Midoriya, why are we here quite this? Nezu trailed off, checking his watch as he stepped from the vehicle. Late. We'll call it late. In one clawed hand rested the handle of his briefcase, which was, Midoriya hoped, laden with tests. I believe it would be best explained inside. There is another party relevant to this conversation. At Hatsume's response, Nezu offered her a gleeful grin. Far be it from me to exclude the relevant parties from an explanation. Forward. Then. Midoriya kept his own grin on his face as he walked towards the front entrance. The doors hissed as they approached, signaling the disengagement of the pressure seal and other various locking mechanisms that went into place once the facility was placed in lockdown. Kid on your left. Rushing door. The corner of Midoriya's lip twitched up. Even as the doors opened, Midoriya stuck out an arm, grabbing the high schooler around the chest as he maneuvered them back through the doors. The kid struggled under Midoriya's arm, beating at his side with enough strength to make him wincing. He'd be bruised, certainly, but it was nothing he hadn't dealt with before. A grin took over Midoriya's face as he clocked the look of pure shock on young Nakayama-cho, as well as Darby's clear displeasure. Midoriya raised one gloved hand as he approached, the cursing child in tow. Well, good evening, Cho. I'm sure you were surprised to be called down here so late. The mixture of consternation and horror on Mrs. Nakayama was certainly a sight to see and was yet another piece of the puzzle for Nezu. "I am so sorry, Mr. Midoriya. I swear, I wasn't aware of my son's actions." Midoriya hummed, slanting a look towards Darby. "I believe that we have a better location to discuss this little breach of security. Doesn't everyone think so?" Darby rolled his eyes but turned and walked towards the doors behind reception. Pressing his hand against the black pad on the wall, the doors slid efficiently into place before the frowning head of security. "Come on, Cho, let's head to the meeting room for this." Hatsune gave her materials technician a small, practiced smile as she took her by the elbow and led her deeper into the facility. They followed Midoriya, who gripped Suto under his arm like a discontented sack of potatoes. Cho's eyes flicked cautiously between her son, the man carrying him, and the small, furry creature following behind them with gleaming eyes. Their group shuffled into the meeting room without much fanfare or notice, the majority of their employees having already left for the night. Midoriya plopped the kid into one of the seats away from the door before walking over to the small kitchenette on the opposite side of the conference room. Nezu placed his briefcase on top of one of the seats. Reaching in, he dug around for a moment before producing a sizable china teapot from, well, Darby didn't actually know where the hell he'd pulled it from, and that was the most unsettling part. He briefly glanced towards the others to see if they had noticed, but Midoriya and Hatsune were busy communing in the corner over a coffee pot, while Mrs. Nakayama fussed over her dissenting child. Nezu handed the teapot over to Darby with a smile that was entirely too much teeth for any realm of comfort. "Boil this, please." Darby stood blinking for a moment as the diminutive president watched, but, as he wasn't getting any kind of help from his bosses, he eventually settled on a shrug. He accepted the teapot from Nezu's claws, pausing uneasily as a chill lanced up his spine, his muscles stiffening to the point of discomfort near immediately. It was an intricate design on the pot, patterns and shapes made of gold and silver that made Darby feel a bit queasy to look at. Wanting it out of his hands quickly, he brought his palms flush against the bottom of the pot very briefly and lit up a flame. The fire lasted for only a moment, but Darby noted how the president's eyebrows lifted in what appeared to be amusement. He realized belatedly that perhaps exposing something so delicate to his flames wasn't a very good idea, but when Darby glanced down, he saw with shock that the teapot was perfectly fine. Not a mark, no heat, nothing at all seemed out of place. It was exactly the same as it had been before he'd used his fire. Well, I had expected you to use a more conventional method of heating, though I suppose that works, as well. Nezu took the teapot back into his hands and rested it carefully there against his paw pads. Yes, that worked fine. Without another glance in his direction, Nezu strolled casually back to the table with that same polite smile he'd worn since first arriving behind Midoriya and Hatsune. "That water can't be boiling. I barely used my effort." The thought was cut off as Nezu produced a matching cup from his briefcase and poured out a serving of fresh, hot tea. Darby felt that chill from earlier return as Nezu shifted in his direction, eyes entirely too satisfied as he raised a single clawed digit to his muzzle. "I do love bone china. It's so wonderful, don't you think?" Midoriya turned with his coffee and took in the room. Darby had left moments before, and while that was fine, he would need him back before they were done here. He briefly asked Phoenix to relay that before glancing at Nezu. A frown tugged at his lips, and he shook his head. He had no clue where that teapot had come from, but he didn't want to know. There was a lot about Nezu he simply didn't want to know. It was better to just accept it and move on to something easier to deal with. Midoriya placed a filled cup in front of their materials tech before taking a seat nearby. "So, Cho, I'll be frank with you. This is bad." The woman stood from her chair. Her shoulders hunched inward as she folded herself into a bow in front of Midoriya. "Please, I'll do whatever I have to. Please forgive my son for this." Hatsune quirked an eyebrow as she sipped her coffee. "It's not quite that simple, I'm afraid. If it were just this one time, then, of course, we might be able to do something about it. Stupid kids setting off proximity alarms and such. Just one." The words seemed to rock the woman, and Midoriya grimaced. With a tap of a few buttons, the glass surrounding the meeting room frosted over and security footage was overlaid across it. "See, "Cho, your son has been at this for quite some time now. This wasn't an impulse decision or any kind of spur-of-the-moment action. Your son has actively been trying to break through the security of our front doors for a while." Both Nakayamas stiffened in their seats, one sinking further down into the chair, as the other sat furious and shaking. As she began to fully realize the implications of what was being said, however, the woman's fury turned to misery. "Why, Suto? Why didn't you tell me about this when it started?" The question, said with such defeat, elicited no response from the young man. Midoriya breathed out. "We'll get to that. Unfortunately, his attempted break-in is only the beginning of our problems." Now, normally, Midoriya stood, walking over to a small backpack that the kid had carried with him. Pursuant to our wishes, the police would just slap the kid with a warning, since it's his first time doing something like this. Maybe a misdemeanor, if the government was feeling fussy. For the first time, Midoriya's words elicited a response from the young boy. He sat up straight in his chair. His gaze was wild and focused intently on Midoriya's. What? The government? Why would they get involved?" Midoriya shook his head. "It's no secret that we work closely with the government, Suto. While we aren't a government facility, that doesn't mean the government doesn't have a vested interest in what it is that we do here." He rifled through the bag a bit before pulling out 2 black, plastic blocks. "Well, SHT, what do we have here? I was expecting to find 1, not 2. Midoriya rolled the bricks in his gloved hands until he found what he'd been expecting. One held a series of buttons and sways on the panel. A small LCD screen would display what was likely the relevant information for the user. The other plastic block held only a button. Rolling that one a little more, he found 2 metal prongs on the end of it. Midoriya let out a slow whistle. "Well, double SHT. This," Midoriya held up the brick with the LCD screen, "is likely to be the hacking device that your son used to breach the security on the front doors. As a side note, kid, this is a DMN good piece of work. The security at the front is weaker than the rest of the building by design, but it's still on par with most security firms. Sadly, it would have fried itself in our lobby, as it did outside more than a few times. It is also," Midoriya turned back to the boy's mother, "a felony to own if you don't have the proper paperwork." Suto cringed back into his seat with a muttered, "I didn't know that." Cho had begun to lose her coloring at the word felony. This, on the other hand, Midoriya set down the first device and held up the second, "I was not expecting to find." He rolled it over in his hand again, looking for a spot to open up the casing, but as there didn't appear to be one to find, he instead placed the corner of the device against the table. Suto threw up his hands with a frantic yell as Midoriya proceeded to bring his hand down, cracking the edge of it on the table to separate the back and front plates from their glue bonding. Pulling the relatively few pieces from their casing, Midoriya held them up for the occupants of the room to see. Hatsume looked at them and murmured, "Well, that's something. A Li-ion battery, high-volt pulse module, charging board, button, and some metal contacts. A very effective homemade taser. And very much illegal." The occupants of the room glanced from Hatsume to Nezu. Midoriya gathered from the wide-eyed expressions on both mother and son that they hadn't expected Nezu to talk. He set the pieces, still connected by their wiring, down on the table with an air of indifference. "It's for self-defense. I don't know who's out at this time of night. I am personally all for carrying something to defend yourself with. Just don't get caught with it, as it is still, unfortunately, illegal here in Japan." Midoriya picked up a thick manila envelope that had been waiting on the table, reaching in to slide its contents out for the group to see. "By all accounts, Suto, you are an intelligent individual. Until you reached high school, your records were spotless, your grades almost impractically perfect. What happened?" Midoriya paced leisurely down the table, handing papers off to Nezu as passed by. Grades, incident reports, and students involved, all thoroughly documented. How the hell do you know all of that?" Midoriya let his eyes flick disinterestedly towards the teenager before passing over him to his mother. "We've been investigating you since your first attempt to get in here. Your public information wasn't hard to get, the protected information even less so. You have no right to my dash." Suto surged to his feet, readying himself, it seemed, for an argument of epic proportions. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 cut him off with a lazy, dispassionate tone. Do you know that this little stunt of yours is going to blow back on your mother, too? What? The boy staggered a step back as he looked at 𝐻𝐸𝐽, then to his mother. After a moment, he lowered himself back into the chair. Did you think this was just about you? You got bored, so you wanted to see what you could do. I get that. I missed most of my high school classes, too. But this was, unfortunately, a step too far. Suto's face turned towards Midoriya, searching. What is she talking about? Oh, the word, more of a croak than anything, had Suto turning to face his mother. My security clearance. They'll pull my security clearance. What? They can't do that just because they can. They will. Midoriya stared at the kid, at his mother, and sighed. Nezu, he murmured, are you seeing what I am in those records? These records, that quirk. Oh yes, Midoriya has done quite well showing this promising little kid to me. Yes, he has. Nezu looked up from the papers with a feral grin, the Nakayama family jolting at the sight. I do like to believe I am, Midoriya, and I do believe I see where this is going. Satisfied, Midoriya clapped his hands together, bringing all eyes back to him. Cho looked up from the ground, her lips pressed tight. So what happens now, sir? The defeated expression on the woman's face, the forlorn tone she spoke with, had 𝐻𝐸𝐽 rolling her eyes. We would have just had his but arrested the first time he tried breaking in if we didn't plan to deal with him. Cho. Midoriya raised his eyes to the ceiling. And you were doing so well, What she says is correct, Cho. If we had just run him off, we would have risked him just going up the road and breaking into another secure building, one that we couldn't have done anything about. Then my son, Mrs. Nakayama trailed off as Midoriya shook his head. No, he's still going to face punishment. But this way, he gets a choice. Nezu stood from his chair at the Segway, took a step around the table, and offered a theatrical bow. I do believe that is my cue to introduce myself. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? I'm the president of our nation's finest institution, Ui University. Mrs. Nakayama froze in her seat. Though it appeared at first that her son would have the opposite reaction, he was held in place by the weight of Nezu's hungry stare. So, here is what is going to happen. You, my young man, Nezu pointed a claw at Suto, are going to sit here and take all of these. Nezu snatched his briefcase from the chair, and with a frenzied kind of glee, slapped a stack of papers down in front of the boy. Suto paused, carefully picking up the first sheet to read the title. He blanched. Why would I want to do that? After a moment of silence, sir. Suto. Cho whipped to the side, her face the picture of scandalized embarrassment. Just be quiet and take the dash, Mrs. Nakayama trailed off as she read the top of the paper. Tests. Nezu stuck a single paw in the air, then pointed it at her. Exactly, Mrs. Nakayama. Tests. You see, quite often in our society, we have students fall through the cracks. Either the student can't keep up with the material, or they keep up too well and get bored. Far too often, we can't catch these students in time. In this case, we have managed to do just that. But, what does any of this have to do with my son's crimes? Taking this as his cue, Midoriya spoke up. Because, Cho, you has a restorative course for, he paused, sounding tired, misguided youths. It's an outreach program of sorts, mainly operating in impoverished areas that have been forgotten about. It has an almost non-existent acceptance rate. Because the rat uses it to abduct promising children. Almost no one knows about it, but it exists. I brought Nezu along, hoping that he would find your son interesting enough to accept into that program. We still have to report it, but with the school involved, we should be able to gloss over the details of the report. He'll be stuck with a tracking anklet and won't be able to leave you grounds until he graduates. He'll have a curfew from hell and a strict schedule, but he won't be marked with a record. So there is that. Mrs. Nakayama took a look at the large, unidentifiable mammal still boring holes through her son. Her expression was deadpan when she turned to Midoriya. There is no other option, is there? Midoriya returned her expression with his own. Sure there is. It's this, prison, or running for the rest of his life from the authorities. Mrs. Nakayama turned back to her son and set her hand down heavily on his shoulder. Do the tests. She turned to look at the smiling Chimera and suppressed the shudder that was working its way up her spine. She put her hand out to shake Nedzu's. Take care of my son, please. Nedzu's grin widened. Don't worry at all. With his aptitude for machines, I'm sure he'll love it at UE. We have wonderful departments all around, and we'll be sure to get him the help he needs. Midoriya glanced at Hatsune, flicked his eyes pointedly to the door. Guiding his partner and Mrs. Nakayama from the room, Midoriya gave Nedzu a thumbs up as he followed the two out. Once he'd closed the door, however, he let the smile from his face. He could hear the faintest sound of laughter from inside the conference room. Mrs. Nakayama looked back towards the door with trepidation. Are you sure that it's okay to leave Suto with Nedzu? Hatsune snorted. Oh, sure thing. He'll teach him all sorts of things. It's fun. Midoriya shook his head as they walked towards the security office. He supposed it could be worse, but leaving Nedzu with Suto. That may as well have been part of the punishment itself. Verdant Revolution Chapter Number 63. Warriors and politicians. Midoriya had entered the press conference with a carefully cultivated smile on his face. As expected, there were several reporters unwilling to comply with the simple instructions that were given and were forcibly removed. If Aizawa had been there, he would have appreciated Midoriya's talent in forcing order upon people he considered to be feral. The media hounds were slowly chipping away at the mask Midoriya wore with a zeal that was beginning to near the intelligence he suspected some of them might have. Underneath the slimy veneer and the fake smiles was a poorly disguised contempt for the people they interrogated, the questions, and themselves, of course. This question is for Mr. Midoriya. There has been much controversy surrounding the USJ attack and the lethal force used by both you and your fellow students. But among those discussions, there have been rumors of a new, less lethal alternative ammunition that was field-tested at the USJ. Can you comment on these rumors? Midoriya blinked, raising an eyebrow at the reporter. He recognized the man, a common sight in Moonlit Industries press conferences. A surprise to be sure, as Midoriya hadn't expected to see any of the same reporters. The news agency must have thought I would be more forthcoming with a friendly face. Midoriya mused for a moment on that before deciding that they probably had a point. I suppose I can comment on that, yes. For some time now, Moonlit Industries has been working on a less lethal alternative, following the failure of other developers. This ammunition has been developed in conjunction with both our law enforcement and hero partners with the intent of utilizing it as another tool in villain apprehension. Can you comment on how it works? Not in detail, no. As I'm sure you understand, the technology is proprietary and is further restricted by the contract we work under to develop such tools. Due to its trial nature, I am unable to comment at this time. Why were you carrying such a thing during what was purported to be rescue training? Midoriya felt his smile twitch as another reporter called out. It is standard practice for all hero students to carry all of their gear into training, regardless of what that training might be. If they find they cannot perform their duties while carrying certain aspects of their gear, then they are encouraged to make changes through our support department to remedy the situation. We, as an institution, would rather the students discover these flaws during testing rather than in the field where it matters far more. Nedzu fielded the question as if it was the 1000th time that he'd had to answer it, and, Midoriya supposed, it probably was. At some point, it is true that you swayed from this less lethal ammunition to live ammunition. How can you justify the damage this has caused? Midoriya felt his eye twitch but took a deep breath, steeling himself before he answered. I swayed to live ammunition after I ran out of the trial ammunition. As for the damage inflicted, I believe, and the courts have already ruled this to be true, that these actions were entirely justified, considering the circumstances. Do you believe that the use of firearms at the USJ led to a higher death count than if you had not had access to the firearms? How do you justify these deaths at your hands during the battle at the USJ? Is you training future heroes to become murderers? Midoriya's mask cracked, and the snarl that he'd been working to keep tamped down erupted from his throat with pure, unadulterated hatred. Enough! Midoriya felt the president's clawed hand press down on his arm as the room fell silent. Nezu leaned in, speaking in quiet tones as he kept his grip on Midoriya. Do not answer that question. You may leave, Midoriya. Midoriya, on the other hand, made no move to quiet his voice as he spoke. I am afraid I would like to answer that question, sir. Who was it that so brazenly came into this press conference and called the students here murderers? A long moment of silence before a hand raised amidst the crowd. Midoriya immediately zeroed in on the reporter that hand was attached to. The man seemed flustered at being called out in such a manner, his eyes darting, his fingers touching the perfectly knotted tie at the base of his throat reflexively. Regardless, with a haughty breath, he repeated the question. I would ask that you refrain from inaccurate, inflammatory comments in the future. It has already been ruled that all criminal deaths pertaining to the USJ resulted from justified uses of lethal force. That doesn't change the fact that the students here, at a top-tier school, no less, killed people so easily. Fact. Let's talk about facts, then. It is a fact that students come to the hero course to receive 4 years of training, which consequently entitles them to a degree therefrom. It is a fact that the majority of students in their first year range from age 18 to age 20. A vast majority of the students in this course are still teens during their first year. That doesn't be quiet, sir, and allow me to answer your question. It is a fact that by the time these students graduate from the program, an average of 70% wash out of the training for some reason or another. It is a fact that of the remaining 30% of students, a number will inevitably take any plethora of offered positions that make use of such a degree, rather than go into hero work directly. Midoriya's voice rose in volume as he spoke, fire dancing in his eyes. The students you are so quick to call murderers, sir, do not possess anything resembling that level of training. They do not have the tools or the knowledge necessary to perform official duties as heroes. Up until the USJ, these teenagers had been going through little more than basic conditioning. The USJ was supposed to be their first foray into protecting innocent people using the knowledge that they had gained during class. Instead, they were met with 3 S-class villains and over 200 criminals that had come to the USJ with the express purpose of killing them. That does not justify the taking of lives. The reporters sitting closest to the man had begun to subtly scoot away from him. Regardless of their ideas and stances on the subject matter, they didn't want to be in the eye line of an irate hero student, nor the faculty who would surely remember their faces. Do you know how much your chances of survival decrease when faced with more than one attacker? This isn't a movie where one can fight off an army on their own. 5-to-1 odds the students faced, worse for our 2 professors. Students, without training, scattered across a facility designed to train them in the worst possible natural disasters, being hunted by criminals who, through both word and action, intended to kill them. It ceased to be a matter of right or wrong. You kick, you scream, you fight with every single thing you have in you just so that you and the person next to you can make it out alive. The fire in Midoriya's voice disappeared, leaving cold desolation. 39 teenagers, hardly older than children, walked into a training facility to learn how to save lives. 38 left it alive. Of those alive, countless injuries left many in critical condition and several families wondering if their children were going to make it through the night. Mental, emotional, and physical wounds that may never heal, yet you have the gall to sit there in front of me on national television and call those students murderers. Call me what you want, I have the training, the licenses, and the ability to stand between the other students and the critical threat that we faced. Investigate me and pick apart every scrap of information you can about me. Judge me for my actions, if you will. I did what I had to, cognizant of the weight and severity of what I was doing in order to protect the innocent. But do not, the snarl ripped from Midoriya's throat, and his eyes lit green, from stage lights or fury, the reporters didn't know, stand there and call my classmates murderers for protecting their lives. Midoriya caught Uraraka's leg with a grunt as it kicked out and into his side. He felt it when the toes of her pseudo-boot dug into his back as she leveraged herself towards him to strike at his head. Unfortunately for her, he had no qualms about tucking his shoulder into her chest and ramming her back into the closest wall. 𝐒𝐻's arms wrapping around him pulled Midoriya away from Uraraka and bound him up from behind. Midoriya slammed his foot down on the larger man's own before his elbow and head came back, making contact with bone. The coughing fit gave Midoriya enough time to slip from the bind. Not enough time to strike at him again before Uraraka was up and swinging at him. The kick to the back of Midoriya's knee had him stumbling, and his eyes flicked to where he had been tracking 𝐻𝐻𝐿. He reached out and grabbed the girl around her arm before flinging her into the charging ball that was their gravity quirk user. Midoriya blinked away the change to his vision as both girls hit the ground with an oomph loud enough to make Midoriya sigh. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 needed to either time that better or get more aggressive after putting him off balance. At the very least, she could have opened up a window for Uraraka to use her quirk. Well, at least their teamwork is improving. All right, everyone, gather up. Midoriya clapped his hands as the students began with their self-guided stretches, something that they had thankfully, and unanimously, taken upon themselves when they'd first reached the simulated city that had served as their training grounds for the day. You've all worked hard these last couple of weeks. As you all know, we're only a week out from the sports festival. Exciting and anxiety-inducing at the same time, I know, but as I mentioned last week, we'll be changing things up again for this segment of your training. Ashido vibrated in place at the idea of a more enticing exercise than the endless sparring they had been doing. At some point, Aizawa had rejoined them, finally unswaddled from his mummy-esque layers of bandages and insisting that he see how their training was coming along. That, of course, was how they'd ended up with the more exciting, presumably, exercises pushed back by a week with a promise of when you're ready. They were all well and truly ready to do something else. Midoriya narrowed his eyes at Ashido. Her excited vibrations, combined with her eye-searing outfit, had turned her into a veritable kaleidoscope of colors. It was hard to look at her for any extended PRD of time without risking the image being burnt into his retinas. Aizawa glared at the costume as if it had personally insulted his family. Now, today's training will be a little different from what you are used to. Midoriya raised his voice enough for it to carry. Hatsune, bring them out, please. The door to the control room slid open, Nezu making his way into the room first. The president of the university smiled as he clambered up Aizawa's side to sit on his shoulder. Aizawa grunted as he adjusted to the weight. Hatsune entered next, accompanied by a teenager and what appeared to be a robot pulled straight out of a classic science fiction novel. Standing somewhere around 5.5 feet, the robot, with its thick plating, was dyed a dark blue-gray. All of the features spoke of a humanoid shape, but on the LCD screen, the face was made up entirely of 2 straight lines and 1 curved, the emulation of a smile. The simplistic rendering flickered as the student studied it, replaced instead by the chibi-style image of a hen. The original face reappeared after a moment. Both Gyro and Toga blinked in recognition before Gyro stepped back quickly. Oh, hell no. Do not tell me that we are fighting those things, Midoriya. Delighted, Midoriya laughed, a sentiment which was echoed by Hatsune's slow, sly smirk. While a majority of the class stared on in a fascinated kind of dread, Yarozu moved closer to examine the bot. Yes, you will be fighting them, but you can relax. Athena won't be the one controlling the robots you'll be fighting. Everyone, allow me to introduce this young man first. Nakayama Suto is currently one of UA's wards. Due to the nature of his quirk, he'll be the one piloting the bot you see here and similar bots like it. Say hello. A chorus of greetings rang out while Midoriya nodded his head. Good. Now, to explain what we're doing here today, and as All Might so helpfully brought up earlier in the semester, most villain fights take place indoors. There is a good reason why we do not start students indoors, however, as can be seen from the first battle trial. Midoriya nodded at Aizawa's comment before continuing. Today, we'll be working outside. The only objective is to make it down the assigned street while successfully stopping any crime that may be taking place on it. For that purpose, we have co-opted a program that Hatsune originally developed in partnership with the Ministry of Defense. Hatsune smiled cheerfully as she wrapped her arms around the robot in a fierce hug before letting it go with a slap on the back. The bot seemed to blink as it processed the gesture, turning its head after a moment to pat Hatsune on the head. Toga shivered, her eyes sliding uneasily between it and her friends. She didn't like the bots. Even if they were useful, they didn't bleed. Toga didn't easily trust things that didn't bleed. These bots, 𝐻𝐻𝐈 started, were a pain in the butt to get approval for. See, while Midoriya and his team worked on the ammunition you've all seen, the engineering team and I developed these to train live combat scenarios for the JSDF. They've got all sorts of sensors inside them. 𝐻𝐻𝐈 rolled her wrist over, adjusting the band there to project the pseudo-biometrics of the bot for the class to see. This way, we're able to train you all without risk of harm. Nezu gave a small chuckle from Aizawa's shoulder. I was able to make a deal for the trial use of the robots for Class 1 as training. All of you young students just need to take this opportunity to learn from them. Zero raised his hand a bit nervously. Not to disparage anyone or anything, but Toga and Gyro are two of the best fighters in our class. Why are they so spooked by this robot, and does that mean we don't stand a chance? 𝐻𝐻𝐈 smiled. It wasn't a comfortable smile for the class to see, too much tooth. Yes, well. Back when we were developing them, those two insisted on fighting them to train for the entrance exam here. At that time, we only had the training program that we'd designed for the military. Suffice it to say, you all don't need the bots to perform quite that well yet. Today, the civilian bots will be on simple routine programming, while the villain bots will be controlled directly by Nakayama here. We have a few trial models that can mimic certain quirks, but they won't be involved here. All simple strength enhancers and durability quirks today. Aizawa sighed. The idea is that we can introduce you to low-level villain fights before moving on to more difficult battles. This exercise, and others like it, will provide you with a rudimentary idea of what patrolling a street is like and introduce you all to some of the key aspects of hero work. That way, you aren't thrown in the deep end without the ability to swim once you begin your internships. How are we supposed to identify the villain bots and civilian bots? Todoroki asked in a neutral tone that had Midoriya side-eyeing Aizawa. To begin with, there is no easy way to separate a villain from a civilian if they haven't already committed a crime. It's part of the challenge of law enforcement. You cannot simply arrest someone for being suspicious. Law enforcement officials such as heroes are, by nature, a responsive force, not an offensive one. Unless they are a wanted criminal, which is something we'll get to at a later time, you simply have to remain vigilant. That is part of what we'll be practicing today. That being said, 𝐻𝐻𝐈 continued to smirk as she gestured. Once they have committed a crime, the robot's face gained a set of angry, downturned eyebrows, and when it flipped to its second image, instead of a hen, a chibi fox appeared. Midoriya looked around. Any more questions, or should we start pairing off? Midoriya stood beside Aizawa, arms crossed, in front of the simulated city's main console. As 𝐻𝐻𝐈 finished establishing the link between Nakayama and the control system, he began to drum his fingers restlessly against his arm. She had taken longer than he'd expected to get back from the changing room with the two girls selected for the first round. A second later, when he got the go-ahead from his partner, he turned and gave Aizawa the signal to begin the exercise. All right, you two, again. All you have to do is reach the end of the street in front of you while stopping any crime that you come across. Aizawa let off the transmit button just as 𝐶unotori and Hagekiya's voices chirped through the intercom. The two stepped up to the beginning of the road, seeming to ready themselves for the run. A satisfied smirk crept across Midoriya's face as the students shouted out questions from behind him. Cameras were the primary source for the view screens. Scattered down the road at regular points were a plethora, placed strategically for viewing the exercises. But today, the main star of the show was the large screen in the middle, displaying the view from one of 𝐸's drones, the same drones which would, coincidentally, Midoriya would swear, be recording students the following week for the sports festival. Silently, Midoriya ordered the drone into a low hover just in front of the two women. Quite a few of his students exclaimed in surprise, and the smirk transitioned into a more genuine smile. He pressed his finger down on the transmit button. Smile girls, you're on camera. Hey, guys. Hagekiya gave a wide grin, holding up a peace sign in her new hero costume. The long sleeves and knee-length duster, dyed a light gray tone, was broken up by pieces of brown leather and zippers. Though it initially appeared as a simple duster and hood, its thick lining betrayed the ensemble as something more when Hagekiya spun, revealing the inside of the jacket. The combat boots, breathes, and shirt underneath, all in varying shades of grey, should have come off as plain and utilitarian, but the class was focused, rather, on what was going on above the woman's shoulders. Smiling back at them was someone that none of the students had ever actually expected to see. Short and wavy chartreuse hair with pink highlights hung to the woman's shoulders. Her tau-stained, violet-teal eyes stared up into the camera. Now, as Aizawa stated, all you have to do is make it to the end of the road. That being said, 𝐔𝐸𝐽, the gear that you are wearing, we will stress again, is experimental. If you feel that anything is strange or off, say something. As for what we spoke about in the hospital, we'll begin training for that later on. For now, just focus on performing as any of your classmates would. Midoriya took his hand off of the transmit button at her affirmative and watched as the two began their advance down the road. As if waiting for that moment, the class behind him exploded with motion and noise. He knew they'd have questions, and at least they seemed to settle on the same ones. Gah, stop. Midoriya threw his hands up, easing them back down only once the group had grown quiet. One at a time, please. Yes, he stressed, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 is currently visible. As I said before, it is experimental, and we still have issues that we have to work out before the technology is finished with development. But when? Ashido grabbed Midoriya by the shoulders and shook him, earning a half-hearted glare from the man. As of about 15 minutes ago. We've been working on cloaking technology for some time at Moonlit Industries, but we've only been able to create stationary cloaking fields using large amounts of power. Any kind of movement and the matrix would destabilize, resulting in the entire thing malfunctioning. We had hoped that 𝐔𝐸𝐽's quirk might lead to a breakthrough in that area, so we brought her on after the apprehension test. That's still quite impressive, Midoriya. In a matter of months, you seem to have made great strides, looking at 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Midoriya's eyes flicked to Yorozu. We've barely made any progress on that project. It's dead in the water and probably will be until we can figure out how to replicate 𝐔𝐸𝐽's quirk effects using technology. Then how are you making her visible? The tone of confusion, mild interest, and concern had a large number of the class turning their heads to Todoroki, who neither contributed to these kinds of questions often, nor took interest in his classmates outside of fighting them. Staring intently at the screen, Midoriya raised a finger in silent rebuke. Rather than badger him, the class quieted again, tuning back into the communications between their teammates. They watched as Pony bolted into a dead sprint, fleeing from a purse snatcher as 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Actually, wait, where had 𝐔𝐸𝐽 disappeared to? Midoriya reached forward, eyes glued to the display, and flicked a SWCH. The screen split, with one half displaying a duplicated image in a vivid spectrum of colors. Atop one of the horns chasing after the criminal bot rested an invisible 𝐔𝐸𝐽, discernible only as a blurred, red caricature of herself. The horns sped up before flipping in front of the bot. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 dropped quietly to the ground as the robot spun in place, raising its fists to engage 𝐿SONOTORI. Nakayama hadn't been paying enough attention to the lack of the hero's partner, as a moment later, a kick to the side of the robot's knee had the bot crumbling to the ground, its arms wrenched up and behind him by 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Several seconds later, two police bots bustled over to take command of their robotic friend. They could add more complicated elements later. For now, they only had one thing to worry about. I don't know why you guys are surprised at this point. All eyes turned to Uraraka, who simply clacked her legs together contemplatively. I'd consider this a level more complex, but that's just me. Midoriya snorted, shaking his head. I couldn't comment. Most of that. Midoriya gestured to 𝐔𝐸𝐽 as a ripple shook across her location for just a moment before she became visible again, is Hatsume's work. I understand enough to get what it is that we're doing and how, but actually create the machines. That's all Hatsume. Midoriya winced as a loud crackle was heard, followed by 𝐔𝐸𝐽's intense profanity. The woman unclipped her belt of pouches and tossed it down the road as it started to sparkle and skip around in the street like a rogue firecracker. 𝐔𝐸𝐽's skin disappeared again, leaving only her floating clothing. Midoriya shook his head as the profanity continued. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and pressed the transmit. Please refrain in front of civilians, 𝐔𝐸𝐽. It's all right. You guys figured something like this would happen, right? They'll get it sorted out for the next version. Are you okay to continue? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 confirmed, her tone annoyed, as they picked up their pace toward the end of the street again. Anyway, Midoriya let his eyes leave the screen again. Hatsune has gotten really good at manipulating light. When 𝐔𝐸𝐽 is visible, that's the armor in passive mode. Low power draw, as it effectively just redirects the light her quirk is already redirecting. Easy to say, hard to pull off. The active form that you all saw forces the polymer weave in her armor to piggyback off of her quirk to vanish with her. And that eats power like no tomorrow. Hatsune waved a frustrated hand in the air. Our current generation of batteries and capacitors can't meet what we need, so we've had to go back to the drawing board entirely. Completely reinvent batteries that have enough juice for field work. We can't just slap a miniature reactor on her back, either, so that problem is the major hurdle right now. The two scientists continued to grumble back and forth with Yorozu chiming in on occasion until 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and Tsunotori returned by street level a few minutes later. Midoriya. The batteries died. Midoriya shook his head, exasperated. We have spares. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 seemed to perk up, and Midoriya lifted his hand. After Hatsune figures out why the last set went firework on you. There is a lot of energy in these batteries. We don't need them detonating on your hip next time. In the meantime, give the class a bow and reintroduce yourself, so they can use your name. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 hopped in place, performing an elaborate stage bow. The first of your shadow program and the first ghost. I am the silent informant, Phantom. Ashido shivered as she walked down the street. It was uncomfortable. She decided that uncomfortable was a good word for what she was feeling right now. The robots that filled the street were lifelike, way too lifelike to be running what Midoriya had described as simple routines. They wore clothes, they bickered and talked with each other. They even played sports in the DMN street. Uraraka's head snapped to the side again, her eyes narrowed towards a robot huddled in an alleyway opening, little more than a shawl around it. That had been the other thing, Uraraka's behavior. Well, hell, perhaps Ashido should say the entire class behavior. Since the USJ, they had all been jumpy, but Uraraka was the worst. The scuff of boots, the click of a door lock, Uraraka was looking towards every little sound as if something awful would happen if she missed it. Ashido spotted the robot pulling out a knife behind another robot a fraction of a second before Uraraka did. Both women took off at a clip toward the scene. The one with the knife saw them coming and dropped it, setting off at a sprint in the opposite direction. Feet gliding down the street as she used her acid to propel herself forward, Ashido skidded to a stop, dropping down on her knees in front of the robot on the ground. It had curled around its stomach, as if protecting its wound. It's all right. You're going to be fine, I'm a hero. Let me see. Ashido coaxed the robot into unfurling and automatically moved to apply pressure to the wound, her mind registering several upsetting facts at once. The robots had been lifelike enough for her to treat as human, doing so automatically, instinctively. Her hands were now covered in some poor facsimile of BLD, and her partner was nowhere to be found. Ashido grimaced, keeping pressure with one hand as she pointed at two large bots. You. Keep the crowd back, now. Ashido reached up to where her radio rested before yelling toward the drone, instead. Does this count as requesting an ambulance? Ashido received her answer a few seconds later when two robots painted with red crosses busted into the circle that had formed around them. When they took the injured civilian off her hands, Ashido breathed out. Now, where the hell was Uraraka? Uraraka bounded quickly to the left, removing her own gravity, and pressing off of the alley wall. The right wall met her as she pressed off again, launching herself over the fleeing robot before accelerating her own gravity and slamming a leg into its back, riding the bot to the floor. Silently, fuming, she dragged the robot's arms up behind it before standing. She pinned the robot in place with the full weight of her body, one of her feet on its hands and other on top of the bot's spine. Uraraka turned to say something to Ashido when she had a thought. Where exactly was Ashido? Gyro walked down the street with Toga in tow. Both were used to interacting with the bots and didn't bother tensing up as the others did when they moved. Aizawa had selected the two to go last, and Toga suspected that while they could have served as an example, Midoriya most likely had other plans for them. The class watched as 𝐔𝐬𝐽 took off toward the storefront. Robots spilled from the building. Alarmed chirps and panicked movements made it clear to any bystanders that something was wrong. Toga, back. Got it. Midoriya narrowed his eyes as the two used their communicators to relay the condition inside to each other. One large bot was attempting to peel open a safe while another stuffed cash into a bag. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 confirmed with Toga before pushing in fast, closing the distance to the bot at the cash register. It looked up as she got within striking distance, shock flickering across the screen as it reeled back. Its fists came up, but not in time to block the strike to its face. The force sent it tumbling to the ground. The bot peeling apart the safe turned to help its friend. It took one step toward 𝐔𝐬𝐽 before Toga struck. Quick blow to the knee, quick blow to the throat, one arm wrapped around its body as she twisted hard, bringing the bot down. A few seconds was all that it had taken for 𝐔𝐬𝐽 and Toga to take down two criminals. Cuffs went on as 𝐔𝐬𝐽 tossed her bot down beside Toga's, then stepped away to clear the rest of the area as Toga reached up to call for police units. The class blinked at the speed of the takedown. Midoriya watched with an impassive gaze. Midoriya sat in the common area with a tablet, reviewing the footage of the first day's training. They'd have to ramp up the difficulty and complexity over the course of the semester, but they would at least be able to perform the basic tasks of patrolling by the time internships came around in a few weeks. As long as they followed the directions of the heroes in charge of them, they should be fine. Father. The voice in Midoriya's ears had him blinking. Of all the AA he had expected to reach out, it hadn't been the one that was calling for him now. Shadow. You've picked an odd time. What's going on? Midoriya kept his expression a practice neutral, but in the back of his mind, he was frowning, calculating. Regarding the Yakuza, I found some information that you'd best take a look at. Even I have to admit to finding it rather distasteful. Your objections are noted. How graphic is what I'm about to look at? Graphic enough that you likely would not wish for your classmates to view it. Midoriya grimaced. Shadow had a tendency to understate these kinds of things. Perhaps it was an effect of being their more dedicated clandestine AI. Perhaps Shadow just didn't take enough time off. If he only exposed Shadow to the negatives of humanity, something at some point was going to break, and he had zero interest in that outcome. Something for Midoriya to think about at another time. He moved across the room while routing the sound from the tablet directly into his implants. No need for the students to hear whatever it was by accident. With his back to the corner, Midoriya sank down into the beanbag. After a quick glance towards the spattering of students across the room to verify that no one was paying attention, Midoriya gave a quick order for the information to be pulled up on the tablet. Midoriya grimaced as he started reading through reports clearly compiled by Daylight Heroes. BSTRDs had a bad tendency to miss details, too focused on the potential media shitstorm than they were on the civilians in their AO. As Midoriya delved deeper into the reports, though, he started to notice a disturbing trend. Human abduction at the very least, and knowing, as he did, the reason behind that, Midoriya was willing to bet human experimentation as well. The reports from the underground heroes didn't paint any prettier a picture. Midoriya clicked on the next file and froze when he saw that it was a video. He figured it was some kind of security camera from the quality, but, ever the paranoid soul, Midoriya still asked. Did we record this footage, Shadow? Negative. This is surviving footage that the heroes managed to pull from the wiped hard drives found in the Yakuza's raided base. Did they get anyone in the raid to corroborate the footage? Negative. By the time the heroes and police raided the facility, everyone and everything was long gone. Midoriya grimaced. An all too common tale. He clicked play and waited as the grainy footage played back. When he saw the little girl come onto the screen, he grimaced. When he recognized Overhaul, though, his eyes narrowed. When the screaming began, Midoriya snarled. A few heads turned in his direction, but the look on his face was enough to keep them away. When was this recovered, Shadow? 2 months ago. Midoriya clicked on the next file, a breakdown of the quirk erasure drags and the group's findings. The next file contained much higher definition footage of the same kind of thing he had just watched. He didn't need to ask to know that this was recent footage. Midoriya's anger peaked swiftly, violently, before he managed to bury it. The classmates that looked his way found only the careful mask that he put up, no hint of the snarl from before on his face. Shadow. Which agency had this footage? The Night Eye Agency. Midoriya felt his entire body tense as Vitriol threatened to crack the mask he was wearing. Phoenix, please get Athena for me. A moment later, Midoriya heard the soft chime of the AIS acknowledgement protocols. Athena, send a message to the Superintendent General that I have some information he'll find relevant in the next few days. Shadow, map the facility and start a strike plan. We'll arrest who we arrest and kill everyone else. We aren't waiting for a perfect chance. 2 acknowledgements and then silence. Midoriya waited a long moment, seething through deep, long breaths as he read and reread the files in front of him. Phoenix. Yes, father. There was concern in the AI's voice. While Athena was the designated combat A, Phoenix still had access to all of the same information, could see his vitals and the output on his implants, even if Midoriya masked it with his face and posture. Send a message to all for one. I think it's time we had a chat, just the 2 of us. When you're finished with that. Midoriya paused for a long moment, as if to find the right wording. Find and document each and every single person complicit in this. I'm going to see them burn before we're through. Midoriya stood outside of the waiting room with both Yorozu and Kendo. Low murmuring echoed throughout the quiet halls as the dull roar of the spectator stands droned on in the distance. Midoriya handed both women a stack of papers, names at the top, events highlighted differently on each piece of paper. Now, I'll explain everything when we get in there, but the only thing you 2 need to worry about today is giving people their schedules and, of course, your own events. Shouldn't we make sure everyone shows up for their events? We are their class representatives. Midoriya frowned at Yorozu and shook his head. No, it's 8 hours of events, and you'll need every bit of your energy for your own. Besides, it's in the name. You represent them, you aren't there to herd them like cats. As they'd conceded the point, Midoriya stepped through the door to meet with the rest of the classes. While technically 1B had their own waiting area, Midoriya had selected one of the larger areas specifically so that 1B could join its sister class for the preparations. He spared a moment to glance over the students already gathered there. Many, he noted, had turned when the 3 had entered and were waiting on him to speak. A quick tally in his head told him that everyone from both groups had already joined and that no one was left in the changing rooms. The students sat or stood in varying garb. A few waited in the wetsuits they would need for the first stretch of the triathlon, while others had elected for the singlets that denoted their participation in the wrestling event a half-hour into the triathlon. Alright, it looks like we've got everyone. Let's go over a few details before we head out. Midoriya started, glancing down at his own schedule in hand. We don't have Komori or Koroiro here yet, Midoriya. Midoriya's eyes flicked up to Shiozaki, and he smiled gently. Rather than Midoriya, though, Kendo responded. It's all right, Ibara. Komori got permission to withdraw from this year's competition. Several members of both classes winced. Those in 1A that had taken up the offer for masks grimaced. They had wanted to withdraw, as well, but hadn't been allowed. The fact that Komori had been given permission spoke to how well she was doing. How is she? A lot better. She just isn't ready to use her quirk on other people again yet. She'll be cheering everyone on from the audience this year, so keep an eye out for her. As for Koroiro, he's been helping with her treatment. He'll be joining us for hide and seek at noon with this year's guest and Snipes paintball at 4. Otherwise, he'll be with Komori somewhere in the insanity of this festival. Which leads us back to, Midoriya smiled, giving Kendo a thumbs up as she trailed off. Yes, as she said, that leads us back to me. Now, your class presidents will be handing out copies of this year's event schedule to you. The events that you have chosen have been highlighted on it. We're all adults. Manage your time properly and don't be late. Do not miss lunch. There is a half hour at 11:30 blocked out for it. I know a few of you have back-to-back events in the midday time slots, but we are all going to be burning a lot of energy today. If for some reason you think you must miss lunch, then take one of those with you. Midoriya jerked a finger towards a cardboard box filled with what appeared to be some kind of snack bar. They're nutrient bars. They probably won't fit your palate, since most are made with specific quirk types in mind, but they'll fill you up and give you what you're needing. They SCK. Midoriya smirked at Ashido's groan. They do indeed SCK. So try for a hot meal, instead, even if you have to eat quickly. No one is going to look at you sideways for eating on the move, either. 1A, you know our water policy when it comes to physical activity. Teach it to 1B and grab some spare canteens. Most of 1B looked around at their sister class, confused, as they nodded very seriously. A couple members of 1A shuffled themselves around while Yorozu dropped the box of spares onto one of the tables. You'll all find a map of the festival on the back of your schedules. Keep it with you. The layout of the campus and location of events, stalls, games, stores, etc. changes every year, and inevitably someone will get lost trying to find their way around. Any questions so far? Midoriya waited for a moment as students relocated, whispering and grabbing canteens. All right, now, Uraraka, the faculty has authorized your legs as necessary support items. Don't think I really need to go over why they are letting you use your proper equipment for that one. On to the events. The teachers have gone over the basics with everyone these last couple days, but I want to make note of a few things. There are 17 events scheduled for today. Owing to time and physical constraints, most of us are only participating in 3 or 4 events each. Several of these events are single-person events. You won't be able to really help each other. The rest are either team events or single-person events where teamwork can be utilized. Uraraka whooped as she went to get her other legs from her heroic equipment. Murmuring broke out, and Midoriya nodded at a few bits that he managed to catch. What do you mean teamwork can be utilized, Monsieur Midoriya? Isn't that against the spirit of the activity, Midoriya? Midoriya's eyes flicked from Ieima to Ida, who he found himself frowning at in exasperation. Guys, we're not here to do well. That is, of course, a bonus and is expected of us, but that isn't the purpose. From the minute we step out there, every hero in the country is going to be watching us, picking apart our actions with a fine-tooth comb. Not just for internships, but for work studies and beyond, into our careers. For the people who rely on heroes, it isn't just games, but a symbol of the next generation, reassurance that even when this generation of heroes steps down that there is another ready to take its place. That's a lot of pressure. Midoriya sighed and nodded towards Zero. It is, yeah. But my point is that the purpose of the festival isn't necessarily to win. It's to do your best. I'll be honest, in a few of the events, the likelihood that any Hero Course student, from any of the schools here today, places first is practically non-existent. The only person in here that stands a chance against the support students in Mechanical Bypass, for example, is Momo. Even then, I think the best that we in the Hero Course can hope for in that event is bronze. But again, that isn't the purpose of Hero students joining the event. Just by completing the event, you show important skills for a hero to have, thus increasing your value in the eyes of both your prospective teachers and the general public. So help each other wherever we can, Kero. Midoriya snapped his fingers and gave Tsuyu a thumbs up. Correct. There is a reason 1A has been training predominantly in pairs or teams. Both Nezu and I agree that solo heroics are generally an unnecessary risk. Always keep someone by your side and always call for backup when you don't have someone. Will the professors announce whether we can help each other or not? Midoriya shook his head in response to Tsuburaba's question. They won't need to. There isn't any rule explicitly barring it, outside of really obvious single-person events, like Vlad's wrestling and All Might's weightlifting. Anyone else? Once he'd confirmed that there were no more questions, he nodded and moved on. Out of the corner of his eye, Midoriya noticed a teary-eyed Toga pulling out her BLD kit and adjusting Tsuyu's arm beside her. It's a little over a half-mile swim. You two keep that in mind. We've got it, Kero. Midoriya nodded and chose to let the two do their thing. They both knew what they were doing at this point. Midoriya hummed to himself. Few more things before we walk out. Uraraka came back with her more durable legs meant for hero work. First up, I know it is tempting to go explore the rest of the festival. There are all sorts of things to see and experience. The games, the foods, the exhibits from the other courses, the support expo, business course offers of merchandise and analysis, etc. Don't. You will inevitably miss an event if you do. For today, stick to the event areas. Tomorrow, if you get knocked out of the tournament, you can go explore. You'll all have plenty of time throughout the rest of the week. A few of the students seemed to grumble, and Midoriya had to point a finger at Ashido, as she looked like she might try it anyway. Eventually, though, they seemed to acquiesce. Good. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami. The Birdman looked at Midoriya as Dark Shadow popped up out of his back. Are you both going to behave for this competition? I am not the one you need to ask. Instead, you should direct your question to the demon co-opting my dark form. How am I supposed to cooperate with this? How? Midoriya rubbed the bridge of his nose. Let me put it this way, you get banned from the festival, and there is no chance that you are being allowed to go on an internship. More grumbling from the two. Dark Shadow, I have 3 bags of unique, genetically altered apples that I was going to leave in the common area for people to give feedback on. Cooperate with Tokoyami, and you can have all of them. Oh. Yeah. I can do that. Just mine, right? Just yours. You don't have to share. Kaminari let out a whine about wanting to try the new kind of apples, and Dark Shadow gave him a conciliatory pat on the shoulder. Midoriya shook his head, turning away from them. Now, for the final tidbit, I know that those of us in 1A have gone over this constantly the last couple days, but since the 5 of you are already in your wetsuits, let's go over it one more time. What are we going over? Midoriya glanced at Monoma. The man looked a little bewildered by the attention, and Toga groaned, her voice cracking a little. The transition between stage 1 and 2 of the event. As soon as our feet hit dry land, our goggles go to our heads and we start stripping the wetsuits down to our waists as we move towards the bikes. Not relevant to me. Good, Zoo. Fully remove the hat and goggles and jog the rest of our way to the bikes. Then, when we get there, we remove the rest of the wetsuit as quickly as we can. Kiro. Good, Setsuna. Our helmets go on and are securely latched before we put on our shoes and start biking. Good. Ida, the wax seals on your engines look good. Yes. As long as they blow off when I start running, such as in testing, we should be good, Midoriya. It's much better than the plugs that we were using before. Thank the support course for that. You get all of that, Monoma. Goggles, STRP to waist, jog, STRP fully, helmet, shoes, go. Got it. Midoriya nodded. He just opened his mouth to have the class presidents begin leading everyone out when Todoroki spoke. Midoriya. He raised an eyebrow. Yes, Todoroki. Question. On an objective basis, I think you're above all of us in terms of practical strength. For now, yes. Several years of experimental genetic and mechanical treatments on oneself tends to have that effect. I'm going to beat you. Alone. No help. Midoriya narrowed his eyes. Relaxing his clenched jaw, he smirked, maintaining a tone of blatant disinterest. Go right ahead, Todoroki. Woo. That's the spirit, Todoroki. A declaration of war. Let's all do our best, just like that. Todoroki clicked his tongue, his gaze steady on Kaminari as he stared him down. Kirishima and Uraraka stepped forward, forcing themselves between the two with wary movements. Guys. I'm not here to play nice and make friends, Kaminari. I will be the best, and it won't be because of any of you. It was as if Todoroki had lit the match to a fuse as the tension ratcheted up. Kirishima and Uraraka both took a step forward as Todoroki attempted to pass Midoriya and walk out the door. Midoriya sighed, grabbing Todoroki by the front of his shirt and hauling him back into the room. Momo, Kendo, if you would be so kind as to escort everyone to the opening, please. I'm sure that Nezu is already preparing to give an awful speech, as usual. Uraraka, Kirishima. Go with her. Todoroki glared holes into the side of Midoriya's head as his classmates began to move. He paid it no mind, though, smiling at the students as they passed by. A comment here, a joke there, until the students had all shuffled out of the room and towards the field. All the while, he held Todoroki by the shirt. Once the door clicked shut behind the last of them, there was a long moment of silence, a pause as both sides refused to move first. Then, Todoroki opened his mouth. He hadn't managed a single word before Midoriya was shoving him back into one of the chairs, rather unceremoniously, pinning him there with eyes of disdain. You know, Todoroki, you should have been removed from Class 1A and probably the entire hero course long before this. The unwillingness to use half of your quirk could be chalked up to your trauma. We can accept that. A complete unwillingness to use your quirk, again, trauma is fine. We can get you help. Not ideal by any means, but I can at least work with it. God only knows, you don't need a quirk to do this job. But your sheer unwillingness to work with your classmates. To not participate properly in team exercises that have gone on since we started training. That's crossing the line. I don't need a team, Midoriya. I can do perfectly fine on my own. Todoroki grimaced as he said it, a small, niggling part in the back of his brain insisting that he couldn't do it. That if he could, he wouldn't have needed saving, that 𝐻𝐵 wouldn't have been injured if he was able to do it. Todoroki, you are going to kill someone on our side. Maybe it'll be a villain, and it'll be fine. Maybe it'll be a fellow hero or a civilian, all because of your complete unwillingness to train your quirk, to train with a partner, to take any of the outs that we have given you. Aizawa and I have only given you as much leeway because your brother begged it of us. That is over. You don't know anything. I know everything. I know even more than you do about your damnable family, but this was the last straw, Todoroki. If you can't even work with people when your career is on the line, then I am done. Todoroki blinked as Midoriya stepped back towards the door, taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself. He turned back, his face once again impassive and disinterested, his voice calm when he spoke. You have 2 days, Todoroki, today and tomorrow. Show me some kind of improvement, something to warrant giving you a chance. Otherwise, I'm personally recommending your removal from 1A as soon as this festival is over. You have the potential to make a DMN fine hero, but not like this. I'm not going to be responsible for training the next endeavor. Midoriya opened the door and walked out, the slam of it hinting at the emotion still simmering underneath his mask. Todoroki scared in a breath and continued to stare at the place where Midoriya had stood. Midoriya stalked down the concrete hallway towards the opening ceremony, silently seething as he reached up to tap below his ear. Darby, it's time to talk to your younger brother, today, preferably. I need him to show something that I can use to keep him in the hero course. He's burnt through the last of the goodwill he's had with his classmates. Any more of this, and he's gonna get beaten in his sleep. It's that bad. Darby's voice came through a moment later. Yes, so get out of the DMN rafters, summon up all that therapy that you've had, and talk to your brother. The 5U. As students milled around their starting platform as students from the other major academies stepped up onto their own. They were already well out into the water, delivered there by boats not too long before. A number of officials, representing various schools, backgrounds, and areas of operation, floated in boats along the course that they would all take back to land. It does feel a bit off-putting to suddenly be competing with all these strange people. Monoma fidgeted nervously as the others stretched on the platform. You shouldn't call other people strange just because they do not go to our school, Monoma. Ida's fellow classmates gave him a blank side-eye as Toga tilted her head contemplatively. By their standards, we're the strange ones. The top 5 academies get to send students to compete. Toga stopped and counted them off on her fingers. Ketsubutsu, Shiketsu, Izumu, Saijin, and Sei. But even still, they tend to limit it to 1, 2, maybe 3 students who will perform well at the event. Toga gestured to the other platforms where only a handful of students awaited the starting call. We're the strange ones for having so many in most of our events. Ah yes, well, I suppose so. It must be nice, you know. Monoma fidgeted some more. What's nice? To have the perfect quirk for this. I can't copy Tsuyu's mutation quirk like you can. Toga brightened, and the snort that came from her was anything but graceful. Oh, hell no. I wish I had the perfect quirk for this. Best I've got is hers for this swimming part. I've got nothing for the bike or running parts. Toga groaned, making grabby finger motions at 𝐸𝐫. If only your DMN quirk worked with mine. You're definitely taking second or third after the sprinting section. It doesn't. Why wouldn't 𝐸𝐫 take first? Toga shook her head in response to Monoma's bewildered question. They had spent enough time with their sister class students since the USJ to know what kinds of quirks each other had, but, unfortunately, not enough time to really understand how they functioned. It was 𝐸𝐫 who took it upon himself to explain. No. Unfortunately for Toga, it does not. It would seem that not all mutation quirks can be carried over when she transforms, a mystery that I'm certain Midoriya would be happy to look into from the way he acts during our quirk testing. Toga gave 𝐸𝐫 a thumbs up and a big, toothy smile. She had been doing more of that lately, she realized. Back in her last school, before she had escaped to find Midoriya, people had always run away from her when she smiled, or even hit her. But Midoriya had been right about this, at least. The Hero Corps students didn't seem to care. He already is. No progress on that, sadly. As for why I'm going to come in second or third, there are a few factors. 𝐸𝐫 began chopping his arm again, once more receiving the side-eye from those around him. We do not know our competitors' quirks. As they were chosen for this event, it's quite likely that their quirks are compatible to some stretch, if not in multiple ways. And no one is likely to beat Setsuna. She's fast, Kero. I am fast. The woman herself confirmed the statement with an exceptionally wide grin. Toga smiled back at her. Faster than you. Monoma pointed at 𝐸𝐫 with an incredulous look. Nah, I peak out at 25 on land. I could probably make it to 27, though, if I really pushed it. I'm just going to get way ahead of you guys during this first half-mile swim back to shore. Setsuna scratched bashfully at her cheek. If only the last stretch was a straight way. Then I could get into 6th gear. What a shame, I might have been able to catch up. The wistful tone in 𝐸𝐫's voice had 𝐳 letting out a low chuckle and replying blankly, a straight way is your only hope of catching up with Cretaceous here, Kero. Monoma watched the calm banter between the 1A classmates in a kind of stupor, no hint of nervous energy between them. And that doesn't bother you? The rest of them blinked at Monoma's question. That someone else is going to take first. No. Why would it? It is like Midoriya said. 𝐸𝐫 chopped his arm. We are here to impress the heroes and entertain the public. Our personal positions in the race hardly matter when compared to that goal. We just have to do the best that we can, simple as that. 𝐸𝐫 paused for a second, then scratched at the back of his head with a wry smile. Though, I will admit that with my family in the audience today, the pressure certainly is notable. The low buzz of camera drones emanated out from the decks of the small vessels patrolling the waters. They all glanced over at them with a sigh. Looks like it's time, Kero. The students who were stretching stood up and took positions towards the edge of the platform as Present MIC yelled, hyping the crowd up for the first event of the day. It shouldn't have surprised them when 13, the officiator for the triathlon, came over the speaker, their modulated voice reminding the athletes of the course that they would be taking, as well as the distances. A half-mile swim back to shore, a 13-mile bike race through the city, before finally rounding out with the 2.5-mile sprint back into the main arena. Monoma rolled his shoulders as he sidled up to the edge of the platform. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Toga's skin shift and morph somewhere in the back of his brain. Alarms started going off, that primitive wrongness of the uncanny drilled into humanity's primate brains. Monoma shook his head and did his best to set his reservations aside as he waited for the starting sound. The starting pistol cracked, and he was off of the platform and into the water, sparing a moment to orient himself before moving towards the shoreline. Already ahead of him, the two zoos blitzed through the water as if they'd been born in it. 𝐸𝐫, somehow, had already come up from his dive ahead of him and was swimming along while, where was? An enormous shape torpedoed past them all, cavitating the water as it swam, 30, 40 feet. Muscle and sinew working together to push it further and faster than any of them could hope to keep up with reasonably. Vaguely, Monoma registered other forms to his left and right, some seemingly keeping pace with him, others pushing forward to keep pace with the twin zoos. Monoma's head broke the water, and he sked in a breath as he began to swim again. What the F is with 1A? The students of the two classes milled around in their waiting room, passing around last-minute snacks and drinks. Some watched the drones as they circled the competitors getting ready to dive into the water. Others chatted amongst themselves while they waited for the event to start or for something of substance to happen. Occasionally, Midoriya would tune into the conversations around him to see what was being said. The EF announced it's legally classifying All Might as a punch wizard. And that's enough listening to that conversation. Midoriya focused back on the television as the shot rang out for the competitors to begin. Students dove off in any number of ways. One young man Midoriya recognized from Shiketsu sped across the surface of the water like a slick-oiled speedboat, aided as he was by his wind. A creative application of his quirk, with flight and stage skipping having been banned. It would be interesting to see how he applied it while on the bike. A tailwind might help him, or the prolonged usage of his quirk might just exhaust him. They'd have to see. Nezu had said that the man had declined his invitation to UA. A shame. Another form he recognized only because her file had been tied to Zoo's, Habuko Mongoose, had applied with Zoo, from the same school even, but hadn't made it in like her classmate. Another shame. With her quirk, there hadn't been any chance for her against robots. Another hat in the feather of Aizawa's argument, Midoriya supposed. Or, wait, that wasn't how that saying went, was it? Whatever. The excitement, however, struck a half-second after everyone had hit the water with Setsuna's transformation. Midoriya shook his head ruefully as the roaring in the stands reached even their class-shocked students. You know, I told her to go big and eye-catching. The students gaped as Setsuna glided just under the water, almost faster than the drones could keep up with, but I didn't quite mean this. Smart move, either way, I suppose. A bit overkill, though, don't you think? Yorozu tilted her head as she tried to place the creature that her classmate had changed into. No, overkill would have been having the US students grab on. This is eye-popping but gets the point across, I suppose. She's going to be effing hungry, though, when she gets back, especially after that sprint. She did take some of the calorie bars, right? Midoriya let his eyes flick over to Uraraka before glancing back to the screen. Setsuna was already almost back to the shore. Yeah, but she's going to hate using them, which means we'll all get to hear about it later. There was a chorus of groans from around the room. What an absolutely amazing showing from our dynamic dinosaur daimyo. It's hardly been a minute, and already she's climbing out of the water and running towards her bike. The classes groaned again. It was bad enough hearing present MICs announcing in their classes, he taught like this, for God's sake, but most were already dreading what he would come up with for them. Since when could Setsuna do something like that? The question was repeated a few times across 1B, but each time, the same dry response, since she joined 1A, echoed back at them. It had started a few squawking arguments, but they were all in good fun, it seemed, so Midoriya left it at that. Don't quirks kind of defeat the purpose of a triathlon? Kaminari shook his head as he watched several students plow forward through the water. Probably, 𝐂𝐿 said easily, but this isn't a normal triathlon. It has students from all sorts of courses, all of which are attending from famous heroics universities. This is probably the only time where students get to cut loose like this. A good point indeed, 𝐂𝐿. It isn't really expected that your average students will keep up with the heroic students, and in fact, they aren't even ranked the same way, unless one of them does manage to keep up. Most of our classmates and competitors will probably finish in somewhere around an hour, give or take 10 or 20. But the normal students who were training just to enjoy the event will likely trickle in over the next 2 hours, if they finish at all. I'd say about 5% will give up, so not many, but some. 𝐂𝐿 smiled and gave Yorozu a thumbs up. Midoriya glanced at the clock, sighing before turning around in his singlet. He had waited until they'd come back from the opening ceremony to change into it. As expected, the DMN rat had spoken for the entire time allotted. There had been an hour spent sitting in mildly uncomfortable seating, staring up at the stage as his teacher gave a dull and, surprisingly, only mildly reused speech from years past. All right, everyone. You've got your lists, but since we're all here, I'll call out for you. Kirishima, Mizo, 𝐂𝐿, Tokoyami, Soto, and Tetsu, we've got wrestling in less than 30. I'm heading over now. Anyone that is unsure of the way to get out of this DMN rat maze of tunnels in the right direction is welcome to follow me. Several students glanced over at Midoriya before moving their gazes up and down his form with startled, obvious attention. Most had the decency to either blush and look away or to look back up at his face. Midoriya sighed as he noted 4 people for whom decency had not yet occurred to. Isn't there anything else we can wear, Midoriya? These are, wildly uncomfortable. Midoriya stared evenly at Zero. Sure, you're welcome to wear baggier clothing. There's no rule against it, though you will get thrown across the room by the aforementioned clothing, so take the advantages with the disadvantages. The group of men winced, then uniformly stood and shuffled their way towards him. With the action came more stares, more blushing, and less decency on their classmates' part. Midoriya couldn't help but sigh again. Look, just be glad that Nezu hasn't decided to say F the legalities and return wrestling to its ancient Greek roots for his own amusement. I think the singlets are manly. Do I even want to know what that entailed, Midoriya? Midoriya let a small smirk creep onto his face as he stared ♀dead in the eyes. Naked, and soaked in oil. The wolf whistle from Ashido had Kirishima going the way of his hair. The peculiar shade of red, as well as Ashido's continued and creative badgering, had Midoriya amused, as well, even if he wouldn't show it. Shame had been drilled out of him decades ago. Yeah, let's stick with the singlets. Midoriya snorted in response to Tetsu before turning towards the door. All right. Everyone. Let's get this over with so we can change. There are only a couple billion people watching, after all.